striving for the luxury liner. Volume 8 Chapter 1. Thanks to Wolf for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 3/4. Chapter 1. Shining Rimmer and Evolved Rimmer. I stare at the glowing Rimmer on the sofa of the Seeker. I talk to him, but he doesn't hear me or doesn't respond. I feel lonely. Claretta-san, you mentioned evolution. Is everything okay? I can't help but worry. What's going to happen? I'm sorry. I only read about it in a book, so I can't say for sure. I heard that lower-grade monsters such as goblins do not undergo this phenomenon, and in the case of evolution, they stay in their nests and take their time. It is said that this kind of glowing phenomenon occurs only to special monsters. However, there are only a few cases of sightings, and almost nothing is known about them. I think this phenomenon is happening because Rimmer-chan is a special holy slime. It is said that special monsters are glowing at the time of evolution, though little is known about it. The situation is fitting, but I can't shake off my uneasiness. Do you know how long evolution takes? I'm sorry, I don't know. That's right. I heard that you don't know anything. It is precisely in a case like this that I need to calm down. No, it's not something you should apologize for, Claretta-san. You said you didn't know anything, and I'm sorry too. No, there is no need to apologize. You're worried about Rimmer-chan, so you must be impatient. Thank you. What true-san? Fu-chan says it's fine. Really, Marina-san? It is true, so calm down. What true-san? You can talk with Fu-chan, can't you? Oh, that's right. I'm trying to calm down, but I can't calm down at all. Then, I asked Fu-chan a question to make myself calm down. Fu-chan, is Rimmer going to be okay? Yeah. In the meantime, I can rest assured, can't I? They're the same slime, and it seems she knows it's not a problem. Can you see what's going on with Rimmer? Becoming awesome. Becoming awesome? I guess that means evolution, right? I guess that's right. It's going to be great. Do you know when it will end? I don't know. You don't know? It's hard not to see the end. Evolution started suddenly, but is it the same in other places? I think it would be too dangerous to be attacked during evolution. But then again, doesn't it take that long? Is it okay if I just keep watching? Is there anything I can do to help? No. No, huh? It's hard to just watch. I see, Fu-chan, thank you. What true-san, did you find out anything? Claretta-san asked me worriedly. You are a good person, Claretta-san. Yes, but I don't know the details, but I heard that Rimmer will be fine, and he will be awesome. Also, Fu-chan doesn't know when it will be over, and there is nothing to help with. I see. I'm glad there are no problems. But it's hard to just wait and see. Well, all we can do is wait and see. Let's do our best. Thankfully, the ladies will be watching over him, too. Rimmer, they love you, don't they? Is Rimmer going to evolve? I'm happy and worried about it. I'll be happy if he stays cute. What's going to happen to him? I'm sure I'll cry if he starts to rebel or something. As I stood by and watched Rimmer, about 2 hours later, the light on Rimmer began to diminish. I wonder if it's about to end? As we all watched with bated breath, the light subsided, and a plump and glamorous Rimmer appeared. Rimmer, are you okay? Is there anything that hurts? I'm fine. I'm glad to hear he's okay for the time being. The light is a little stronger than before, but I can't tell the difference. Rimmer, you evolved, right? Yeah. Do you know what changed about yourself? He doesn't seem to understand it well. What's going on? What's wrong? What true-san? Alessia-san asked a little worriedly. I have to explain. Everyone was watching over me with concern. Rimmer is fine. I'm sorry for worrying you all. That's a relief. Congratulations, Rimmer-chan. Alessia-san said so while gently stroking Rimmer. It's a nice scene, isn't it? The other ladies also congratulate Rimmer and stroke him gently. I guess they care about Rimmer after the evolution. I appreciate it. Fu-chan is also cuddling with Rimmer and seems to be having some kind of conversation with him. I'm a little curious about what they are talking about. So, what true-san? I don't know if it's okay to ask, but you looked a little troubled. What's wrong? Oh, it's just that I asked Rimmer how things had changed, and he didn't really seem to understand either. So I wondered what was going on. Oh, that's right. I can tell by looking at his status. I'm curious too, so have a look at it. Come to think of it, there was a useful thing called status. I forgot about it because I never opened it at all. Name, Rimmer. Race, Angel Slime. Age, 2. Occupation, Watru's follower. Level, 300. Physical strength, 6,000 magic power, 648 strength, 601 intelligence, 613 dexterity, 605 luck, 30 skills. Holy magic level 3, healing magic level 1, digestion, absorption, physical resistance, angel level 1, unique, new. Let's see. His race is now angel slime. His level is 300, and he has an additional unique skill called angel. Rimu's age is now 2 years old. If I had checked his status carefully, I would have found out about Rimu's birthday. I don't really pay attention to the status, so I forget to look at it. But the status numbers are so high. How strong is he? But Rimu's thought is a word, right? Age, huh? He probably evolved because he reached level 300. I thought he'd be level 1 when he evolved, but that's unfortunate. It would be even more awesome if he went back. That's kind of awesome. I honestly don't feel comfortable with level 300. Level 300 slime, I mean angel slime. On top of that, what's up with the unique skill? Surely Alessia-san is right. Level 300 for a slime is awesome. Maybe Rimu was the first to become an angel slime. Moreover, it is a unique skill. But I think holy meant sacred. Holy slime and angel slime. Is it just me that the one that is holy seems to be more awesome? Haha, it sure does. I got up here because of the ship summoning, but it seems like it would be difficult under normal circumstances. Yes, that's true. So what about the unique skill angel? Oh, I was satisfied with just the surface. I hadn't checked in detail yet. I'll take a look now. Let's see. I strongly think of the angel part. Angel. It is possible to change into angel form. When you change into the angel form, all stats will be increased by 1.5 times. The higher the skill level, the higher the increase. Angel form? Is it possible that Rimu is transformed into a human? What about it? I don't care that much about strength, but I don't like the idea of Rimu's form changing. Well, it is said that Rimu can change into angel form. I'm kind of nervous. That's hard for me to imagine. I know. I'm afraid to see the change, but if I don't see it, I can't help but wonder. I'll have him try. Rimu, do you think you can use your angel skill? If you can use it, can you give it a try? I can do it. Apparently, he can. I'm getting scared. Then, please do it. Yeah. While I watched nervously, Rimu began to shine again. The light that intensified changed. A circle of light forms and floats above Rimu. The light forms wings and clings to both sides of Rimu. This is it? It's too cute. While maintaining his soft and round form, a halo and tiny wings shine on Rimu, making him look extremely pretty. But it's unexpected. I didn't expect it to be so cute when the slime had a shiny white gold halo and tiny shiny white gold wings. Rimu, you're extremely pretty. You look amazing. Rimu, really? Yes, of course. I wonder if those feathers can make Rimu fly. Fly, huh? If he grows wings, he can fly, right? Is that impossible? In terms of size, it's not very big enough to lift up Rimu's body. But since it's originally light, it looks like it could float with some kind of magic. Fly. When he said that, he started to move his little wings as hard as he could. Seriously cute. Oh, he floated a little bit. The speed of the wings isn't that fast, but I still wonder if it's something magical. After flying up to my knees, he lost his balance and fell to the floor. At the same time as he fell, the halo and the angel's wings returned to light and vanished. Rimu, are you okay? Difficult. It was hard to fly, wasn't it? But it was your first time to fly, so it's already very impressive. Really? Yes, it's true. Rimu is very amazing. I couldn't hold back any longer and hugged and rubbed Rimu. Rimu, you are too cute. Ahaha, it's really interesting to be around you. Wataru-san. Rimu-chan is also very cute. It seems that this event has hit the spot with Alessia-san, and she is laughing hysterically. I think it was a mystical sight. But where is the pressure point? Wataru-san, I'm sorry about Alessia. Rimu-chan's atmosphere was so divine. It was so awesome. No problem, Claretta-san. Thank you. Rimu was also praised and happily jumped to Claretta-san's side. She smiled and gently stroked Rimu. What a beautiful sight, isn't it? What will happen to Fuu-chan when she evolves? Marina-san is asking Fuu-chan a question. I don't think she would understand. Fuu-chan is a wind slime, so I think she will evolve in a way related to wind. I'm looking forward to it. After conversing for a while, Marina-san stood up, hugging Fuu-chan. Did she understand? She seems to be full of some kind of motivation. Marina-san, Did you find out what kind of evolution Fu-chan is going to go through? No, I didn't. She didn't know. That's why she wants to do her best to level up. So she's full of motivation. Marina-san is easy to understand when it comes to slime, isn't she? I'm sure she'll be proactive in defeating the monsters, so that's a big help for us. Now that Tremor's evolution is finished and everyone and I are relieved, we can have dinner in peace. Actually, we would have arrived at the Dark Elf village, but, well, it can't be helped. If we had gone there now, we would have arrived at midnight, so it would be bad if there were a commotion. We'll have to go on until the Dark Elf Island is out of sight, and then we'll wait there. It was a fun dinner as everyone celebrated Rimu's evolution. When Rimu and Fu-chan go out on their sharing spree, all of them congratulate them and give them food. Each time, they expressed their joy with their bodies before eating the food they received. What is interesting is that Fu-chan also expresses her gratitude when she is congratulated. I wonder if she knows why she is being congratulated. We finish dinner and return to our room. It's been a good day, even though I've been a bit impatient with the sudden evolution. Master, we will be on the Dark Elf Island tomorrow morning, right? Are we going to explore it right away? Well, we'll have to see how the village is doing. If things are going well, we should be out exploring in a couple of days. Now that I know that the hideaway can be utilized on land as well, I can go exploring with a lot more ease than before. Now that the special ship has been unlocked, we can try out all sorts of things. What shall I buy? It's been a month since the villages merged, and both villages have been cooperative and happy, so I think things are going to be okay. Ins is certainly right. They have much more freedom than they did in the past. As long as they don't get into personal fights, it's going well because even with the two villages merging, there are still so few of them. Felicia, if it's like that and there are no problems, we'll leave the village in a couple of days. Is that okay with you? Yes, no problem at all. We just met the other day, so it's not a problem if I leave right away. 1 month, yeah, it feels like just the other day. I don't think we should worry about that much. The village chief seems to be sad, though. After dinner, we spend a leisurely time relaxing and chilling out. Rimmer seems to enjoy changing into an angel, and whenever he feels like it, he comes in front of me and says, "Look," and shows me how he changes and flies. For now, his limit is still up to my knees, but I wonder if he will be able to fly around freely in the future. That looks fun too, but I think Rimmer is cute, too, as he moves from one place to another. That's what worries me. After he showed me how he flies in front of me, he asked me, "How's it going?" I praise him with all my might. I've done this many times, but it's always fun. But he has to be careful not to transform in public. He is so cute, but if he stands out so much, he might be kidnapped. Fufu, Master, Rimmer-chan, if you don't go to bed soon, you'll have a hard time tomorrow. Oh, I've been so absorbed in Rimmer that quite a lot of time has passed. Let's take a bath and go to bed. After taking a bath and after Rimmer went to bed, I would run into Ins and Felicia. It's fun when there are two partners, but there's no chance of winning at all. But I believe that if I keep challenging them, one day, I will get some reassuring skills. Good night. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 2. Thanks to Wolf for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 4/4 Chapter 2, The Village's Situation and Preparation for the Party. The sun is up, we have breakfast and then head for the Dark Elf Island. We had been approaching the island on autopilot during the night, so we would be there soon. When I docked the Seeker, the people of the village had already gathered. We greeted them and unloaded the luggage we had bought. After unloading the luggage, I greeted the village chief and vice chief again, and about 10 villagers were asked to carry the luggage to the village. Once again, good morning, Village Chief San and Vice Chief San. Good morning. How are things going? Is everything going well in the village? Yes, thanks to Watru-san, the number of people and supplies has increased, and everyone is thriving. With the cooperation of the Vice Chief, it looks like the two villages will be united without any problems. No, I haven't done anything. A new and free environment. Once the confusion was gone, the rest was full of hope and joy. The village chief was also very considerate, so we didn't even have any arguments. The village chief and vice chief also seemed to get along well with each other, despite their mutual care. They don't seem to be arguing in the village either. Is it strange that I think there is something unusual about this? I thought that when one group joined another group, there would be a little friction. I see. I am glad to hear that there is no problem. Then, let's go to the village. We headed for the village while talking with the village chief and vice chief. The number of people in the village has increased, and the village is growing even more. Even so, with the number of people nearly doubling, there are probably more things that can be done. By cooperating with each other in building houses, a sense of solidarity was born, and even though it has only been a month or so, the village has become so well integrated that it can be called a single village. When we arrived at the village, new houses were being built in the spacious village. I can hear singing mixed with the sound of pounding tones. I wonder if the dark elves sing a lot of beautiful songs or if it is just a strange feeling to be at a carpenter's site. It's still early in the morning, yet it's so lively. Is it? I think it's normal. The village chief looks at me strangely. Speaking of which, even though there is a magic light, they don't stay up too late, do they? If they get up when the sun rises, now would be the time to work. Oh, no, sorry. It just felt that way because I woke up so late. Ah, I see the kids are getting along. I feel like I've embarrassed myself for no good reason. Let's change the subject. Yes, they got along right away, and now the 8 of them are running around the village together. Both the village chief and vice chief were looking at the children with gentle smiles. They completely diverted the conversation. As usual, I sent Felicia to help out at Cecilia-san's place and looked around the village while listening to their stories. It's only been a month, but I feel like the number of houses has increased. Village Chief San, are you going to build the houses like before, making only the outside and the interior detailing later? Yes, that's right. Everyone is used to it, and it's done pretty quickly. Even those who are in charge of carpentry in the village are laughing, saying that they will lose their jobs when they finish building the houses. A group of dark elves who are good at carpentry work. From a fantasy point of view, that's not right. They show me around the village, and we each find a job we think we can do and help out. I worked hard with IMS, carrying lumber, carrying lumber, carrying lumber. After lunch, I joined Rimu and Fu-chan, who were playing with the children because, for some reason, there was no more work to be done. They asked me to tell them a story, but without really thinking about it, I hadn't had any adventures of any kind. So I taught them how to play Kadara and Daruma-san Fell Down, which can be played without using tools. T/N. Kadara is like hide and seek, and Daruma-san Fell Down is a children's game similar to statues or red light green light, Bodhidharma Fell Down. There were already similar games of tag and hide and seek. Kadara was manageable with soldiers and criminals, but I didn't know what word to use for Daruma-san Fell Down, so I played Daruma-san Fell Down as it was. Surprisingly, Daruma-san Fell Down was very heated, which was interesting. At first, I was able to fool the children with appropriate feints even though I was the demon, but soon they got used to it, and I lost several times. It is surprisingly sad when I lose when I really try to win against children. I was so frustrated that I taught them the true or false game and won all the games. The children's words, "What a Runitan is strong," and the look of respect in their eyes pierced my heart. Whether I win or lose, my heart hurts. It is best to give them a win. I played with the children until the evening and returned to the seeker. It was kind of an unexplainable day, wasn't it? After dinner, I took an early bath because I was tired. Master, the village was in a good mood. I was worried that they were overexerting themselves. That reminds me, there were a lot of people running around, not even taking a break. Oh, yeah, that's right. I guess it's okay that everyone seemed to be having fun. But hey Felicia, did Cecilia-san and the others say anything? My mother says they're all in too much good spirits. After work, they don't sleep well, playing reversi, and Jenga, singing songs, and preparing drinks. Don't they go to bed early after sunset? Wasn't it like that in the previous village? Reversi, Jenga, singing. I'm often the trigger. They seem pretty busy working, don't they? If they're playing at night on top of that, they're going to collapse. Yes, my mother was worried too. The people in the former village are very excited about their new friends, and the people in the village on the lake are very energetic with free life and entertainment. I think that's just the high tension continuing, and they don't even realize how tired they are. When the tension wears off, they're going to fall asleep at once. I'm sure that's the case. It is necessary to take a rest, isn't it? We all collapse when our fatigue outweighs our energy. The women in the village are aware of it, but they can't seem to control it very well. I was thinking of offering them alcohol and having a party, but I wonder if it would have the opposite effect. If I just let them drink it, will they fall asleep the next day? Let's cut the strings early and put them to bed. It would be better than collapsing from physical exhaustion. Then, let's have a party tomorrow. If they finish their work early and let them drink, I think it will give their bodies a rest. Hangovers are hard, but if they sleep, it will be a break for their bodies. Right? I'm starting to lose some confidence. I'm strangely tired after a hangover, so it's possible I'm draining my energy. I want to look it up on the internet. Well, once you fall asleep, the tension will probably go down. A party? I'm sure everyone will be pleased, but won't all the commotion tire them out? Yes, I think if they drink and make a lot of noise and get a hangover, the tension will drop, and they'll calm down. During the hangover, I'll regret having had too much to drink. I can't stay in high tension. I understand. Thank you very much. I'll talk to my mother tomorrow. Yes, I will let out the liquor, so please ask them to cook. Yes, Master, thank you for everything. I will do my best to repay you in any way I can. I was a little intimidated when she suddenly bowed down to me. Felicia, don't worry. I'm enjoying the village building too. I don't want to tell you because you might get angry if I did, but I feel like I'm playing a portable game about building a village, so I'm having fun. Well, I can't interfere with the arrangement of the houses or anything like that, though, can I? Tomorrow is the party, so let's sleep in peace today. In the morning, we gather in the living room for breakfast. When I told Girasol about the party, they were enthusiastic about it. Of course, they love to drink, don't they? The people in the Dark Elf village will be fine. They were in good spirits at the festival. To suddenly ask them to have a party this evening? Is that what we are saying? I don't have to think about it to be annoying. Well, if it looks like it won't work, let's postpone it to tomorrow. Arriving at the village, I immediately looked for the village chief and spoke to him. Good morning, village chief San. May I have a word? Good morning, Watru-san and everyone. Of course, it's fine. Is something wrong? I looked at the village chief when I heard about the strange tension, and sure enough, his eyes were a little red. I don't know him well, so it's subtle, but his movements also seem to have become larger, so there seems to be no doubt that the tension is getting higher. Yes, I heard that everyone is working hard without a break, so why don't we have a party this evening for a little relaxation? I'll provide the drinks. A party? It is true that the villagers have been working hard recently, so it would be nice to have a party. We have been brewing alcohol in the village as well, so I am looking forward to it. The village chief's eyes seem to be shining. The tension has risen even higher. After a short discussion, a party in the evening was decided. The village chief ran off as he communicated throughout the village and into the forest. I think it's good that the village chief is full of vitality, but he shouldn't go too far. That man will definitely drink a lot, and he will probably calm down a bit with a hangover. We're going around helping out in the village as we did yesterday. Girasol seems to be surprisingly enjoying helping out in the village and joins in helping out with the house building while laughing. Felicia is going to spread the word to the women in the village through Cecilia-san. In the morning, we carry wood as we did yesterday. There are shouts of joy everywhere as word of the feast spreads. The people in the village on the lake are puzzled, as if they don't understand what is happening. The people around them are trying to explain, but they are not keeping up with the rising tension. Well, they wouldn't understand if someone suddenly started shouting, "It's a festival." It's not a festival, it's a party, you know. This is a far cry from the fantasy image of the Dark Elves. A Dark Elf who likes to drink and is good at carpentry work. That's different. That should be the role of dwarves. Dark Elves are supposed to be shady and live in the dark. They shouldn't be shouting, "It's a festival." Is it because of me? I hope things will calm down once the house building is done. I have lunch and play with the kids as I did yesterday. Somehow I feel doubtful about the natural flow of playing with children, but I can't say that to the children who are frolicking in front of me. Let's play together like adults. Wataru-nichan. Today is a festival, right? It's not a festival, it's a party. I'm looking forward to the food. I'm hungry. We just had lunch, though. Didn't we? I'm looking forward to it. I should clear up the misunderstanding, right? I think as I watch the excited children. You know, today is not a festival, it's a party. What's the difference? Festival is to thank the gods, and the party is to drink alcohol and make a lot of noise, right? It's probably right, isn't it? Is there a feast? Yes. Good, then it's okay to have a feast. If there is a feast, There is no problem. I know how you feel, so I can't say anything. When I was in Japan, I was only interested in opening stores. Now that I've met Creator God Sama, I'm praying seriously. Like yesterday, I killed time until dinner while playing with the children. They said they would play a lot and get hungry with the goal of having a feast at night, so I convinced them that they would get sleepy and miss the feast as soon as they got tired. Children's full strength is scary. It's hard to play with children who play around in high tension. In the evening, I parted from the children and returned to the Seeker to unload the liquor with the villagers who were our cargo carriers. Wine and ale are no problem, but we're running low on distilled liquor. It would be a hassle to go stock up again, so what should I do? When we arrived at the village with the liquor, we found people gathered in the square. It looks like they are already preparing. As we proceed through the good smells, a campfire is being built. I see that you have built a campfire, Village Chief San. Is it alright? You need wood to build a house, right? Wataru-san. Thank you for the drinks. We needed wood, but we made it because we wanted the new residents to see that scene. We can get by with replenishing the wood later. Apparently, the campfire was remembered by the people who helped me build it. Well, if the party is going to be fancy, what's the problem? The more showy it is, the more alcohol will go down the drain. Tomorrow will be a quiet village like the last time. There are many dishes on the table, some of which I taught them and some of which I think were adapted from the dishes I taught them. As for the alcohol, I wonder if those unknown barrels are alcohol made in this village. I wonder if I should drink. Which sounds both intriguing and scary. Wataru-san, I love the atmosphere here. Lots of food, lots of alcohol. Everyone is waiting for the party to start right now. Alessia-san with a big smile on her face. I guess it's not my imagination that there was a special accent on the alcohol. She's definitely targeting alcohol. Preparations are finished, and the party begins just before the sun goes down completely. Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 8 Chapter 3. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 3, The Peaceful Village and the Ad. The party in the Dark Elf village has begun. No one would dream that this party was a strategy to drive the Dark Elves into a hangover and lower their tension. As soon as the party began, the people of the village were swarming around the drinks and food. They are just dancing in my palms. It's a perfect strategy. This village is safe, so everyone is welcome to join the party. It looks fine in the daytime, but when it's dark, and the booze is flowing, it's best to leave a couple of guards behind. Alessia-san started to say something serious. I was a little surprised, but what she said was reasonable. Is it absolutely safe? As a result of our discussion, it was decided that Claretta-san, Carla-san, Ins, and Felicia would be my escorts. I told them that Ins and Felicia were enough for me, but I'm glad to see that they seem to be taking great care of me. Anyway, let's go get some food. Fried chicken, mixed fries, croquettes, all the dishes I taught them are being prepared. I sit down and eat the food. Delicious. The fried food tastes mostly the same, but the croquettes are different. It has a flavor I've never had before. Is it wild herbs? It has a unique flavor, but it's strange. It has its own peculiar taste, but it is a taste that strangely matches with the others. While eating, I gave Rimu and Fu-chan some of the food I had brought. When Marina-san stormed over to the alcohol area, Fu-chan moved over here without hesitation. She has completely learned that it is the correct thing to eat food here when she is drinking. Well, there is nothing wrong with Rimu and Fu-chan eating side by side because they look so cute. When it gets dark, daily life magic is used, and countless balls of light float around the party hall. I guess this is a normal scene for people in this world, but for me, it is a scene from another world itself. It's fantastic, isn't it? The plaza is buzzing, and the people of the lakeside village are happily drinking. I guess they had never been this noisy in the month since they came to this village, so when the party started, I was a bit bewildered. The village chief stands up and tells them to turn off the ball of light. Finally, the campfire. A spark ignites in the dark square, and it gradually burns. The people of the village cheer, and the party gets into full swing. This is fun. We used to make campfires when we were exploring, but it's a different feeling when it's big and lively. Claretta-san smiles at me. Campfires are going to be a regular part of this village's festivals and parties, aren't they? It makes me kind of happy. Yes, I don't know why, but it's fun when everyone gathers around the fire. In fact, since childhood, I've always been told not to play with fire, and I expect it's a reaction to that. Fire must be scary in this world, too, so I guess we can share the same kind of immoral fun. That's my personal opinion. Fufu. I enjoy it too, so maybe that's the case. 8 beautiful women, including Cecilia-san, sang in front of the campfire. Dancing also began, and the atmosphere of the previous festivities started to take on a more festive feel. The drunkenness will come intensely from here because Alessia-san is dancing. Alessia-san is very beautiful, but her dancing is not so subtle. She's just a little too drunk and excited to dance. Claretta-san, Alessia-san is dancing. Yes, you are right. Alessia must have been enjoying herself. Is everything alright? Oh, Dorothea-san took her. Dorothea-san seems to be having a hard time, too. It seems like people around here are drinking the distilled liquor. The party was getting noisy, so I decided to leave and returned to the Seeker with Ins, Felicia, and Rim. Carla-san and Claretta-san probably want a drink, too, right? I tried to show them how mature I was. Ins, Felicia, you two can go back to the party. You haven't been drinking at all, have you? Well, I'd like to have a drink, but I'd rather do it while I'm in the bath. What about you, Felicia? Well, my father was devastated, so I don't want to go back if possible. Oh. The village chief was certainly in high spirits. It's fun to watch, but embarrassing for his family. Then, let's have a light drink in the bath. Yes, they wanted to drink Japanese sake, so I brought out some sake and drank it while soaking in the bath. Surprisingly, I was tired, but I got drunk more than I imagined I would, and I sank right away. I was just playing with the kids, though. In the morning, when I went to the living room, only Carla-san and Claretta-san were there. It's as I expected. Good morning. Are the others still hungover? Yes, I tried to wake them up, but they were just letting out groans. I don't think they will be able to move today. I'm sorry. Claretta-san apologized profusely. I had expected that too, and we had a party, so if anything, it was my fault. Haha, it's no problem. It's the day after the party. After all, let's take it easy today. We finished breakfast and went back to the room. Master, you said you were going to take it easy, but aren't you going to do anything? Oh, I have a selection of things that might help me get to the place where the village chief said before that there was a strange smell, and maybe just check out the Dark Elf village. I have a boat I'm trying to get to. This island is an easy place to try it out, so let's take advantage of this opportunity. You're buying a new boat? I wonder if it's more impressive than a luxury liner. Oh, no wonder Ins thinks so. The prices have been basically going up until now. This time, it's a little different. But it's something special, and I think you'll be surprised. I've seen classic cars on the luxury liner, and I was surprised to learn about the magic vehicle. They say they are rarer than large magic ships. It would certainly surprise them. Everything I've seen has surprised me, so I'm sure it will surprise me this time, too. I'm looking forward to it. Master, are you sure you don't mind that the people of Girasol are not in their best condition? What about it? I'm just going to run around the area, so I guess it's not a problem. Felicia, don't worry, it will be fine. We won't be moving much. I'm going to choose a boat now, so you two are free to go. Yes. I look at the special ship on the purchase screen. There are many ships that I don't know in what situation I will use them. I guess there are 2 that I would choose to use right now. One is Gibbs Aquada, 15 gold coins. This is a car or a boat? It's a car no matter how you look at it, but you need a marine license, and I guess they included it in the ship summoning. I've admired this boat since I saw it on TV, so I really want it. But it's a 2-seater and subtle and difficult to use. And it's not suitable for this time because we'll be traveling through rivers, forests, and mountains. The other one is the Quadski XL, for 5 gold coins. This is a 2-seater, and on land, it becomes a buggy and is smaller in size. It can be used on rivers, in the forest, and in the mountains, and if I had to buy one, this is definitely the one I'd buy. I also found a Rinspeed Splash and Rinspeed Esqua, but I was afraid to try them out of the blue. The Esqua one, in particular, is a convertible, but it can also dive. To be honest, I don't understand what it means, and I'm scared. It is impossible. I'll save Gibbs Aquada for later and go for Quadski XL. Once it is decided, let's get moving. Let's go check out the village first. Ins, Felicia, now that I have decided which boat I want to buy, let's check out the village first. And then we'll try it out. Yes. I'll be ready soon. Well, shall I change my clothes too? I put Tremor on my head and headed outside. What, True-san, are you going out? Claretta-san and Carla-san are having a cup of tea in the living room. Fu-chan is also relaxing on Carla-san's lap. I guess Carla and Fu-chan are getting along well, aren't they? Yes, Claretta-san. I'm going to go check out the village for a bit and try out the new boat I'm buying. I see. I will accompany you, so can you wait a bit? It's fine. I will not go to any dangerous places. Please take care of Alessia-san and the others. I stopped Claretta-san, who had started to move in a hurry. Then please take Carla with you. I will take you at your word. Is that so? When I look at Carla-san, she nods her head while eating tea cakes, so it seems that there is no problem. Then, Carla-san, please take care of me. We headed for the village with Carla-san, who was probably bored, and Fu-chan, who was perched on top of Carla-san's head. Well, it's just a short walk up the hill, so it's not nearly as dangerous as it sounds. When we arrive at the village, it is quiet as planned, but compared to the festival, there are a few women out and about. I don't see any men. I wonder if all male dark elves can drink alcohol. Aside from the people from the lakeside village, it's not good to not learn. I got drunk and fell into the sea, so I learned. I'm glad I came to this world now, but I've learned that drinking too much is dangerous. You've been quiet, Wataru-san? Carla-san asked me with a look of why on her face. Most of the people are with Alessia-san and the others. Oh, I see. Her understanding is outstanding since the group of people who love to drink are hungover quite often. We walk through the quiet village and arrive at the village chief's house. Hello, Cecilia-san. Hello, Wataru-san. Thank you for yesterday. We had a big party, and everyone was happy. Well, my husband and most of the villagers are suffering now, though, Cecilia-san said with a bit of a wry smile. The village chief, who was the most enthusiastic, is also hungover. Just as planned. This will calm things down a bit. I can't handle it if they start to get excited again. Haha, everyone was drinking, after all. Did anything go wrong? No, nothing. We ate, drank, made noise, and had a good time. How was the singing? I did my best to praise them. It was actually a great song, so I guess it was good that I praised them sincerely, and they were in a pretty good mood. We chatted over a cup of tea and left the village chief's house. Now, to try out the Quadski XL. The buggy was fine for off-roading, right? Would a secluded grassy area be better? It might get tangled up in a long grass, but it won't break, so that's not a problem. I feel like it's too late to hide it from the dark elves, but there's no need to force them to see it. What, True-san? Why are we going to the meadow? What I'm buying this time is amphibious. I'm thinking of riding it in the meadow. Amphibious? She looked like she didn't understand it at all. I may not have said it well enough, but it was difficult to explain it in any way. It would be better to have her see the actual thing. Well, you'll understand when you see it. I'll buy it and summon it when we get a little further along, so please keep your eyes open for it. Yes. Now that we are a distance away from the village, I buy the Quadski XL. Color selection. There are red, blue, yellow, and silver. I decided to go with red because it looks faster. I paid 5 gold coins for it. Then, I will summon it. Summon Quadski XL. From the magic circle of light, Quadski XL appears. I know it's a different category, but it's a little sad that it's a rubber boat class magic circle. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2022/09/quadxl71.jpg. It's small. Carla-san mumbles. Well, I know what she means. Master, you said it's amphibious, but how does it work? I think it would be quicker if you saw it, so I'll show you now. Also, I'm going to name it the ad. I won't ask too much about the name. Thank you. It's very helpful that you don't ask too deeply. To be honest, the most difficult part of buying a boat is the name. No matter how many times I think about it, I never know the right answer, so I have to rely on my feeling on the spot. I get on the ad and start the engine. Twist the gas pedal, and the ad starts to move. Behind me, I hear a surprised voice. It seems they were surprised. It feels good, doesn't it? It is said to be capable of over 70 kilometers both on water and on land, so it is dependable. Even on uneven ground, I don't feel that much vibration, probably due to the good performance of the suspension. And it's fun. I'm afraid of going full speed, but once I get used to it, I think I can go 40 to 50 kilometers. Rimu is also excited. and it's bouncing around between my legs. I'm afraid he might fall off. I turn around and go back to where I started. It's fun, and the ad will certainly make it easier to get around on land. I wonder if a hovercraft or something like that would be better for moving a large group of people, since I would need several of these vehicles. Well, let's try the ad and think about it if I need something else. Funds on hand: 38 gold coins, 5 silver coins, 68 copper coins. Guild account: 0 platinum coins, 70 gold coins. Savings ship: 190 platinum coins. Pepper ship: 285 T/N. Gibbs Aquada. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2023/06/aquada.jpg. Rinse speed splash. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2023/06/rinsespeedsplash.jpg. Rinse speed esqua. https://nikestranslation-home.files.wordpress.com/2023/06/rinsespeedsqua.jpg. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 4, sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 4, Confirmation of the Ad and Mitigation. After a test run of the ad, I returned to Carla-san, Ins, Felicia, and Fu-chan. Master, isn't it amazing? I thought it was a boat, but it's a magic vehicle. I don't think it's a magic vehicle, but is it something similar? I've never seen a magic vehicle before, so I can't say. It's amazing. Carla-san came up to me and observed with great interest. Thank you. It's easy, so let's all take a ride. I made the tickets, and then I let Carla-san and Felicia ride in the back in turn, and then we rode around. They put their hands around my waist and hugged me from behind. I'm happy, but it's a shame that they're wearing equipment. I don't enjoy the feeling. It's a simple way to drive, so I explain as I drive. How was it riding in the back, Carla-san? It was fun. Her words are short, but she must be telling the truth because she is moving her hands around. She seemed a little excited. Felicia seemed to be enjoying the ride. The problem was Ins. She looks excited, and her eyes are different. This is the face she makes when steering the ship. I had a bad feeling about this, so I made her wait until later, but it seemed she got even more excited because she had to wait. Obviously, I failed. Master, it's my turn next, isn't it? Now, let's go. Why yeah. I take Ins, who is in high spirits, in the back, and we depart. Ins is holding on to me tightly, and I expect her to make a fuss when we start to drive. She seems to be watching my maneuvering with rapt attention. In's face is next to mine. It would have been easier if she had made a fuss. I wondered if I needed to explain the controls to her. I thought so, but I would explain it properly. I'll be especially careful about the precautions I take. Even if I couldn't see her excitement, I could feel it. Ins, how did it go? I can tell without asking, though. It's very interesting. I wonder if it's as fast as a horse. But the atmosphere is different. I was thrilled just watching from the back. Yes, it looks like fun. Ins likes this kind of ride. I wonder if Alessia-san and Marina-san will have the same reaction. I can't see a future where they won't like it. They will ride around happily. Even if they fall over, they'll have a better chance of being safe than the Japanese because of their level of skill. It's difficult. Let's limit the speed at first. Even 40 kilometers per hour is fast in this world. Well, now let's see if you can drive. Carla-san, you get in the front, and I'll get in the back. Okay. This time, I'm going to teach from the back. Twist the gas pedal slowly and drive through the meadow. We avoid areas with long grass and take it easy. We enjoy the ride while looking at the scenery. This is the best way to ride. Felicia also follows the instructions and drives with a sense of security. And also understands if I explain things properly, so as long as she doesn't get too excited, she'll be fine. It's easy for her to get excited, though. It's almost lunchtime, isn't it? Carla-san, shall we have lunch? She nodded with a smile, so I prepared lunch. I thought about summoning the hideaway, but since we were going all out, I decided to have lunch in the middle of the meadow to enjoy the picnic atmosphere. I would have just put out the hot dishes I had bought, but eating a meal in the middle of a pleasant meadow is different. Well, I usually summon at least a rubber boat, but that's because I was told that no monsters could break Felicia's barrier here. Master, What's wrong? You have a big smile on your face. I thought it would be fun to do something like this. In front of me, I watch as Kala-san, Rimmer, and Fu-chan eat their meals with single-minded devotion. It's peaceful. It sure is. It's so laid back. I feel safer than the area around Southern City. Haha, right. I hardly know anything about the Southern City. Aside from the time I arrived in the Southern City, I only went to the Sina village by boat. I waited for the trio of gluttonous eaters to be satisfied with their meal while sipping canned coffee. But they ate so much. Now that we were used to driving on land, the next step was to drive on the water. I am afraid of the sea, so I will take the river. Everyone in the village is hungover today, so the river is probably not being used. I realized something serious. I was thinking of going up the river to the other side of the mountain, but that doesn't work if you're going to hide the ad. Something is getting tedious. I'm starting to feel like I could at least show all the dark elves. They got the luxury liner in the first place, so there's no need to force them to spread the word, but there's no need to sneak around and hide it either. If everyone is back tonight, we'll discuss it. We'll move to the river and slowly enter the water from where we can get in. Huh? There was no word of surprise like it's amazing. Or is it okay to go on the water? I pressed the button and finally got a cheer when the tire was about to move. I get cheers here. I don't understand. I later asked them, and they said, you said it was amphibious, didn't you? I was told that they were wondering about this. They were convinced that it was just like that. It's not a generation gap but a different world gap. The ad travels on the water. It's a bit bumpy. Is the current of the river dangerous? The bigger the boat is, the more stable it is. But a Japanese-style boat is more convenient for this river. I can change the boat immediately by summoning, and I prefer the ad to be used exclusively on land. It's just great to be able to drive on land. When I get back to the others, they're all ready to ride. They take turns going out on the water. They enjoy raising and lowering the tires. Rather than driving on the water, they repeatedly lower the tires, go to land, move to the water again, and raise the tires. The purpose of the use is different. After running on the water and being satisfied, we return to the seeker. Welcome back, Wataru-san. Claretta-san welcomes me with a smile. It's soothing. But I'm worried about the 5 stuffed toys in the back. She was probably making the stuffed toys while taking care of Alessia-san and the others. Considering the speed at which Claretta-san makes stuffed toys, I'm a little afraid of what is going on in her stuffed toy room. I'm back. How are Alessia-san and the others doing, Claretta-san? Well, they seem to be a little better, but they're not in their best condition yet. I see. Tomorrow I would like to go to the place mentioned before where there is a strange smell. Do you think it will be okay? Should we take tomorrow off too? It will be fine. Even if they drank too much, they would recover at night, so tomorrow should be fine. If there is no problem, then let's leave tomorrow. Over a cup of tea with Claretta-san, we talked about today's events. Carla-san is trying her best to explain to Claretta-san about the ad. It's rare to see Carla-san trying so hard to talk, isn't it? Carla-san is trying her best to talk, and Claretta-san is happily listening to her talk. It's a heartwarming and beautiful scene. It would be an ugly scene if I were to join in, so I'll just keep my mouth shut and watch. Hey, is that so? It can run on land and water. I can't even imagine. But I'll ask Wataru-san to show me tomorrow. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, but you know what? If you ask him now, he'll show it to you, you know? I want to show it to her and show off and have her ride behind me without her having to ask. If I barge in here, I'll ruin it. But isn't Carla-san getting slightly childish? I sense motherly feelings from Claretta-san, too, and it's a weird relationship. Basically, Claretta-san and Carla-san are together. It's unusual for them to be like this after they split up. It's also rare that Claretta-san doesn't use polite language for some reason. Foo-foo, I'd love to see it. But I'm sure Alcia and the others will want to see it too, so I'll hold off until then. Okay. Wataru-san, how about dinner? Oh no, I've been dumped over here. It would have been nice to just sit here and watch. Well, I guess Alessia-san and the others aren't in the best of condition. So let's get what each of us wants to eat out of the food storage boat, shall we? Thank you very much. That would be very helpful. The paid dishes on the castle are bought and stocked well. I haven't touched the free ones, though, because I'm afraid I'll be punished if I get greedy. I have nothing in particular to do, so I spend my time playing Jenga for the first time in a while until dinner time. Lately it's been all about entertainment on the castle. but Jenga is just as much fun as ever. It's a great thing to think about. While we were fussing, Alessia-san and the others woke up. Her glowing mood is shaded, and she has a dusky look on her face. I guess a hangover can cloud even the most beautiful woman. Huh? Ilma-san is in an erotic mood. She looks painfully dull, but I wonder if it's called decadence. I feel her sexiness is increasing. It's amazing how sexy she is even in this situation. I love her pheromones. Is everyone alright? Yeah, we're fine. We had a lot of fun, so we drank a little too much. Alessia-san says with a wry smile. Not a little, you've drank too much. Oh, by the way, I have a drink that is good for hangovers. I handed everyone a sports drink. It is not good to drink a sports drink right after drinking. It's very helpful to know that it's good for hangovers. Hearing that it is good for a hangover, they gulped down the sports drink. Phew, I thought it tasted strange when I drank it before, though. It tastes good when I drink it now. Why is that? That's how they rated sports drinks. I wonder more about it myself. I sat on the sofa for a while and suggested udon noodles to them since they didn't seem to have anything they wanted to eat. Udon noodles seem to be good for hangovers, don't they? And it's easy to eat. While the hungover group members were eating udon, we were having a normal dinner. After dinner, they asked for another bottle of sports drink, so I gave it to them. I feel a little calmer now. Thank you, Wataru-san. No, I'm glad you've calmed down. Their complexion is also getting better. Was the sports drink or the udon noodles effective? I'll give it a try when I get a hangover too. Oh, I had a thought earlier today. Would you be willing to discuss it with me? I'll ask them, just in case. No problem. What's the matter? Let's see. I've been hiding my abilities to the best of my ability, but from now on, I think it's okay to do things a little more freely. Of course, I don't want to go out of my way to show off my abilities or sell them somewhere. If your goal is not to show off your abilities and get an important position in some country or become a nobleman, there is nothing wrong with showing off, is there? Alessia-san asked curiously. Status and honor, huh? It seems to be closer to a harem, but there seems to be a lot of accompanying hassle. Even if a harem is created, it's meaningless if you can't live a decadent life. I don't really care about countries or nobility. I was able to summon some interesting things this afternoon, but I thought their use would be limited because of their prominence. I also got the luxury liner, which was my goal, so I don't have to be so concerned about making money. Then I thought that rather than being afraid of being conspicuous and holding back from the things I want to do, I would rather choose to have fun while paying a certain amount of attention. What do you all think? If it looks bad, I'll live my life as it is, but if it's going to be fun, I'm willing to be a little more open-minded. I feel it is useless to hide my abilities, especially on the island of the Dark Elves. I was afraid of the very small possibility, but things were different from when I found this island. When I had only purchased up to the Lotto, and now I have purchased up to the castle. There should be more choices. I see your point. In terms of safety, it's definitely safer to hide as much as you can, but now that you can summon an interesting boat, even if it increases the chances of being found a little bit, you're willing to take advantage of it, right? That's pretty much it, isn't it? I think the general gist of it is what Alessia-san is saying, and I don't think she's wrong. Master, can you tell me what kind of action you want to take anyway? Sorry Ins, it's just that I felt cramped not having the ad at my disposal. That's the starting point, so I haven't thought about it. I thought about turning it into a horse with a ship disguise, but the horse's legs don't work with a ship disguise. A horse was galloping down a street without moving its legs. No matter how you think about it, it's obviously a case of defeat. I haven't really thought that far ahead, but I feel it would be futile to keep my abilities hidden even on a Dark Elf island. I mean, I've already shown the summons of the hideaway to the people of the lakeside village. Certainly, there's less danger on this island. How do you judge what's safe and what's dangerous on this island? It was taken more seriously than I thought. In the meantime, what about letting the ad ride around freely on this island? Also, what would the reaction be if we rode the ad on the continent? Yes, I haven't felt that much inconvenience with my other abilities hidden, so I think the biggest obstacle is how to use the ship summoning on land. I can't say for sure since we haven't checked out that ad. Shall we go take a look now? I don't mind, Alessia-san, but are you feeling alright? Yes, I'm not in my best condition yet, but I don't have a problem. Shall we go? We decided to go out to check the ad together. I wonder how they will react. I'm kind of looking forward to it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 5. Here's the chapter, enjoy. Chapter 5. Forest Exploration and Mountain Exploration. We step out from the seeker to check on the ad. It is already dark, so I float a ball of light to get a light. Then I will summon it. I summon the ad. Yeah. They look complicated. They won't understand unless I show them how to ride it. I'll show you how it works, so please check it out. Then, I ride on the ad and go back around in a circle. Wataru-san. It's very impressive. But I thought Wataru-san's unique skill could only summon ships. That's a fair question. It's a ship summoning. But still, Alessia-san and Marina-san aren't immediately biting into it. I thought they would be interested, like Inns. Maybe, but the ad is amphibious, so I think they recognize it as a ship as well. Really? I think I've told you before, magic vehicles are more valuable than large magic ships. If they are found, it's a big deal. So if you're going to ride on the continent, you'll have to make sure not to be found. If you are found, you have to flee the country or flee the continent. You aren't thinking of fighting and subduing them, are you? I don't want to fight. But flee the country or the continent. That's a number. Alessia-san, is the ad similar to a magic vehicle? I don't know. I've only heard about them. But I'm aware that a magic vehicle is one that can move by itself. So I guess the ad could be considered a magic vehicle. So the basic premise is that it can't be found. How about this? I disguise it as a horse-drawn carriage with a ship disguise. I showed it to them, and they asked me to ride in it. Let's take a ride. A carriage that makes a sound, where the driver can't be seen and drawn by a horse that doesn't move its legs. It's going to be a rumor, but it's not going to make as much noise as a magic vehicle. I don't know if there will be a request to take it down or something. But, who knows if there will be a request to take it down. I wouldn't stand still in place until a request is made to take it down. The carriage form is better. Okay, if I have to ride on the continent, I'll disguise it as a carriage. How about on this island? As Wataru-san said earlier, this island has already been exposed to the summoning of the hideaway, so there's no point in hiding it now. Is there? That's right. Shall we take a normal ride on this island? Do we have to think this much just for the ad? It's kind of a hassle, isn't it? After reaching a conclusion, we returned to the Seeker and decided on tomorrow's schedule. Tomorrow, we will start exploring hot springs in the morning. We have to get into the swing of things. After observing Rimu's transformation practice, I took a bath and went to sleep. In the morning, after getting ready, I was thinking of going on the Japanese-style boat, but I decided to explore on the ad anyway, so I bought 4 additional ads. The colors were 2 red, 1 blue, 1 yellow, and 1 silver. For now, I'll just make up tickets for all of them. After repatriating the Seeker, I held a training session with the members I taught yesterday. Alessia-san and Marina-san were not so interested, but when they found out that they could go faster, they became more interested at once. I guess they were not so interested in it yesterday because I only drove slowly in a circle. Speed is important, isn't it? They started to learn how to operate the boat seriously and started to ride it around. I am sorry that when the village chief and the others saw that my ship had disappeared, they came running in a hurry. Should I have repatriated the ship after I told them? They were relieved when I explained the reason. I am truly sorry. It's not much of an apology, but we put the chief and the others on the back of the ad and sent them back to the village. They were happy to see it, so that was a bit of a relief. I told them that we were going out to explore and were about to go when the children came running, attracted by the sound. Wow, this is amazing. What is this? What's this? What is this? Let me ride it. Hey, let me ride it. 8 kids running around the ad. This won't stop unless we let them on. We took turns riding them on the back, and we went around the perimeter of the village. The kids are so happy and excited. I was scared that they might fall off. It was bad for my heart. After taking them one by one, we leave the village immediately. If we take it easy, it looks like we'll have to go around the village endlessly. We left the village and headed straight for the river. At first, we went slowly up the river to get used to it. By the way, Girasol and I split up and boarded the ad, with Inns and Felicia riding alone. When we arrived at the border of the forest, the Dark Elves appeared with their weapons at the ready. They lowered their weapons after seeing us, but I think we startled them. We were sorry that we had startled the chief and the others in the village, but we neglected to mention that there were dark elves in the forest as well. A man who can. No. If they were normal members of society or something, I wouldn't have forgotten about them. Romano-san was there, too, but after bowing to us, he was standing by in a stern position. This is scary. He looks like he's been trained by the Spartans. We parted ways with the dark elves and headed back up the river. Along the way, the river was blocked by a fallen tree, so we moved on shore. I found a wide place, so I signaled the others, and we stopped. What's wrong, Watru-san? Alessia-san asked. Yes, it's quite bumpy, and I thought we could discuss whether we should continue on the ad or switch to foot. I can avoid tree roots and check them, so I'll be fine. But the ground itself is bad, so it's very uneven. I can stand it, but I wonder if anyone else gets motion sickness. Well, it's definitely bumpy, but the fastest way to get there is on the ad. And it's even faster because we can ignore the goblins even if they do appear. That's true. Goblins have attacked us a few times, but we can ignore them and proceed because of the boarding rejection. The ad is quite convenient, isn't it? Is anyone else feeling sick? No one in the ladies' group seems to be feeling sick. They were all shaking their heads. It seems no one is feeling sick. Then we'll keep going until we can't go any further. Wait a minute. This is a good spot, so why don't we have lunch? Ah, right. The time is just right, so let's have lunch. Even though only weak monsters have been found, it is still in the middle of the forest, so I repatriate the ad and surround the area with rubber boats. I summon the food storage boat, and each of us takes a dish of our choice. I'll have a cup of noodles and onigiri. It tastes strangely good when you eat outside. Rimmer said the meat was good, so he had pork cutlet, fried chicken, and onigiri. He's a growing kid, so there's no problem, right? I enjoy my meal while looking at the forest around me. Master, is there something wrong? Ah, Felicia. I was wondering why this forest and the demon forest don't look so different under normal circumstances. Well, the demon forest is caused by the special nature of the monsters, so maybe it doesn't differ as a forest. Speaking of which, that's true. It's only troublesome because the monsters go crazy and attack intensively, but the forest itself isn't so different. No, there were some strong monsters, so it must be a little different. Well, compared to the demon forest, you don't have to be all nervous, so it's a lot more comfortable. After finishing our meal, we boarded the ad again and proceeded toward the mountain. Goblins are like that. I guess it can't be helped that they make loud noises, but it's scary because they just barge right into you without thinking. While they may not be so fast, they need to stop jumping out in front of us. It's weird to watch them cling to the barriers until they get bounced off. On top of that, they do little to no damage, so they chase after us in anger and scream like this, Jaya, Gajya, Jaya. It's like a hit and run, so it's understandable that they are angry, but don't forget that you are the one who jumped out of the bushes and blocked our way. We continue on, being startled by the goblin a few times. The slope is getting steeper, so we switch to walking to be on the safe side. I don't want to reenact the scene where we roll over and fall down in the horror TV footage. If I didn't take my hands off the handlebars, I would probably be safe because of boarding rejection, but if we hit a tree or something and changed direction, I could have been thrown off the boat. Mountain climbing. I don't have any physical problems, but as a rather indoor person, I feel tired just hearing the words. Also, when I get off the ad, I am surprised by the insects that suddenly fly in because there is no longer the boarding rejection. Surprised by goblins, surprised by bugs. It's embarrassing. As the women climb up, cleaving grass and vines as if they are fine, I pretend to be fine and climb up too. When I climbed before, I was fine because I was so determined to do my best in the other world, but now that I've got a good ship, my soft spirit is coming back. I climb the mountain thinking pathetic things. Watru-san, we are almost halfway up the mountain. Marina-san, carrying Fuu-chan on her head, tells me that we have reached the halfway point. Fuu-chan is jumping around on her head. I wonder if they are telling us together. Fuu-chan, if you send me a thought, I'll understand, you know. Thank you very much. Then let's move to the other side of the mountain. We switch to moving sideways from near the middle of the mountain. It's hard to walk. Would it have been easier to get on the ad at the foot of the mountain and move to the other side? It's too late now. Let's just try my best and keep walking. We proceeded through the mountain, killing goblins that came out by chance. It took longer to move sideways because of the steep cliff-like slopes in places, Perhaps it would have been easier to climb to the top and go down the other side. I managed to keep going, trying to regain my strength. Frankly speaking, I didn't want to go through all this trouble to get into the hot spring. And I'm not even sure if it's a hot spring or not. Don't you think my thoughts are going in a negative direction? I'm the type of person who would be satisfied just by watching it on TV. I think it's because of the magic of the word hot springs that I got excited for no reason. Most Japanese people would respond to the word hot spring, wouldn't they? I feel that the Japanese DNA is imprinted with information that makes them get excited when they hear about hot springs. What, Trusan? There is a strange smell coming from over there. It stinks. I smelled the odor at Claretta-san's words but could not discern anything. I can't smell it. Can you tell which direction it's coming from? Beastmen have a good nose, you know. I don't think Wataru-san can tell yet. The direction is roughly in that direction. I see. Well, is it going to take much longer? I'm not sure about the distance. I think it will take some time, so it is better to prepare for the encampment today. It will be sunset soon. We could not arrive there by the end of the day, or it would be meaningless if it were dark. Even if we forced ourselves to go, we'd have to camp somewhere where I could get a rubber boat out. Then let's find a place where there is space and camp there. Okay, Wataru-san, you stay here and wait for us. We'll go and search. Yes. Please. At Alessia-san's command, the gears all scattered. I'm on standby because, to put it bluntly, it's probably because it's dangerous, or, to put it another way, because I'm a liability. I had an inkling of what was going on. After about 20 minutes, everyone returned. We exchanged information and were directed to the best place. There is no room to summon the hideaway, but there is plenty of room for the hut boat. We cut the grass lightly, and I summoned 3 hut boats, a food storage boat, and a rubber boat. We take out food and drinks and prepare dinner. So, Wataru-san, we're going to a place that has a strange smell, aren't we? What's the? It seems strange to go to a place with a strange smell, doesn't it, Claretta-san? I understand how you feel. Besides, she seems to have a much better sense of smell than I do. Well, I don't know if it's what I think it is, and I'll be disappointed if it's not, but do you want to hear it? Alessia, what do you think? Right, Claretta, does it smell that bad? Yes, it should be much thinner, but it's a bad smell. It's not well received. Well, it's not a very flattering smell, is it? Wataru-san, can you tell us what kind of place it is? I'm afraid to go to a place with such a strange smell without knowing why. That's true, isn't it? I would also like to refrain from going to a place that smells bad without knowing what it is about. If the place is what I think it is, there is a possibility that there are hot springs there. It was in the movie before, and I explained it to you, didn't I? You mean the place where the hot water has various substances dissolved in it to relieve fatigue and cleanse the skin, right? They remember it well, don't they? I guess they remembered it because it was supposed to make their skin beautiful. The lady's eyes lit up when they heard about the hot springs. But I've heard that when it comes to beautiful skin, the ingredients in hot water dissolve something on the skin's surface, making it smooth and silky. I wonder if the hot water in the other world is safe? I'm starting to get worried. Yes, but even if it is a hot spring, there is a possibility that there are poisonous gases emitted or the water is not suitable for bathing. Please don't get your hopes up too high. I had to take precautions. I'm going to be very disappointed if I'm wrong. The ladies are not listening to it. They are just talking about it while giggling. I can only hope that it is a wonderful hot spring. After dinner, we split up into huts and rubber boats and slept. I went to sleep, hoping that there would be a hot spring that I could at least enter. Good night. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 6, sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 6, Guilt and Hot Springs. We camped in the mountains in search of hot springs. That morning, after a light morning greeting in the hut boat, we went outside. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Wataru-san. After exchanging greetings with the members of Girasol, I summoned the food storage boat for breakfast. Wataru-san, what are your plans for today? I'm going to look for hot springs, and the rest will depend on the results. If it looks like it will not be possible, we will return immediately. If it looks like it will work out, I would like to fix up the location of the hot spring. I guess you never know until you go there. Fufu, I feel like it is good for an adventurer. Are you saying that the hot springs are a treasure? I'm a merchant, you know. That's right. Wataru-san makes money, but you don't feel like a merchant. I only sell pepper, you know. But if I am making money, I should have no problem calling myself a merchant. Now, let's not talk about this anymore. It's going to be quite sad if we keep talking. After finishing breakfast, we proceeded in the direction where we thought the hot springs were located. I asked Claretta-san to point us in the right direction. But I'm doing a terrible thing by asking her to take us to a place where the smell is even worse than before. As Claretta-san led us onward, my nose began to detect a smell similar to what I would experience at a hot spring resort. I don't mind this smell, but the ladies don't seem to like it, so it makes a big difference where you grew up. A little further on, we came to a small river. We ran into it. The width of the flowing water is no more than 50 centimeters. I wondered if it was a hot spring. Looking at the end of the stream, I could see a cliff-like place. Perhaps there is the source of spring at the place of that cliff. Let's go there. We will go slowly, so if you feel sick, please tell me immediately. There is a possibility that dangerous gas is coming out. What will happen? I couldn't answer Alessia-san's question. To be honest, I hardly know anything about the dangers of hot springs. What should I do in the first place? I've been to hot springs before, but this is my first time finding the source, so I don't really know either. What do you suggest we do? I'm being taken aback. Their gazes are cold. Even I know that. I've been excited since I realized the potential of the hot springs, but yesterday's climb up the mountain made me calm down. I don't know what to do. It's potentially dangerous, isn't it? Alessia-san confirms again. Yes. After a little thought, Alessia-san spoke up. Claretta can use detoxification magic, but I don't know if that's enough to deal with the situation. Wataru-san, would you be okay with the adventurers making sure it is safe? Yes, please. I can only think of a way to turn back if I get sick. Wataru-san, can you get the rope out? Yes, sure. Marina-san and Carla-san, with the rope, enter the forest under the direction of Alessia-san. Could it be? Wataru-san, if it is safe, you will summon the hideaway to this area, right? Yes. I intend to do so. But I want to summon it near the source if possible, so it would be futile to search for it. I understand. Dorothea, Alma, please search the area and find a place. The movements are brisk when Alessia-san starts to divide. Is this the quality of a leader? After waiting for a while, Marina-san and Carla-san returned, dragging a goblin wrapped around a rope. I see they also caught a bird in their hands. I somehow had a feeling. As it was, Marina-san ran near the hot spring and came back, leaving the bird and goblin where the steam was. Immediately after that, Claretta-san cast a magic spell. Is that detoxifying magic? If it were in Japan, I think this would be a pattern that would completely piss people off. Goblin aside, they would be pissed off with the birds. We'll see how things go for a while with this. Yes, well, let's have some tea. Dorothea-san and Ilma-san also returned, so I summoned the food storage boat and served snacks and tea. I drink tea leisurely and watch the birds and the goblin. I feel like I'm doing something terribly bad. No, I know I'm doing something terrible. Aside from the goblin, I feel bad for the birds. Dorothea-san and Ilma-san's patrols have revealed that there is a cave a little further on, a cave on an uncharted island. There's something romantic about that, isn't there? The ladies seem happy, and I guess we'll have to explore. I hope there are no insect monsters. We take our time and observe. After lunch, we head for the source since it seems that both birds and the goblin are alive. The hot spring is flowing out of those rocks, isn't it? Hot water is flowing from a crevice in the rocks on the cliff, forming a small river. The quantity of hot water is abundant. It looks as if it could be poured from the source. I wonder if it's safe, Alessia-san said a little uncomfortably. I can understand why she would be concerned. If you get used to this kind of hot water, you'll be addicted to it. It's a little hard to believe, but I have high hopes. Next time, we'll make sure the water is safe, right? Do you really have high expectations? You have a questioning look on your face, don't you? I'll do my best to return the favor. Depending on the hot springs, though. Yes. We'll have to get the goblin to help us again, won't we? I feel uncomfortable saying that myself. The goblin looks at me like it's going to kill me. We roll the goblin under the running hot water. The goblin starts to go berserk. Is there something poisonous in the water? Wataru-san, I think it's hot. I know, right? The steam is coming out of the water. It's hot, isn't it? Claretta-san is right. Shall we go downstream a little? If it's downstream, it must have cooled down. Thinking about it, there was no need to check the source of the hot water. Once we got to a place where the steam had subsided to a certain extent, we put the goblin a little upstream from where we were waiting. The bird was likely to die if we put it in, so we soaked it lightly in the cooler water further downstream to see how it would do. Since there seems to be no problem at the moment, let's clear the summoning place for the hideaway, shall we? Since it is so far away, I will cut down a tree near the source and carry it away. After that, let's use magic to expand the space. Can't we use earth magic or something to neatly clear the land? Earth magic? Unfortunately, we don't have any members who can use it. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any earth-related magic. Well, if they can't use it, there's nothing we can do about it. How shall we clear the land for the hot springs? In light novels and such, when there is a hot spring, there should be something that can be done with magic. Maybe it should be possible in this world, too. We just didn't have any members who could use earth magic, though. I've bought some tools that can be used in construction, but they were supposed to be supplementary to the magic. If not, maybe I should go to the Dark Elf village and look for some. I'm sure there are people who can use them. At any rate, I'll summon a hideaway to the cleared area and only bring the birds. If they are fine for a while after getting out of the hot spring, it should be fine. By the way, the goblin was left as it was, and it was decided that the bird would be released because it was considered not tasty. Please don't tell anyone that I was a little relieved. I slaughtered a lot of horned rabbits and sea monsters, but I felt relieved when I found out that the bird we caught to check for poison was released safely. I like being relieved myself. So, what, Trusan, what are you going to do now? Well, yes, for now, it looks fine, but just to be safe, we'll keep an eye on it until tomorrow. I'll pour a little hot water on my arms later, and if my skin doesn't get too rough, then tomorrow we'll finally bathe. You shouldn't try it yourself, Master. I'll do it. You don't have to worry so much. The goblin and the birds are looking mostly fine. It's just a precaution. I'll test it. If it's fine, then it's fine with me, right? That's true, but I feel like I want to go on and be useful in a place that seems okay, but I don't know if I should be a wimp here. I understand. Ins, please. Yes. So, what, Trusan, if it's okay, how do we get in? Right. It looks quite hot, so I think it would be better to fill the bathtub with hot water and add water to it after a while. If the water is good, we should maintain it well. I think I remember hearing that hot springs start to oxidize and lose their ingredients if they come into contact with air. In Kusatsu and other places, they cool it down in hot water fields and so on. But which is better? Well, let's try it this time with added water. Fufu. What, Trusan? You're getting kind of energetic. Are you having so much fun? I am embarrassed, but I am really looking forward to it. The mountain climbing on the way to the site had dampened my spirits, but if there is a hot spring in front of me, I'll get excited, won't I? Sorry for being so simple. Yes, I am looking forward to it, because as you saw on the DVD, hot springs are a popular place in my country. I hope you are looking forward to it too. I trust you. Yes, I'm sure you'll like the hot water with no problem. I guess there are some things that are hard to convince people. We'll have dinner on the hideaway and only let the birds go first. Master, I've poured hot water on my arm. Do you want me to leave it like that? Yeah, but if you feel any discomfort, rinse it off immediately. Yes, I understand. After we finished eating, I observed Rimu's recent training routine. Fu-chan is very interested in the evolved Rimu and is popping around him. Marina-san, who was watching, was also enthusiastic. She is probably thinking about increasing her level. Dorothea-san was looking at them with a bit of envy. Dorothea-san would also like to try taming slimes, wouldn't she? Since there will be a hot spring, I wonder if we can find a slime that can use fire magic. After spending some time relaxing, we went to sleep. Tomorrow is the hot springs. Now, everyone, it's time for the hot springs. After breakfast, In's arm was not showing any abnormalities, and the goblin was also fine. Then it's hot springs, right? With full of energy, I headed to the hot spring with the ladies in tow. I summoned a bath boat right under the source and filled it with hot water. Then, I summoned another hot boat and changed into a bathing suit. Master, are you going to go in first? Yes, it will be fine. In's skin was fine, wasn't it? You worry too much. But, Master, I think it would be better if I go in first. But even if Ins and Felicia went in first, I would go in right after you, so it wouldn't make sense. If there are enough abnormalities to be noticed immediately, then the birds, the goblin, and In's skin will be showing abnormalities, right? I get out of the hut and check the bathtub. It's more than half full. I asked them to fill it with water and stir it. After filling it with water a few times and getting it just right, I soaked myself in the hot spring water. I soak slowly in the hot spring. I take a bath every day, but I think it's just my imagination that it feels so special to take a bath in a hot spring. Because I don't even know what the benefits are. Master, are you alright? Yeah, no problem. It feels good. When I touch my skin in the hot water, it feels smooth and slippery. This means the spring water has a mildly alkaline quality, right? Probably. Do you feel any pain when you soak in this hot water, Rimo? I forgot that there was Rimo on top of my head and just went into the hot spring as normal. When I realized it, he was diving into the hot spring from the top of my head. I panicked. I scooped up Rimo in a hurry and checked him. Bath. He seems pleased. I told him to let me know as soon as he felt any discomfort, and we soaked in the hot spring together, although it concerns me that the women are watching me while I soak in the hot spring. It's a special experience to soak in a hot spring in the great outdoors. I'd love to have a rock bath. I wonder if there are any stonemasons, dark elves who are stonemasons. I can't picture it. Soaking slowly in the hot spring. Wiping myself with a towel, I feel a little slippery. What, Trusan? Are you alright? I'm fine, Alessia-san. I think there is nothing wrong with my skin. I let her touch my arm and say, it's getting smooth, isn't it? She told me she couldn't compare them because she didn't know the original. I think she's right. Then Ins and I will try it, and you can check. The ladies touch Ins and Felicia's skin to check. After that, I gave them permission to come aboard and soak in the hot springs. Ins, Felicia, how does it feel? It feels good. I'm surprised it doesn't smell too bad in the hot spring. It feels good to me too, but my skin feels slippery. Is it okay? Yes, it's fine. That's how it feels in a hot spring. When you are satisfied, get out and wipe your body, and you will see. After getting out of the bath and wiping their bodies, Ins and Felicia are swarmed by Girasol members. It's getting really slippery, isn't it? Alessia-san says. Yes. It's not a drastic change, but it's smooth enough that I can tell the difference. Ilma-san is analyzing Felicia's skin with a serious look on her face. I'm next. I'm going to get changed. Alessia-san runs to the hideaway. The other members hurried after her. The hot springs proved to be good, right? Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 8 Chapter 7. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 7. Development and Exploration. After checking the effects of the hot springs, I watch Girasol run back to the hideaway to change their clothes. Girasol's appearance has been polished up considerably by the castle's beauty-related activities, though. The hot water is getting cold. Shall we change it? Yes, Ins, Felicia, and I dump out the hot water and set up the bathtub at the source. I let the wastewater go straight into the creek, but I wonder about it. I'll have to check where the creek flows next time. Hey, Master, wouldn't it be better to bring the hot spring to the jacuzzi on the hideaway since it's such a hassle to change the hot water over and over again? Ins, are you a genius? That's a good idea. Let's fill the bathtub to the limit with hot spring water. If we carry the hot spring water twice and add water, we'll have enough for the jacuzzi. Normally, the ingredients of the hot spring might damage the bath, but it would be fine because of the indestructible effect. Jacuzzi hot spring. It sounds amazing. I'll go in later too. Oh, Girasol is back. Huh? What, Trusan? Are you replacing the hot spring? Yes, it gets cold, and if we put the hot spring in the jacuzzi on the hideaway, we can all get in. When I told them about In's idea, they agreed and waited for the hot spring to fill up with excited faces. After the hot spring was filled to capacity, we took it to the jacuzzi 2 times and added water, and it was just right. I sit on the sofa next to it and observe Girasol taking a bath with the hot spring on. I'm happy to watch with open arms because I have a great reason to check the effects of the hot springs. How do you like the hot springs? It feels great. When I soak in the hot spring water, it really makes my skin feel slippery. It's so strange, Alessia-san said with a pleasant feeling. Are you okay with the smell, Claretta-san? Yes, I don't know if my sense of smell has been paralyzed or if I've just gotten used to it, but it doesn't bother me anymore. There seems to be no problem. Everyone seems to feel good, and I'm glad it wasn't a wasted trip. After getting out of the bath, the Girasol check each other's skin and make a lot of noises. It's a sight to behold. What, Trusan? Hot springs are amazing, Alessia-san said with a big smile on her face. Her bathing suit fits her perfectly, and I can't help but smile. I answer her while handing her a cold can of beer. I'm glad you liked it. Phew. Yes, it feels so good. The beer tastes so good, too. She gulped down the beer and was in a good mood. Morning bath. Morning hot spring? And beer. That's it. It's the kind of situation that the fathers on their day off would love to have. Maybe. Master, I think it's pleasant. Are you going to maintain this hot spring? Well, this hot spring has a lot of hot spring water, and Ins is right. It feels good, but it's hard to get here. What shall we do? If we could get here by the ad, I would definitely maintain it, but it's a bit of a hike up the mountain through the forest. It might be a bit of a challenge to come, but it would be a shame to leave it alone. As I was worrying about this, Felicia came up with a suggestion. Master, would it be alright if I told my father? If so, I think it would make things a little easier if we cut down some of the timber we use in the village to make way for the road. Dark elves maintain the road to the hot springs. Should we ask them to build a hot spring village? It's hard to imagine a hot spring village for dark elves. But it could be a source of entertainment, right? But it's a lot of work, isn't it? Of course, it would be fine, but if the trees were cut down to make way for a road, the distance would increase, and it would be tough. And with so few people, it's a lot of work, isn't it? It is true that it will increase the amount of labor. However, since there will eventually be a village in the forest, there is no need to transport that amount of wood, so I think it will be fine. Well, then, why don't we take the village chief and the others on a tour? And if they like the hot springs, we can ask them to build a village here. Not a village in the forest, but a village in the mountains, but maybe too far away. Is that all right with you? Yes, we won't be here all the time, and it would be enough if we could use the village once in a while. But it's not too far, is it? I think the problem of distance will not be a problem if a rest area is built in the forest. If we can use the hot springs, it will be a pleasure for the villagers, so by all means, please do so. I wonder if hot spring trips will take root on this island? Well, that depends on the village chief's answer, but I think I'll leave it to him. The hot springs will take away some of the fatigue. Thank you very much. I can throw in all the tedious work, and it's only a benefit to me too. Once the road is cleared, it will be easy to come to the hot springs just by riding the ad. What, Trusan? I understand about the hot springs, but what are you going to do after this? I notice Alessia-san's words. It's not even noon yet. Oh, yes. I'd like to stay a few more nights on the hideaway so I can go to the hot springs a few more times. Is that okay? Yes, that's fine. Then we can explore the caves. Do you want to go too? What, Trusan? Exploring the cave that Dorothea-san found yesterday? I think I'll pass. I don't want to go exploring a cave after climbing a mountain. It's too bad. It would help a lot if you came along. What, Rusan? I'm glad you say so, but caves are prone to bugs, which I don't like. What's the point of exploring a cave on a deserted island in the first place? Even if there are, it's only precious minerals and medicinal herbs, right? And maybe some rare monsters. It's fun not knowing what you'll find. Even if the island is uninhabited now, it might have been inhabited in ancient times. And there's always the possibility of finding something valuable. I had thought about the possibility of finding something valuable, but I wondered if there might be ancient ruins or something. That's a man's romance, too, isn't it? Maybe we'll find a magic ship or a magic car? Yes, that's right. There might be other treasures to be found as well. Do you want to go there too? What, Trusan? I'll stop. I can summon a magic ship and a magic car. Even if it is a treasure, I have enough money. I'm interested, but I'll stop. I can see myself going into a cave out of curiosity and holding back a desperate scream when a bug monster comes out. It's just a humiliation. Too bad. Let's go together when you feel like it. Oh, and if we need what Rusan's help like before, will you help us? Yes, well, if you need me, please call me. I don't think there are situations on land where my abilities can be used so conveniently, though. It was a little early for lunch, but they were going to the cave, so we had an early lunch and saw Girasol departing. Today is just a light exploration, so they will be back in the evening. What are we going to do, Master? I haven't decided on anything in particular. We're going to the hot springs, and there's nothing else to do. I've bought some construction tools, so we can work around the hot spring. I'd like to make a rock bath. I know how to make hard-packed dirt because I've seen it on the Tetsuan Dash show. I don't know if it will work, but let's give it a try, shall we? I think the materials are soil, lime, and bittern, right? The lime was made by burning shells. I heard that bittern can be obtained when making salt. I don't remember what kind of soil to use. It's impossible. I can't imagine the completion. It would take too much time to study the formula again and again, to burn the shells, and to make salt. I think I can get bittern at the Dark Elves village, but the rest is too much trouble. I wanted to make a rock bath, but I can't think of how to make one. Is there any way? Make a rock bath? Well, if you roughly hollow out a large rock, there's nothing wrong with that. Hollow out a rock, but it would be hard to carry it here. I prefer the big one, so I don't think it will be good in a rubber boat. I can do it with my swordsmanship without any problem if it's just roughly hollowing out a rock. Carrying it is too much work for us alone, so we'll have to get the members of Girasol to help us. A different world, huh? In this world, you can cut rocks with swordsmanship, huh? If we can find a large rock, we can make a rock bath. Monolithic rock bath. It seems more luxurious than something made from a combination of rocks. If there is no big rock nearby that we can use, it will be impossible, so let's go look for a big rock first. There was a landslide on the way here, wasn't there? I think I saw a rock there from a distance. Yes. I put Tremor on my head and set off to look for the rock. As it turns out, it was rather easy to find. It's big. Yes, Master. I don't think we could carry something this big, even with the Girasol people present. Felicia is right. Its height is about 3 meters, its width is about 5 meters, and its depth is about 3 meters. If it's 70 centimeters high and 2 meters wide and 2 meters deep, it should be fine. If there are any cracks in it, it won't work. So can you cut around it and make it fit? I understand. First, cut off the outside and make sure there are no cracks, is it? Yes, please. Ins draws her sword and approaches the rock. When she swung her sword, the rock shifted and fell without a sound. It's amazing what the other world is capable of. They do things like the famous Great Thief's Companion with the iron-cutting sword. T/N. Gomen Ishikawa 13 and his Zantetsuken. If the rocks that fall from being slashed didn't make the ground shake, you might think they were soft. For all intents and purposes, it's a wonder she's been able to cut longer than the length of the sword. That's great, isn't it, Rimmer? Yeah. Rimmer is also popping on my head, probably amused by the fact that rocks can be slashed. Master, it's done. I looked at it in a daze and saw that the entire surface of the rock had been slashed off. Thank you. Let's see if there are any cracks first. Can you two help me? Yes. We carefully examined the rock for cracks. There was one large crack, but fortunately, it was at the edge, so there was no problem cutting it off. With this, we can make 2 large rock baths. Master, do we really need 2? Yes, one to hold the hot spring water. When that one is full, the water will flow into the other one so that the temperature of the second one will be lower. Well, it would take some adjustment, but I think it would work, and we could add more water to the first one. Well, let's make the first one anyway. Okay. After indicating the size, Ins carefully swung her sword this time. By making a vertical incision and swinging the sword at an angle, the rock can be removed. Felicia and I carried the rock while Ins swung her sword silently. Phew, it's done. Good work. All that's left to do is to hit the inside of the rock with this hammer to remove the bumps. Just the hammer? Master, I think that's a lot of work. I think so, too, but with so many bumps and bruises, I'm afraid it might hurt you. I'll serve you a nice booze for dinner, so let's do our best. Okay. The 3 of us just pounded away at the bumps, trying to flatten them out. It's pretty hard because if you put too much force and crack it, it will be the end. I guess it should be about like this. It will be sunset soon, so let's go back today. If Girasol is free tomorrow, let's ask them to carry it for us. That's right. I'm more tired from pounding on it than from slashing with the sword. In said, cracking her neck and shoulders. Haha, it's a tricky task. But, Master, if we're going to carry rocks this big, don't we have to level and consolidate the place we're carrying them? Now that you put it that way, what should we do? Well, before we carry the rocks, Let's level the ground at the source. It would be laughable if the rocks were broken when we put them down after we had brought them there. I understand. More and more things to do. It was just a random thought. When I returned to the hideaway, Girasol had also returned. What, True-san? Welcome back. Where have you been? I'm back, Alessia-san. I went to make a rock bath. I need your help for one day tomorrow. Rock bath? I don't know what it is. But we have no problem helping you. Don't you understand what I'm talking about when I say rock bath? Well, if they help me, I'll show them the actual thing and explain it to them tomorrow. Thank you. So, how was the cave? The cave today was just a quick reconnaissance, so we don't know much about it. But since monsters are monsters, it might be pretty deep. Monsters are monsters. Don't look so displeased, Wataru-san. I was found out. Well, it can't be helped. I'm sure there are some insect monsters in there. Was there a bug monster? Yes, there was. Of course, there were. What kind of things were there, by the way? Well, there were slimes, goblins, and giant centipedes. But the most common were giant ants. Depending on the size of the nest, it could be quite deep. Ants. If it's an ant nest, don't we need to search for it? Are there big ants swarming around? I don't like it. I don't like to think about it. That's not the case. The chances of finding treasure are low, but if it's a big nest, it branches out all over the place, so there's a good chance we'll find minerals and gemstones. So we'll start exploring again the day after tomorrow. Felicia seems happy at the possibility of finding minerals. If there are minerals, it will help the Dark Elves, too, right? Well, tomorrow, we'll maintain the hot springs. Let's forget about the cave. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 8, sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier and new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 8, Completion of Rock Bath and Cave Information. I hope I can manage to build a rock bath today. If I ask the Dark Elves, they might make me a big wooden bathtub. But I'm longing for a rock bath too. So, Wataru-san, what do you want us to do? I think about Alessia-san's question about today's schedule. I wonder if I'll be done in a day. Well, there are 8 people with considerable physical strength and power, plus me, so we should be able to handle it. Yes, that's right. First, we will drive in some stakes, and then we will clear the ground at the source and level it off. After that, we will pound the ground with a mallet. After that, we will bring in the rock bath that was built yesterday, and then we will build another rock bath and bring it in. It sounds like a lot of work. It will take a long time, so let's get started. But is this really the right way to go? I think when people built their houses, they drove stakes into the ground. The problem is that all we have is raw wood. Even raw wood is better than no wood, right? Yes, I'm counting on you. For now, we'll make a simple flume and run the hot spring to another location. I cut down a hard, sturdy tree Felicia picked out for me and pointed to it. The appropriateness of this is unsettling. Should I have asked the carpenter from the Dark Elf village first? Alessia-san easily cuts the tree down with her sword, and when she swings the sword, it's in the shape of a stake. It's a fantasy. I saw on TV that it is less likely to rot if the surface is scorched, so I asked Ims to scorch the surface with her flame magic. I drive 4 of the finished stakes into each of the approximate positions. Will this work out? I'm so anxious with TV knowledge. Well, we're not building a house, so let's trust that everything will be okay. Well, then, I'll ask you to make it as flat and level as possible and to dig down about 50 centimeters lower where the second rock bath is going to be placed. The women immediately began to move in response to my simple explanation. The raised areas will be scraped away, and the low areas will be filled with soil. After leveling the ground to a certain extent, we pound the ground with a large wooden mallet. After pounding the ground, we put soil on the dented areas and pounded the ground again. All of the workers are incredibly strong, so the ground is being leveled rapidly. Carla-san's work, in particular, was tremendous. Carla-san is a wonder, isn't she? She is a tall, slender, beautiful woman with big breasts. She is a bit contradictory. When it comes to food, she is a glutton. And she has too many childish and monstrous attributes. And it's a shame that she lacks attributes in the sexy direction. Working while thinking about silly things, we finished the work of leveling the ground in the morning. Just having a jump in strength and stamina has a terrific effect. Thank you all very much. It's time for lunch. Phew, it's lunchtime. This kind of work makes me hungry. Haha, thank you. Alessia-san. I'm sorry it's not the same as usual, but please eat plenty. I'm hungry. What, True-san, can I eat a lot too? I think Carla-san always eats a lot, but has she been restraining herself? Yes. Please eat a lot. It is a secret that I felt a little uneasy at the please Carla-san. We washed our hands and faces and had lunch on the deck of the hideaway. As usual, I summoned the food storage ship, and we each took out a dish of our choice. What shall I eat? It's meat since I'll be doing manual labor again this afternoon. I also want to eat rice, so I'll simply have a steak bowl. Rimmer told me the same is fine, so I'll cut up 2 hot sirloins and pour the meat juices on top of the rice. For the sauce, let's use the gravy provided with the steaks. For a moment, I was tempted to pour the curry over the steak bowl, but that would be overkill. But the sirloin curry bowl looks good too. I'll try it next time I'm alone. We take our dishes as we like and start eating. Carla-san, who has declared that she will eat a lot of food, is off to a rocket start. I guess she's going to eat as much as she can. I'm glad that the luxury liner and the ferry brought us a full range of dishes and desserts. She and Claretta-san are also trying out some recipes from a cookbook. We have a larger repertoire of dishes. I feel like we've grown closer. But I'm sad to say that it's all just friendship. All but the gluttonous trio finish eating and relax over a cup of tea. It's interesting to see Remo and Fu-chan take up positions next to Carla-san and secure their food before I know it. But Carla-san, please don't tell me you can't move because you're so full, okay? After Carla-san, Remo, and Fu-chan are satisfied and take a little food break, we move on to carry the rock bath. What, True-san, I think it's too big. Don't you think? Alessia-san looked at me with a look that said, common sense is important, you know? I can't accept that people in a fantasy world would question my common sense. I'll have Ins cut the part used in the bath, so we won't be carrying everything at once. The width is not much different. The height will be less than a meter. If the rock bath is vertical, we should be able to carry it with no problem. If it doesn't break, though, it's still big enough, right? She was right. Hey. What, True-san, if it's that tall, it's going to be hard to take it down, and wouldn't it be easier to carry it on the deck of the hideaway? If you summon the hideaway next to it, we can just shift it to the side and carry it, right? There's a genius. As expected, the leader of an A-rank party, right? I see. It's definitely easier that way. Shall we simply clear the area next to the rock? Okay. With simple magic, the plants and the ground will be blown away and leveled. I hope the goddess of the forest doesn't get mad at us. She's around because the dark elves believe in her, right? If I ever get summoned by Creator God Sama, I'll ask him to pass a message on to her. I'll summon it then. I repatriate the hideaway near the hot springs and summon it next to the big rock. It's just the right height. We push the rock bath from one side and carry it to the hideaway. The rock bath could break, so we moved it carefully. I don't know how many hundreds of kilograms or how many tons it weighs, but the huge mass of rock is carried by 8 beautiful women. It's truly a fantasy, a physical strengthening experience. I'm in on it, but I don't feel like I'm helping much. We carefully lower the rock bath onto the deck. After lowering the rock bath, I check it and found no cracks anywhere. It looks like it's going to be okay. I returned the hideaway back to the source, and it was even more difficult to lower it down from the 2-meter drop-off point. Alessia-san said it would be a little easier if not for the fear of breaking it. I hope you do it carefully because I don't want you to break it. We managed to set up a rock bath at the base of the spring. I just said that a hot spring is a rock bath, and that's all it is, but that's a big overreaction. We need to carry the rock bath once more. It's going to break my heart. We went back to the rocky place, and Ins cut the rocks as she did yesterday, and the rest of us carried out the cut rocks. The 9 of us quickly leveled off the rocky ledge and completed the rock bath. We tied them with a rope and pulled them up to the hideaway, sliding them against a leaning tree. Returning to the source, we set it up in front of the first rock bath. It looks like a terraced field. The rest is done by making a depression in the second rock bath to allow the hot water to flow. Phew, it's done. Thank you all. Fufu. It was harder than I thought, but it looks so nice when it's finished. We'll be able to fill it with hot water, won't we? Alessia-san was right. 2 large monolithic rock baths, side by side, create a great atmosphere. When the first bath is filled with hot water, and the overflowing water is collected in the second bath, it should cool down a little. Basically, I plan to take the second bath but I can take the first rock bath as well if we add water. The way I see it, not only Alessia-san but the rest of the ladies like it as well. Before that, let's wash it with water. There are some small pieces of rock, after all. Oh, that's true. Let's hurry up and Washington. I want to get in quickly. I understand. Let's wash quickly. The women washed with enthusiasm, and the bath was quickly cleaned. The gutter that was changing the flow of the hot spring water was removed, and the hot spring water poured into the rock bath. I was a little impressed. I hadn't thought about making my own hot spring. It's going to take a while, so let's take a break on the hideaway. We'll have to change clothes for the hot spring. I called out to the women who were staring at the pool of hot spring water. Right. Let's take a break. We returned to the hideaway, drank coffee, and waited for the hot spring water to fill up. If the hot spring keeps running all the time, that means we can take a bath anytime we want, right? Yes, Alessia-san is right. Except for when we wash the bath, the water will always be running. This means that the water will be free-flowing from the source, right? This is really luxurious, isn't it? If you think about it, hot springs are amazing. If we build a village here, the villagers will be able to take a bath every day whenever they want. I wonder if there are any near Lucca. I wonder about that. The chances of them coming out if you keep digging holes all over the place are not zero, I guess. As it stands, you'd have to find a place where it's out of the ground from the start. With magic, would it be possible to dig a hole deep into the ground? As I recall, you had to dig 1,000 meters or something. But is it possible to have a shot with great magic? I think it's mostly in the mountains or something, so we'll just have to look for it. It's hard to be sure, though, because there could be dangerous gases in the air. It's okay to check, but in the mountains, it's hard to find monsters. There were some monsters on this island. Only weak monsters have been found, so there are no problems at the moment. But, speaking of which, do you think the monsters in the cave are safe? It's close to here, isn't it? The ranks of the monsters in the cave are low, so I think we'll be fine. But it could be dangerous if the giant ants come out in swarms. I think we can thin them out as we explore. But even the villagers should consider thinning them out from time to time. I see. I should tell the village chief about this. If the monsters are not strong, it will be okay if they can be prevented from coming out in swarms. Thinning out, huh? Is it too much trouble to build a village here? The rock baths we worked so hard to build might go to waste. What, True-san? The hot springs are full. Carla-san, who had been watching the hot springs, came to tell me. She was so happy with the hot spring we had created that she frequently went to check on it. Thank you very much, Carla-san. Now let's all change into our bathing suits and go to the hot springs. Everyone returned to their rooms and changed into their bathing suits. Felicia, do you think the people in the Dark Elf village can thin out the giant ant population? If they are not in large swarms, I think they can be dealt with. Master, I would like to check the inside of the cave, and I would like to follow the Girasol people on their exploration. Is that all right? What should I do? Is it possible to just have Felicia go with them? It's not, isn't it? But it's important to check the inside of the cave. I'd like to avoid caves that are crawling with big ants, if possible. Either way, if the giant ants overflow, this island will be in danger. If that happens, I feel that I am responsible for bringing the Dark Elves to this island. Giant ants have never come out of the cave before. But it's hard for me to say that they won't come out of the cave in the future. I don't like it, but should I follow them in their exploration of the caves? I hate it. All right, I'll go with you, and I'll ask Girasol. In the meantime, let's go to the hot springs. Yes, thank you very much, Master. Felicia is also relieved. After all, it's still a concern, right? We changed into our bathing suits and went outside. We're late because we talked a little. I'm sorry, I'm late. It's okay, let's get going. Alessia-san also seems to be unable to suppress her eagerness. The bath set in her hand is also rattling. Is it because she can't wait? She had already been to the hot spring yesterday. Yesterday was like an experiment, so maybe she wasn't satisfied. Huh? When I looked at them, they seemed to be getting various shampoos, conditioners, body soaps, face washes, and cosmetics from cosmetics stores and spas, and the items they had were all slightly different from each other. I guess they choose what suits them best. I have no idea. Ins and Felicia were also happily discussing their evaluations of the products they bought with their allowance. They seemed to be exchanging information with Girasol, too, and their interest was so strong that it was a little scary. All right. Shall we go? Rock bath, Now that I think about it, which is better, a rock bath or a wooden bath? I made it with an image in mind. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 9. Thanks to DH for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1/4. Chapter 9. Bathing and Arrival at the Cave. When we went to the rock baths, 2 large rock baths were filled with hot spring water, and the overflowing water flowed into a stream. It has a certain atmosphere. I don't know if I should say it myself, but the overflowing hot spring water on the large rocks in the forest has a mysterious atmosphere, whether you call it cool or Japanese aesthetic. If it were in Japan, it would be a famous hot spring. A hot spring resort created by beautiful dark elves. If it were peaceful times, it would be a very popular place. Yeah. It's kind of a relaxing atmosphere for someone who's never seen it before. I like the atmosphere. Yufu. Me too. Alessia-san, Dorothea-san, and Ilma-san like it too. I put my hand in the second rock bath to check the temperature of the hot spring. It's a little hot, but it is not so hot that you can't get in if you force yourself. But should I add more water? Everyone, please check the temperature. It's a delicate point whether to add water or not. The women also checked the temperature, and they all said they would prefer it to be a little warmer. Do you want to add more water? After adding water to the right temperature, we poured hot spring water over the bathtub. If we let the water cool down a little more, it would be just right, but I should think of some way to cool it down. When I bathe in the hot spring water, my feet get dirty from the soil on the ground. I didn't notice it yesterday because I was on a rubber boat, but I need a place to wash my feet. I guess I'll use a rubber boat instead this time. I summoned the rubber boat and washed my feet. It's now just the right temperature. I think it will get hot again soon, so I need to add water to each of them. I will make a washing area next time, so please use the rubber boat to wash your feet this time. Well, before you go, Ayak. I understand. But what, True-san? You are making too many strange voices. There will come a time when Alessia-san will make a strange voice too. Is that so? I think the more you bathe, the more you will start to make your voice come out. Well, I think it's a beauty of style. But after all, hot springs are nice. I'm a little concerned. I don't like the roughness of the bottom of the rock bath, even though it has been flattened. The bottom of the rock baths in Japanese hot springs are smooth, aren't they? I wonder how to polish the rocks. I'll ask the dark elf carpenter or Don Nino-san. After taking the bath, I looked at the women who were coming in. I can't get enough of wet, big-breasted beauties, and when they get hot water, the hot water flows into their chests as well. And it's really good. It's really good. It's very comfortable. Wataru-san, I wonder why it feels so good, even though it looks just like a normal bath. This hot spring looks clear, doesn't it? It would be easier to tell if the water was murky white, but is there such a thing in this world? It would be creepy, though. I think the members of Girasol might try it. Maybe it's because the hot spring water has all sorts of ingredients dissolved in it, and the surroundings have a different atmosphere than usual. The scenery you see is basically the ocean. In the demon forest, I was surrounded by insects, so I couldn't see any forest. Come to think of it, most of the time, we were either in the ocean or on a ship. It's nice to have a different atmosphere, something fresh and new. The different atmosphere and the view of the forest are nice, but I can't help but look at the ladies. The only time I can keep my cool is when Rimu and Fu-chan drift up to me. The rest of the time, I'm too busy with other things to enjoy the forest. That's right. But since there are no barriers, there is a possibility that goblins will break in. Fufu. If it's only goblins, it's a piece of cake. Come to think of it, what happened to the goblins we caught that time? The goblin you caught? There was a goblin we put in hot spring water a little bit down here. I completely forgot about it. Shall we go check on it later? Sure. Not only me, but the ladies completely forgot about it too. I feel a little sorry for it, even though it's a goblin. No, we couldn't let the goblin go, so was it better that we forgot about it? Hey, Wataru-san, why does this hot spring make your skin so slippery? Ilma-san asked as she came up to me. I was wondering if my mind was obscene or if the word slippery sounded erotic coming out of her mouth. Let's see, I believe it has the effect of dissolving dirt and dead skin cells. Dissolves? It's just a little bit on the surface, so it's not a problem. I've heard that it's not good for people with weak skin to go in several times in a row. Probably. I see. Thank you. Is it a reward for answering the question that she gave me a bewitching smile and let her breasts hang out a little? Was she simply teasing me? Either way, now it's time to let it burn in my eyes. After a long soak in the hot spring, the ladies started washing their heads and bodies on the rubber boat. This is good. This is so good. When they wash their heads, their breasts sway slightly, and when they bend forward, their bosoms open. Since they are wearing bathing suits, they put their hands in through the gap and wash their bodies. This is a situation I have never seen before. When we were in the jacuzzi, we washed our bodies in the shower in our room. I was very nervous. This time, they washed their bodies here because they wanted to improve the effect of the hot spring. Ilma-san, it's very unusual for you to wash your body outside of your room. What's wrong with everyone? Foo-foo. That's because I feel that taking a shower after a hot spring bath would diminish the effects. Do you dislike this sight, Wataru-san? No, I love it. I really love it. Then that's good. It's my favorite sight. But there are bubbles of shampoo and other stuff flowing into the creek. What about dripping domestic wastewater? Would about 9 people be okay? Let's hope for the people in the Dark Elf village. They will think of something. After washing their bodies, the women are soaking in the hot spring again. I should tell them about the cave. Alessia-san, we would like to go exploring the caves too. We'd be happy to have Wataru-san follow us, but there are a lot of insect monsters out there, you know. I'd prefer not to go. But giant ants do breed, don't they? I'm the one who brought the Dark Elves to this island, so I need to make sure I'm doing the right thing. I can put up with the fact that I don't like insects if I try hard enough. But if I leave them alone and the Dark Elf village gets attacked, I don't want it to be awkward with Felicia. When I asked Alessia-san about the image of the ant monsters in the light novel templates, it was exactly as I had imagined it. I heard that the queen ant creates worker ants and other ants and makes the nest bigger and bigger. The reason why no ants have come out of the nest is probably because the food supply is sufficient inside the cave. When the number of ants increases, and the food supply becomes insufficient, it is highly likely that they will come outside, and there are a lot of ants in the cave. It doesn't seem that there is a lot of time. I want to somehow defeat even the queen ant. If that's the case, you need to confirm it yourself, Wataru-san. Yes, that's how it is, so I'll be counting on you. The members of Girasol were happy to know that I was going with them. I'm not too happy about it, even if I'm only a rest stop and food supply guy. Carla-san's face lit up because the food would certainly be fulfilling. It seems safe to assume that the operation is going well and that she is becoming unable to leave my convenience. The problem is that I have no idea how to proceed from here to the next step in our relationship. Should I talk to Ilma-san about it? That scares me. But it also seems like it might give me an effective strategy. While I was worrying about it, I decided to get out of the hot spring. I wiped myself off lightly and returned to the hideaway. The women seemed to be enjoying the hot springs in the rock baths. I was also satisfied because I had enjoyed it enough. The view might get worse afterward, but I think we need to put up a fence around this area. I would also like to install a washing area and a roof. I'll leave this to the Dark Elf village. Oh, Wataru-san, we should go check on the goblin. Alessia-san's words reminded me of the goblin again. How could I forget about it so soon? No matter how you look, it's not safe to be in your bathing suit, so let's change before we go. I understand. I'll just wear something simple, okay? We don't need to be fully equipped to go check on the goblin nearby, do we? We've only found a few weak monsters. Yeah, we'll be fine. We return to the hideaway, change clothes, and put on simple equipment. I meet up with Girasol and head for the place where we left the goblin. It was here, wasn't it? Yes, definitely here. Marina-san answers my question. I ask her if the goblin has run away. Did it run away? I asked Marina-san, who was checking the area where the goblin was left, and she told me that she found some footprints of the goblin and that it must have been rescued. That goblin was pretty angry, so it wouldn't come back for revenge, would it? A goblin who was treated badly gets inspired, evolves, becomes the Goblin King, and shows up for revenge. It seems like a possible development in a novel. It's kind of scary, so let's go hunt for the goblin first, shall we? Will the ladies just tell me I'm worrying too much? Let's go back and have dinner. While enjoying dinner, we discuss our impressions of today's hot springs and our plans to explore the caves tomorrow. Since I decided to join them, We decided to explore every nook and cranny of the cave without thinking about our return. We have enough food for months, and we can use the hut boat. If we find a large place, I can summon the hideaway, and we can take a bath. It's very convenient if I do say so myself. We're going to be in the cave for a long time, but if we can get it done in one exploration, it's good. If I have to explore it several times, I'm going to get sick of it each time. I finish dinner and go back to my room. Master, that swarm of giant ants is honestly creeping me out. Are you okay? I'm probably not okay, but I'll put up with it. So, please thin out the giant ant swarms as much as you can in this exploration. The fewer there are, the more time we can buy, and the safer it will be for the people in the Dark Elf village to thin out the population. Thank you, Master. Felicia, keep your head up. I'm the one who brought you here, so I'll do my best to make this as good as I can. This is when I can show them the good side of me. It will make the ladies like me more. The only thing I have to watch out for is that I don't make it any uglier than the likability it will raise. Everyone knows I don't like bugs, so a little ugliness shouldn't be a problem. Thank you very much. Don't worry about it. Now Felicia's likability has gone up, hasn't it? Even if she's a slave and we're in a relationship, the more she likes me, the better. I feel like this kind of gal game thinking is the reason why I'm not popular, but my thoughts inevitably go in that direction. I am a victim of modern Japan, which is overflowing with entertainment. Wataru, flying. Oh, Rimmer, you want to practice your transformation, huh? After I told him not to transform in front of others, Rimmer would always call out to me before he did so. Cute. Since he learned to transform, it's become a daily routine, and he's happy. Yes. Well, I'll be observing, so good luck. I'll do my best. As he says this, Rimmer increases the light and transforms his body with shining angelic rings and tiny wings. Cute. I don't know what the logic is, but the light wings are smaller than his body, and when he flaps his wings, his body floats up a little bit. At first, he could only fly up to my knees, but even though it's only been a few days since he learned the transformation, he is now able to fly up to near my chest. Rimmer is a very great hard worker. And he's cute. I don't know if it's because he has trouble balancing or something else, but he seems to have trouble flying. He can change into an angel, but flying is something he has to work on by himself. Rimmer flew into my chest, fluttering and flapping his wings as hard as he could. I flew a lot. I think I'm going to get a nosebleed. You're getting good at this. I patted him around, praising him for his hard work and looking satisfied with his efforts. Yes. I put Rimmer back to bed, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion, and spent some adult time with Ins and Felicia. I have to do my best not to get in trouble if I have to hide in a cave for days. I head to bed full of energy. Good night. Rubbing my eyes a little sleepily, I head to the dining room to have breakfast. Exploring the caves, I'm feeling down, but the women's faces are cheerful. I guess they are looking forward to it, although I have no idea how they feel. It's an ant's nest, you know. The enthusiastic ladies lead us to the cave, and in less than 10 minutes, we arrive at the front of the cave. It's pretty close to the hot springs, isn't it? Alessia-san, can we reach the giant queen ants? It's just a matter of numbers, but with Wataru-san's help, I think we'll be able to get there without any problem. Good. If it takes only 10 minutes to reach the location of the hot springs on foot, we won't be able to build a village. If we can defeat the giant queen ant, we'll be able to make it. If we can manage it, we'll do our best. We'll take down a giant ant and then the giant queen ant while we're at it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 10. Thanks to DH for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2/4 Chapter 10, Cave Exploration and Simple Tasks. We arrived at the cave. It was a 10-minute walk from the hot springs, and I heard there were a lot of bugs inside that I didn't like. I wonder about the big hole that I can enter without even bending down. I heard that a giant ant is a monster that is only as tall as my waist, so why is the hole so big? Alessia-san, the giant ant is a monster about the size of a man's waist, isn't it? Isn't the hole too big? Yeah, Wataru-san, normal giant ants are like I said. But giant soldier ants and giant guard ants are even bigger. I see. That's a nasty piece of information. And the names are long and cumbersome. Do they have to put a giant on everything? And why not giant and ants shortened to giants? Alessia-san, don't you think the names of the monsters are too long? It's getting tedious to say them. Oh, It's an explanation, so I gave the full name, but usually I just call them simply ant, guard, soldier, etc. Thank goodness, my tongue wouldn't be able to hold it if I had to say giant soldier ant every time. My jaw would get tired too. Well, if you think about the fact that adventurers don't say the full name of the monster every time, it makes sense, doesn't it? I see. It's a hassle to use full names, isn't it? Yes. Alessia-san nodded with a bitter smile. I guess the question was too obvious. Well then, I guess it's time to go into the cave. We've spent a lot of time on trivial things, haven't we? We float a ball of light and enter the cave. I think in Japan, the entrance to an ant's nest is like a hole straight down, but in the other world, it's different, isn't it? Is it harder to go vertical if they're big or something? Well, if we don't have to use ropes or anything, it's easy. Alessia-san, I know it's a little late for this, but the caves don't collapse, do they? Ant has made it so it won't collapse easily, don't worry. Well, be careful not to overdo it, or it will collapse. If we don't overdo it, it will be fine, huh? I just watch or shoot a bow, and it will be fine. Let's warn Rimmer not to overdo it. We proceeded through the gently descending cave, with Girasol surrounding me in the middle. There are not many monsters near the entrance, and only a few goblins and ants appear, but they are killed instantly by Girasol. Incidentally, the monsters that appear are of low rank, so there is no particular material needed. It is a waste of time to dismantle them. As for why to explore such caves, since ant nests are dug in every direction underground, it is said that valuable mineral veins can be found in the ground. If we could find even a vein of iron ore, it would help this island a lot. If we find a vein of gold or other valuable ore, I can take it to the southern city, so I hope we can find something. What, Trusan, is it okay if I skip the places we explored the day before yesterday? Yes, no problem. Please proceed on your own accord. I'm an amateur, so it's not good for me to meddle. All right. Then we'll start exploring the area from there. Okay. We passed through several passages, killing monsters in the blink of an eye. The last time they had explored the place was only half a day, so we must have explored it pretty deeply now. From here on, it's our first time in this place, so be careful. Marina-san, who is leading the way, warns us. How do you know where you are going, even though it's dimly lit and the places are all very similar? When I asked her how she knew, she pointed to a wall. When I looked where Marina-san pointed, I saw a large cut in the cave. There was an easy-to-see marker. There was no mistaking it. We started to move forward and entered a branching passageway. As I proceeded deeper, wow, it smelled. What is this smell? We went further in, enduring the stench. More ants come out too. The stench becomes even stronger when he come out into a large room. The cause seems to be the rotten things piled up in the room. What are those things, Alessia-san? That's ants' food. They hoard the flesh of worms, goblins, animals, and monsters like that. There seem to be a lot of worms here, so they don't seem to have a problem finding food. The rooms we've passed so far have been similar. Oh, so they have plenty of food. If the abundance of food is not enough to feed the ants, then there will be an overflow of ants. That would suck. So, Alessia-san, what are you going to do with this? We're going to burn it. Burn it? Fire is dangerous in a cave, especially with this smell. There are strange gases coming out. It could explode. If it burns, you won't be able to breathe. Didn't rot meat give off methane gas or something? I think it exploded. Even if it doesn't explode, I don't want to run out of oxygen. It'll be fine. Ant needs air, too, so there are air holes all over the place. And don't worry about the explosion. If we use wind magic to disperse the smell before we burn it, it won't explode. Just watch. I understand. I'm counting on you. I thought I wouldn't interfere, but I did. Then, please do it, Fu-chan. At Marina-san's words, Fu-chan uses magic. Strong winds blow, and the smell fades fast. As expected of wind slime. Ilma. Yes. After a short exchange, Alma-san releases a flame. Even though there is no oil sprayed on the food, it burns up. It's amazing. It will take a while for the fire to finish burning, so we'll explore the next room while we're at it. It seems we'll go ahead while it burns for now and check the room when he come back. They don't waste any time, do they? When we returned to the main passageway after dealing with 3 similar rooms, we found a lot of ants. There are some ants that are one size bigger than the others. I wonder if those are soldiers or guards. There are a lot of them, and some are soldiers. Reinforcements are coming. Wataru-san, can you take the rubber boat to the front? I understand. As Alessia-san told me, I summoned a rubber boat forward to block the main passageway. The group of ants who were prevented from getting on the boat were stuck in the main passageway. Wataru-san, are you okay? Are you feeling sick? Alessia-san calls out to me, concerned about me at the sight before her. It's okay since I'm seeing things without fully opening my eyes. Besides, it's still better than when I was waiting on the hideaway in the demon forest. Oh, that was terrible. Even those of us who are not afraid of the insects, surrounded by countless insect monsters in almost every direction, were disgusted. Yes, we could see that the parts of the insects that we could not normally see were clinging to us. I almost threw up if I accidentally looked at it. I even had dreams about it. It was a mild trauma. Well, you don't have to go all out, Wataru-san. If it's a monster of this level, we'll take it easy and take turns taking it down. Thank you very much. Taking them at their word, I turn in the opposite direction of the ant swarm and summon a rubber boat on the other side, just in case, to establish a safe zone and take a break. I sometimes hear Marina-san's voice cheering for Fu-chan to do her best. She seems to intend to raise Fu-chan's level as much as possible by taking on weaker monsters. She is like an educational mother. Fu-chan seems to be in high spirits after seeing Rima's evolution, so I guess there's no problem. Weak monsters are stopped by boarding rejection, and they are quickly defeated. When the monster carcasses accumulate, they use a little stronger magic to blow away all the ants that are trying hard to attack us. I was afraid that the cave might be broken when it was blown away, but they thought about that and made sure that the strong impact would not go into the cave. Ants dig holes in the soil, right? They dig through hard bedrock, too. Is that the power of monsters? Surely, when you think about it, a big body needs a big nest. Unlike the small ants of the earth, whether it's rock or not, if they can't dig through it, it's not worth talking about. 2 of them are fighting, and the remaining 6, plus me, are relaxing over a cup of tea. The scene reminds me of the simple task of leveling up in old role-playing games. I have some doubts, so I ask Ilma-san, who is sitting next to me. Ilma-san, you said that they are troublesome when they are in numbers, but Girasol can defeat them without any problem, right? They seem pretty weak. That's right. If I had to say whether it could be done or not, it could be done. But I think it will be a lot of work. Is that so? The 2 of them are slaughtering the monsters easily and quickly to the extent that I almost feel sorry for the monsters. It's not an ant, but we've been in a similar situation against goblins before. Goblins had established a large settlement in an abandoned mine, and we went to destroy it. A goblin settlement? That sounds like trouble. Yes. It was very troublesome. We had to leave one entrance and exit and destroy it. After that, we entered the cave and defeated the goblins. It was easy to defeat them, but the goblins had nowhere to run, so they came at us with everything they had. Wouldn't it be suicide if you blocked all the entrances to the abandoned mine? We thought about that, too. We could set fire to it or poison it. But it's a big abandoned mine, so we can't destroy it that way. The Goblin King is in control of the mine, so if we lock them up, there is a possibility that they will dig holes in places we can't reach and escape. In the end, going in and taking them out was the surest way. I see. If they escaped, it would be troublesome, wouldn't it? Yes, we and one other A-ranked party were there, but it was very difficult. The biggest problem was blood and bodily fluids. You can't use a strong attack because the abandoned mine will collapse. No matter if you cut them or hit them, you would end up with a bloody mess. It was terrible. There were a lot of us, so we took turns resting, but our bodies were covered in blood. But we didn't have a bath or a bath set, so the only thing we could do was get water out and wipe our bodies and equipment. That was hard. Yeah, defeating them wasn't a problem, but it was a tough request mentally. I'd prefer not to take a break from being covered in goblin flesh and blood. Yeah, if you can do a ranged attack, it's no problem, but the place will collapse. And that kind of place is tricky when there are a lot of them in an abandoned mine or in a cave. This time, Wataru-san's boarding rejection protects us from the ants' bodily fluids, so it's really easy. No one wants to be buried alive. And now I know how convenient the boarding rejection is again. I don't want to be bathed in the flesh and blood of monsters, huh? Speaking of which, didn't the ants attack you en masse on your last exploration? Yes, Marina did a good job of scouting and breaking up the group, so we had no problem. Well, some of the ants gathered at the landmarks, and we had to pull them out. Marina told us that the security was getting tighter around there. I see. So there's a grid. Sorry to interrupt, Alma, but it's time for you to take over. Dorothea, please. Okay. I see. Dorothea-san left after taking turns with Marina-san to take care of the ants. Alessia-san, Marina-san, thank you for your hard work. What would you like to drink? Thank you. Well, I prefer the one I had when I was hungover. Me too. I give a sports drink to Alessia-san and Marina-san. Maybe because it's after a workout. I pour a sports drink into a plate and offer it to Fu-chan as well. How long do you think it will take, Alessia-san? I don't know. I can't determine how big this nest is, so there is a possibility that it will break her off soon, or it could go on and on and on. But with the number of soldiers, it could be a pretty big nest. I see. That's a hassle. It's all right. They just come in to be eliminated. Once the attacks stop, there will only be guards and soldiers left to protect the queen. Once those are defeated, we'll just take our time to explore. Are the ants really going to come at us with all their might? Yes, we don't know the details, but it seems that most of them do. When exploring, the basic rule of thumb is to keep them at bay as long as possible and retreat when they start to gather, but in this case, it is better to destroy the nests, right? Oh, so not only thinning the nests, you're going to destroy them. I appreciate it. Yes, that will be a big help. Fufu, it's better if we crush the nests, too. It makes it easier to explore. If Wataru-san hadn't come, we would have ended up just thinning out the nests. I'm glad I came. If we can destroy the nests, we can build a village in the hot spring location without worry. We haven't even gotten permission from the village chief yet, though. It was a long process from here. There were too many ants, and we couldn't keep up just by blowing them away, so we had to use water to push them away. There were too many. We repeatedly took turns to defeat the ants. There were quite a few ants, but since we were in a small cave, there was an immediate bottleneck. It takes longer to dispose of the carcasses than it does to kill them. After eating lunch, a snack, and dinner, the ants are still pouring in. I got tired of it a long time ago, but Tremor and Fu-chan are also bored, so they start to join in the ant killing even when it's not their turn. The members of the group who are not engaged in ant hunting are too busy to kill time playing Othello or Jenga or taking a nap. Claretta-san is currently producing her third stuffed toy. Eventually, we each took a nap and continued to defeat the ants endlessly, and when I checked the clock on the video camera, the ants' attack stopped at 10:33 a.m. I wonder how many ants there were, taking almost a whole day. Well, anyway, we resumed our exploration. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 11. Thanks to DH for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 3/4. Chapter 11. Defeat and search for mineral resources. After the ant attack was over, I was determined to resume exploration, but there were a large number of dead ants in front of me. We had to deal with them before we could move on. There's no place to step. We can't go on without dealing with them. How should we deal with them? Should I put them on one of the 200 or so rubber boats I have at my disposal and repatriate them? What, Trusan? Can you take out some barrels of oil? We'll burn them and dispose of them. After we burn them, we will go back to the big room beyond yesterday's marker and wait for it. Following Alessia-san's plan, we scattered the oil. Instead of sprinkling the oil, we spread it far and wide with Fu-chan's wind magic. When the work is done, and there are some distance away, Alma-san releases fire magic, and the ant carcasses burst into flames. We hurry back to our destination and rest. Alessia-san, if we can make a fire like this, why didn't we just burn them yesterday? We could have set the fire while they were still alive, and that would have killed some of them, but they'd panic and move around in their nests. Wouldn't it be a hassle to take down the scattered ants? Oh, yes, that makes sense. After allowing enough time, we asked Fu-chan to blow some wind deep into the cave as a precaution. When we returned to the place where we had defeated the ants, there was a slight smell of burning and some remnants of fire, but we were able to continue. From there, the easy work continued. We entered a room at the end of a branching passage, burned the ants' food, and proceeded, defeating the occasional ant that appeared. One thing we can't forget is Fu-chan's wind magic. No matter how many air holes there are, if we burn too much food, we will run out of oxygen. Every time we light a fire, we ask Fu-chan to blow wind through the air hole. It's a lot of work. After discussing it, We decided to check the rooms on the way back after going to the lowest level and defeating the queen. We just burned all the rooms on the way down. We go down and set fire to one room after another. Hey Lesia-san, does the ant nest really need to be this big? Well, among the nests that the adventurers found during their exploration, there were some that were so huge that they couldn't even go around them in 5 days. This nest is also quite large, but considering the number of ants we found, I would say it is medium-sized. We could probably go around it in a day, couldn't we? Well, we've come a long way down, and it's still going to take us a whole day? It's too big. Does the air hole go that far down? Is it really that wide? I said with a disappointed look on my face, and Lesia-san said that the wider the hole, the more promising it would be. What, True-san? It takes time to do the burning and so on, so it will probably take a day, but if we just go through it normally, it will be much faster. Besides, the bigger the nest, the more likely we are to find a mineral deposit. It's a good thing, so let's go for it. Yes, that's right. I thought it would be troublesome, but if we can find a mineral deposit, everyone will be enriched. That's a good thing, right? I feel a bit motivated. It would be interesting if the Dark Elf village became big and rich. The problem is the number of people, but I don't want to go all the way into the forest to look for them anymore. Can't we do something? We take a meal and continue to explore the ant nest, taking breaks and naps along the way. After about a day, as Lesia-san had predicted, a change occurred. This passage doesn't smell so bad. When we entered the branch passage, the strange smell had become stronger, but this passage did not smell. Well, I think we're getting closer to the queen. If it didn't smell, does that mean we're getting closer to the queen? When I tried to ask the reason, we were attacked by an ant that was bigger than the normal ant and the soldier, and it looked tough as well. This new enemy was cut in half by Lesia-san's light slash. Maybe it's a guard, but is that okay? I feel like there are a lot of ways to do this, like pinching or aiming for a weak spot, but I think it's fantastically wrong to cut it in half with a single, sharp slash. You see, what True-san? This is the giant guard ant. It's a bit big, and it looks like it has good defenses. It was guarding the room at the end of the passageway. It looks like it has a good defense. But you only needed one slash to defeat it. Lesia-san? I know it's not right to complain when I'm just watching in the background, but I'm still not convinced. The game is clearly unbalanced. It's like I went into a place where the recommended level is 20, and I'm at level 80. It's no match. Is that the queen? No, it's not. It's the eggs. Eggs? So there are ant eggs at the end of the passage. That's why there was no smell. When the passage ends, and we enter the room, 3 guards attack us. The giant guard ants are easily defeated. I feel a little sorry for them as I imagined that originally there would have been some kind of event like it's too hard for my sword to penetrate or they are so big or something like that. Shaking off the feeling of emptiness, I looked into the room and saw that the eggs were piled all over the room. This is creepy. Yeah, let's just burn them and move on. We went out of the room and had Ilma-san and Ins light the fire, and we moved on. From now on, it's mostly eggs and sometimes food. We burn everything anyway. Fu-chan's wind magic is also very active. But even though humans and monsters are enemies, I think it's a terrible thing for us to invade a nest without permission, commit genocide, and burn all the food and eggs. Lesia-san, isn't it getting hot in here? Aren't we lighting the fire too much? It's getting hotter and hotter. I think it's going to be like a steam fire if it keeps going like this. Well, the heat is coming from underneath. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the fire we started. From down there? Yes, that's why it gets hotter the further down we go. Could it have something to do with the hot springs? Are there many hot springs bubbling up underground? Maybe the hot springs above are like a sauna because the temperature below was so high. Is it safe to assume that the gases are safe because ants live here? Maybe the ants were digging for the hot springs? No way. I thought ants didn't like hot at all. I've heard that they don't like hot and cold, so I don't understand why a queen would be in a place that's getting hotter and hotter. Is there any point in worrying about what we don't know? Anyway, let's let Fu-chan blow a lot of wind. I'd like to think it'll be a little safer when it thins out. If we feel sick, we'll have to go back immediately. I just remembered that caves could be dangerous with all that gas and stuff. Should we go and find a goblin or a bird first? Lesia-san, I just remembered that the caves can have dangerous poisonous gases. Is it safe to continue on our way? Well, I don't know. I've never heard of dangerous poisonous gases being released in the ant nest, but should we proceed with caution? If we feel sick, turn around immediately. I wonder if the ant has the ability to dig into the ground to prevent the gas from escaping. That would be a great help. I understand. Let's proceed with caution. We proceed with caution, but what we do doesn't change much. Repeat the process of knocking down the guards and setting fire to the room at the end of the branch. But how can the queen lay so many eggs? It's an unusual number. If they were all born, wouldn't this island be occupied by now? It doesn't make sense. As we continued, repeating the same thing over and over again, we came to a large room at the end of the main passageway that was incomparably larger than the previous one. As we entered the room, we were attacked by a large number of ants, soldiers, and guards. Behind them, we could see a huge, giant queen ant that looked to be about 5 meters tall and would never make it out of the main passage. It's creepy. I wonder if this hot room is necessary to maintain that huge body? But I don't see any hot springs. Is it just geothermal heat? The room is now overwhelmingly large, so the ladies can use their skills and magic with some freedom. They are no match for them. No matter how many there are, they can't even get close to us, and we just cut them down, crush them, and blow them up. To be honest, right now, I am more afraid that the large space without any pillars will collapse under the impact of the attack than I am of the insects. While I was scared, all the ants that attacked us were annihilated. Can we kill the queen now? What, Trusan? Huh? Is there any reason why we should not defeat the queen? No, there's no point in keeping her alive, so we'll kill her. But won't the people in the village be happier if Wataru-san and the others kill her? No. It's too embarrassing. And if they give me the credit, my stock will rise even more pointlessly. Even now, I'm in trouble because my reputation is too high, and I can't take it any further. No problem. I'll ask Kirisul to do it. Really? Then we'll take the queen down. When Alessia-san said that and swung her sword, the queen's head flew off. Isn't this too easy? The flying head and body hit the wall, and there was a dull thud and rattle as the wall collapsed. Did you just hear the wall collapse? Collapse is okay, right? Yes, I did. Maybe it collapsed where the queen's body hit it, but it's okay. It didn't collapse, just a piece of the wall came off. Exactly. Now that we've defeated the ants, what do we do now? Well, let's burn this room down first. We don't need it, but the carcass of the ant queen will be useful, so shall we collect it? Yes. Felicia, can we use the giant queen ant in the Dark Elf village? I think we can use the hard shells and claws of the giant queen ant. Do you mind, Master? No problem. Then I will summon a rubber boat. Can you dismantle it? Should I summon about 3 rubber boats first? I asked Kirisul to help me dismantle it and moved the queen away from the wall. As soon as the queen was separated from the wall, a hot and humid air came out of the wall. What, Trusan? The wall has collapsed, and there is a hole in it. A hole in the wall? Is it a retrieval of the hot spring flag? I approached the hole and checked it, and found magma sloshing around in a magma pool about 15 meters below. A sea of magma. The blackness in some places must be about to solidify. Ah, the magma is accumulating. It's so hot. What should we do? Magma? Huh? What is that? Why can we see magma if it's not a crater? Is it because it's a fantasy world? I don't know what to make of it. Does magma emit poisonous gas or something? The air hits me with a whoosh. It's been a hole in the ground for a long time, and if I don't feel sick now, it's probably okay. Probably. In the meantime, I'll summon a rubber boat and plug the hole as best I can. I summon a rubber boat and place it in front of the hole, reminding the boarding rejection to reject the dangerous air. What is magma? Wow, it's hot. The women, perhaps interested, gathered around and peered into the hole from the top of the rubber boat. I hope it doesn't collapse and fall down. It's hot, what, Trusan, but it's beautiful. Magma looks like molten iron. Is it the same? Alessia-san, why are you asking me such a difficult question? Isn't magma made of molten rock? I have a feeling that it also contains iron. I think it looks like that because of the melting of the rocks. Oh, really? So rocks can melt? I didn't know that. Is it strange that rocks melt? You have an image of iron melting, not stone. But there is gold in stone, and it can be melted and taken out. Isn't that something unusual? It's so hot, So why don't we finish dismantling now and go back to check the rooms? Sweat drips down my face. It's even hotter now that there's a hole in the wall. I guess so. It really is hot. Let's get this over with. Girasol helped me dismantle the giant queen ant, and it got smaller and smaller. The giant queen ant is quickly loaded onto a rubber boat and repatriated. What are we going to do with all the dead ants around us? I don't know much about it, but I don't think it's safe to use fire or water near magma. Is that so? Should we throw the carcass into the magma then? That seems dangerous. It seems dangerous, so it will be inconvenient. But shall we carry it on the rubber boats? We can burn them in the room above. We separate the heads from the bodies and load them on the rubber boat I have summoned. It is hard work because there are a lot of them. We manage to clean them up by constantly repeating the summoning and repatriation process. The simple work in the hot air is oppressive. After the repatriation work is done, we check to see if there are any mineral deposits in the area. I walk around the big room, but I don't know what kind of mineral deposits there are. Let's ask them. Well, for now, they say we should ignore the soil part and look for the rock part. If there are streaks in the rock, they say there might be something else in there. Once we find it, they say that someone who can use earth magic will analyze the deposits. There aren't any members who can use earth magic, are there? That's a big problem. In that case, they said they would find out the location of the mineral deposits and bring someone who could use earth magic. Are there any in the Dark Elf village? If not, it would be pointless on this island unless I find a Dark Elf who can use earth magic. Felicia, is there anyone in the village who can use earth magic? I asked, feeling like I was praying to God. Yes, there are. My mother and the people who work on the farm can use it. Oh, I was glad to hear that, because otherwise, I would have wished that we never found a mineral deposit. Now I would be more enthusiastic about looking for the mineral deposits. Let's do it. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 12. Thanks to DH for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 4/4. Chapter 12, Rubber Boat and Scarlet. After defeating the giant queen ant, we searched for a mineral deposit in the large room. Drenched in sweat, it was difficult because the cracks in the rock looked like mineral deposits. What, Trusan, did you find anything? Nothing. How about you, Alessia-san? Nothing here either. I hope to see it on the next one. We didn't find anything. But if we had found something in this room, it would have been good because we would have had to do the mining work in the heat. Physical labor in a sauna, that's like death. Even with earth magic, this environment would be hard. Well, it's time to move on. We gather to go to the next room. For some reason, Rimu and Fu-chan are looking at the magma from the hole. Rimu, Fu-chan, what's going on there? Friend? There? Friend? Rimu and Fu-chan's friend there? Friends are slime, right? Dorothea-san jumped at my words. Dorothea-san, you've been holding back until now, haven't you? She gave up because she couldn't take a normal slime with her on a quest. It was sad but cute. Rimu-chan, Fu-chan, where is it? Over there. Yeah. At Dorothea-san's words, Rimu twitched. Yeah, Rimu, I don't think you can tell then. And Dorothea-san is confused. Rimu, can you use light magic to point me in the right direction? Don't attack it, okay? Like this? Rimu makes a ball of light float and move. It is hard to tell from a distance, but where the ball of light lands, it looks like a bright red slime on a bright red glowing magma. It is hard to tell because of the combination of red, and it is also quite far away. It is hard to tell if it is really slime or not. Moreover, even if it is slime, it is impossible to get close to it when it is on the magma. It is impossible. Can slime live on magma at all? Dorothea-san, it's supposed to be very hot up there. But can slime survive in such a place? We know very little about slime. All I can say is that it may have adapted to its environment. If it adapted to its environment, could it stay on top of the magma? What kind of evolution is that? Rimu, can you call the slime to come here? Can't reach him. I wonder if I can reach it with the thought. I don't know how far the thought can reach. Come to think of it, I'll have to try. I don't think that's possible, I muttered. And Dorothea-san looked at me with a sad expression. Is this something I should do? But, you know, it's magma, right? If I fall in, I'll die. What, Trusan, can't you do something about it? Alessia-san said something absurd. Even if you say so, that thing is so hot that if you fall in, you will die. That may be so, But can't Wataru-san ship summoning do something about it? I wonder if we can do that. Can a ship from ship summoning handle magma? It's indestructible, so it won't break, and if it can reject heat with boarding rejection, there's nothing it can't do, right? I have a feeling that Wataru-san's power could do it. Well, I'll give it a try, but if it doesn't work, just give up, okay? Wataru-san, I would appreciate it. Dorothea-san asked me to do it. I'll give it a try. If I succeed, I'll get a big boost in my popularity. First, I'll experiment to see if the rubber boat is okay. I summon a rubber boat and place a large piece of ice in it. I'll repatriate it as is and summon the rubber boat again, reminding it to reject the heat on the magma. Wataru-san, what are you doing? Alessia-san, you seem to be having fun. Do you like experimenting or something? I wonder if I showed her something like the Pythagoras switch, she might get hooked on it. I wonder if there is a DVD about it. T/N, Pythagoras switch, Pythagoras Uchi, is a 15-minute Japanese educational television program that has been broadcast by NHK since April 9, 2002. It promotes the expansion of children's way of thinking under the supervision of Masahiko Sato, and Masumi Yukino. A 5-minute format called Pythagoras Switch Mini is also available. I put ice in the rubber boat. I have to make sure that the hot air from the magma can be blocked, because if it can't, I'm afraid we'll die from the heat. So that's how you check it. I think it is possible to block the heat without testing it, but if not, it would be dangerous. So I have to make sure. After waiting a moment, I summoned the rubber boat back to my hand. It's melting a little. Was it unable to turn off the heat? It's probably fine. There is not a single scorch mark on the rubber boat. If the ice was unable to block the heat, it should have melted and evaporated. This melted because it was left at room temperature. Then I guess we can make it. Ha ha ha. I don't know yet. We have to try to see if we can reach the bottom safely. The safest thing to do is to summon the hideaway above the magma, and use a rope to descend. I wonder if summoning the hideaway above the magma would stimulate the magma and trigger an eruption. The heat is dangerous, so maybe I should not do that. It would be unfortunate if the entire hideaway erupted. A rubber boat would be less dangerous. Let's just lower the water-soaked rope and see where it burns. Ins and Felicia would get the water out and let the rope absorb the water. Once the water was absorbed, the rope would be lowered. With about 5 meters to go, water vapor began to come out of the rope. I continued to lower the rope, and with about 50 centimeters to go, it caught fire. That much is okay. There is a 2-meter limit that blocks the hot air. As long as we let it absorb water, we should be able to reach the bottom. I'm scared, but with the ship summoning, it looks like we'll be fine. Then we should go, right? Dorothea will compliment me. I think we can make it. Shall we go? I'll go. Dorothea-san replied without pausing. One by one, other ladies stood up and said, me too. It's like a scene from the Dacho Club. T/N, it's a Japanese comedy trio. The more people there are, the more strain it puts on the ropes, so I think it's dangerous. It might be better if it's just me and Dorothea-san. But then I will go instead of Wataru-san. I don't want to put Wataru-san in danger. I don't know, I think Alessia-san is definitely worried about me. But I also see a curiosity that she can't hide. She's very excited. Master, this kind of thing is a slave's job, so allow me to go. Ins is just like Alessia-san. She is full of curiosity. Felicia has also offered her candidacy, but I see that this one has made a serious offer. I feel like giving her an allowance later. It's safe if I tie my body to the rubber boat. Besides, I'm the only one who can handle whatever happens. If push comes to shove, I can summon the castle and still survive, so don't worry. After convincing the women, I summoned the hideaway in front of the hole. Please tie these 4 ropes to hideaway. There is a possibility that the eruption may occur when we go down there, so please evacuate to the hideaway immediately if anything unusual happens. Well, it won't erupt with just one rubber boat, but if I exaggerate, it should make Dorothea-san's impression of me more favorable. It's a bit of a crazy idea, but I'm going to go for it. Dorothea-san and I tied ourselves firmly to the rubber boat I had summoned. That way, we won't be thrown out of the barrier. It's safe. We tie ropes to the 4 corners of the boat to reject the heat and poisonous gases. Is there anything else? I can't think of anything else, so I guess we're okay. The rubber boat with me and Dorothea-san aboard is lowered into the hull. The bottom of the unstable rubber boat is not so secure. Dorothea-san and I hold the oars so we don't hit the cliff or get caught, and we keep a little distance from the cliff. Sometimes the boat goes at an angle. Even though we had tied a rope for safety, it was still scary when there was magma underneath. I carefully support the boat with the oars while asking the ladies to lower it slowly. Dorothea-san, it's pretty scary, isn't it? Is it? It's okay. Wataru-san is amazing. Haha, it's not me, it's the ship summoning that's amazing. Foo-foo, it's Wataru-san's ability. So you're amazing too. Thank you very much. I'm a little happy. I feel like I'm only being praised for my ship summoning ability, but I'll settle for that. While I was talking to Dorothea-san, the boat slowly descended. Well, at least we descended safely. Should we remove the rope? We went down on the magma. It was scary when the rubber boat came in contact with the magma, but the boarding rejection did the job perfectly. I felt no heat from the magma at all from the bottom of the boat. Ship summoning is truly amazing. Yeah, I'll take this off. I removed the ropes at the four corners, had the members above us retrieve the ropes, and continued. Rimmer, do you know where the slime comes from up there? If you do, show us the way like you did before. Yes. As soon as he answers, Rimmer floats a ball of light and moves it slowly. I think we should follow this light. Dorothea-san, I'm going to paddle, so please guide me if my path deviates. Thank you, Wataru-san. I slowly paddle the oar through the magma. A rubber boat going through magma, no doubt it's great, but it's cool, isn't it? I followed Rimmer's light as Dorothea-san guided me. Magma. It's scary but also beautiful. It's a fantastic sight, and I almost forget that it's a searing hell outside. I keep paddling the oars while admiring the view. Oh, there he is. Wataru-san, is that red over there a slime? It has a nicer color. Dorothea-san, you're getting too excited, and your words are getting funny. Let's see, that's slime, huh? It's true, it's not red, it's more like scarlet. Scarlet? Is there no scarlet in this world? The famous song by a certain famous group is not well translated. It's a different world, after all. T/N, is it Scarlet Love Song? I'm not really sure about this. Well, it's also called safflower red, and when you dye cloth with dye from a flower called safflower, it becomes a bright red like this slime. I think the slime is even more beautiful because it emits a faint light on its own. But it is leisurely soaking in magma. It must be the subspecies of slime that doesn't mind magma. Hey, it's bright red. It's perfect for him. Anyway, Dorothea-san, are you sure about this slime? Yes. Very. Where has the usual calm Dorothea-san gone? She has been holding back for so long that she cannot control her emotions. I quickly stopped her as she was about to put her hand outside the barrier. Dorothea-san, it is dangerous outside the barrier, so please be careful. Oh, you're right. The slime that had been floating lazily in the magma slowly moved away, perhaps alarmed by our noise, while twitching his body. Cute. Dorothea-san, Rimmer and I will talk to him first, so please calm down in the meantime. Oh okay. I brought the rubber boat next to the slowly escaping slime and talked to it. I'm sorry for the noise. Can I talk to you for a minute? He doesn't quite understand. Does he? Would you like to talk? Somehow I feel like I'm doing a bad pickup job. It's not wrong in content, so it's okay. No. I was shocked that I was rejected so easily. It seems I'm not good enough, so I'll ask Rimmer to do it for me. Rimmer, will you talk to that slime for me? Dorothea-san wants to make a contract with him. Oh, and don't go outside the barrier, okay? Yes. After saying that, Rimmer jumps onto the edge of the rubber boat. I'm afraid he's going to fall off. I'll support him lightly from behind. When Rimmer spoke to him, the slime stopped moving, perhaps because he was interested in Rimmer. As expected from Rimmer, they are talking to each other using only their thoughts. I can't understand what they're saying to each other because they're only talking to each other through their thoughts. But they don't move away from each other, so is everything going well? Wataru. He is going inside. Inside? The slime wants to get into the boat. Yes. Have you become friends? Friends? Huh. I haven't made friends yet. Well, I can't make friends just by being on a ship, can I? I envy Rimmer. Alright. I've given him permission to come aboard, so tell him he can come in. Okay. After Rimmer told him, the slime climbed onto the rubber boat. Yes, he's cute. But is it safe to touch him? I think it's so hot that it would normally burn you. Dorothea-san, who was standing behind me, came up to me. She doesn't look calm at all. Her hands are waving, and she is ready to touch the slime. Dorothea-san, you might get burned, so please don't touch him carelessly. Why yes. She looked a little nervous, but she accepted my advice. But she looked very disappointed. I'm not sure if she can successfully tame the slime like this. I want her to calm down so she doesn't have to work so hard. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 13. Thanks to Argus for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1/2. Chapter 13, Tame and Mineral Deposits. We invite the red slime into the rubber boat. He's so jiggly, soft, and very cute. If this child can be tamed, will Rimu and Fuud be able to play with this child? I am so excited. What does the slime say? Rimu, I think it would be better to have Rimu between us instead of me talking to him. Look outside. Outside? Does he want to look outside the cave? Yes. So he wants to look outside. Maybe he's never been out of the cave. Maybe Rimu told him about the outside, and he became interested. He's more than welcome to come with us. But can you tell him that he can't come back here anytime soon? I told him. It's okay. Oh, he answered me directly. I'm glad. Now I just have to make sure he is safe even if the temperature drops. If he lived near the magma, it might be cold outside. Hey, it's cold outside compared to this place. Is that okay? If he doesn't understand or know what's out there, then it's difficult. But what can I explain to him to make him understand? Let's see. Are you okay on this boat? Is it cold? It's okay. If he's okay in the rubber boat that has a heat shield, then he's okay, right? I can't go any further with my ability to explain, so we'll just have to wait and see. I just have to make sure I don't burn myself touching him and leave it to Dorothea-san. Do you think it's okay to touch you? Won't it burn me? I think it's okay since we have a heat shield and the temperature inside the ship hasn't risen, but I still have to be careful. He doesn't seem to understand very well. Do you mind if I touch you a little? As Rimu approaches him, they seem to be having some kind of conversation. Yeah. Rimu persuaded him to let me touch him. He looks a little scared, for which I apologize. I moved my hand closer to him. I could not feel any heat, even at the distance where I could touch him. First, I poked him with the tip of my finger. I did not feel any heat, and it was slippery and smooth, characteristic of slime. He is afraid, so I immediately stopped touching him. It seems to be fine. Dorothea-san, please talk to him now and offer him a contract. However, since he is anxious, please speak calmly and gently, not in a hurry or in a loud voice. I pick up the red slime and gently place him in front of Dorothea-san. Dorothea-san's eyes are glued to the slime. I hope she doesn't frighten him. Rimu, since he seems anxious, will you stay next to the child? Yes. He moves with a plop and then snuggles up next to the red slime. Cute. Dorothea-san's eyes were in dangerous territory, and it might have had the opposite effect. Dorothea-san, I've told you many times, please calm down. Yes, it's okay. I'm fine. Dorothea-san takes a deep breath. I want her to be fine because this is where the real work begins. My name is Dorothea. Do you have a name? She seems a little nervous but speaks carefully so as not to frighten the red slime. I see, you don't have one. Wataru-san said your beautiful color is called Scarlet or Benny, so may I call you Benny-chan? T/N. Well, it's just red. Huh? Is that where she got it from? Scarlet is kind of cooler, right? It's a temporary name, right? Fufu. That's right. I'm Dorothea. And you're Benny-chan. It seems to have been decided that it was Benny-chan. Is that what she wants? Yes, we'll go outside. We'll go to lots of places, and I think it'll be a lot of fun. I think Dorothea-san and Benny-chan are talking happily. I am just guessing since Benny-chan's thoughts do not reach me. Dorothea-san seems to have calmed down and is patting Benny-chan lovingly. There seems to be no problem, so I call Rimu back and wait for Benny-chan while I pat Rimu too. I think it's okay because Dorothea-san smiles sometimes. After a while, Dorothea-san started to concentrate, and a magic circle appeared in front of Benny-chan. Finally, it was time. As I watched with excitement, Benny-chan accepted the magic circle and was sucked into his body. The taming was a success. Dorothea-san was so moved that she hugged Benny-chan. I've seen something great. Congratulations, Dorothea-san. Take care of Benny-chan too. Thank you very much. It was thanks to you, Wataru-san. Yeah. Rimu also approached Benny-chan and said something to him. Is he congratulating him? Dorothea-san, What kind of slime was Benny-chan? Dorothea-san checks his status with a relieved look on her face. She was so happy that she forgot about it. I know exactly how that feels. Benny-chan was a blaze slime. Blaze slime. I'm sure it meant scorching heat. I guess he was a fire slime, but it wasn't fire. It was searing heat beyond the flames. Scorching heat slime. That's cool. It sounds strong. I look forward to the adventures we will have together. Yes. She looks so happy. She's been waiting for this for a long time. Shall we go back? Yes. Rowing the oar, we moved to the bottom of the hole we came down from. While we were moving, Dorothea-san was worshipping Benny-chan. This is good. When we arrived at the bottom of the hole, there were 4 ropes hanging from the top. We quickly secure them and tie them to the 4 corners. When we signal up, the ropes are slowly pulled up, and the rubber boat floats away. I use the oars to keep the boat from hitting the cliff. I was afraid of going down, but I was also afraid of going up. I was afraid of both. We arrived safely at the hole, with a calm expression on my face, and were greeted by the rest of the group. I told Ins and Felicia that everything was fine, and Dorothea-san happily reported that she had tamed Benny-chan. Master, how was the magma? Ins asks curiously. Well, to be honest, there wasn't much for Ins to enjoy. You can't go outside the barrier, so it was no different than usual, except that it was stickier than on the water, which made it harder for the rubber boat to move. But the scenery was beautiful. Is it? Yes, because if we didn't make things normal, we'd be dead. If you say so. I guess that's true. I could see how In's tension visibly decreased. I guess she was thinking that she might be next, but she seemed to have lost interest in that idea. She used to be an adventurer, so I guess she likes unusual things. There's no point talking about this here, so let's talk about it in the hideaway. Let's go, Alessia-san and everyone else. We enter the hideaway and rest with a glass of cold juice. My eyes are entertained by Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan. Whether they have quickly become friends or are showing off the hideaway, they are moving around the ship, gathering, and twitching. I imagine they are teaching Benny-chan how to do things like this is where we eat and this is where you press the button to turn on the light. How cute. I suddenly noticed that Dorothea-san and Marina-san were standing next to me, both with their eyes glued to Rimmer and the others. It's nice to have comrades to share your feelings with, isn't it? Oh, they are approaching us. Wataru. Angel. Rimmer says I'm an angel. Well, I know he wants to transform. Doesn't he? As you can imagine, I couldn't even try to translate it in my head. You want to become an angel? Yes, I'll show. Want to see. Want to see. Apparently, the subject of angels came up in the conversation. Okay, good luck with that. Yeah. When I say that, Rimmer emits light and turns into an angel. He turns into an angel and flies up to around my chest. Fu-chan and Benny-chan jump around Rimmer excitedly, perhaps satisfied. When Rimmer reversed the transformation, Fu-chan and Benny-chan jumped on Marina-san and Dorothea-san. Leveling up, evolution? Fu-chan is doing her best, so don't worry. Let's not be in a hurry and do our best. Fu-chan is asking Marina-san to level up again, isn't she? Then, yeah, you're right. Benny-chan can level up too. Yeah, stone throwing? Oh, you want to practice stone throwing? Apparently, Rimmer and Fu-chan were teaching Benny-chan about the need to level up and how to do it. I guess Rimmer wanted to transform because he wanted to show Benny-chan what would happen when he evolved. It seems that the room tour I imagined was different from what I expected. As a result, it seems to have sparked the motivation of Fu-chan and Benny-chan. Fu-chan must have known about it originally, but was she motivated by it? At the request of Rimmer and the others, Benny-chan's stone-throwing class was held in a hurry. We did the same with Fu-chan, but the difference was that the stones she threw became much more powerful. Benny-chan can only throw the stones lightly now, but I'm sure he'll be able to throw the stone with great power one day. After the stone-throwing class, we had dinner. Benny-chan was very excited to try a dish he had never eaten before. Dorothea-san was also excited. She fed Benny-chan, saying, "This is good too, and I like this," and so on. Since she signed the contract with Benny-chan, Dorothea-san's rare expression, which I could not see before, is now on full display. Benny-chan joined in sharing the food, and dinner was over. The ladies, Rimmer and Fu-chan, are used to eating earth food, so Benny-chan's reaction made me happy. The ladies also said it was delicious, but I guess it can't be helped because once you get used to it, the excitement is lost. I'll try to find something that will surprise them. Rimmer, Fu-chan, And Benny-chan, I think the more there are, the more attractive they become. If I didn't have the summoning slot, I'd make a slime boat. Can't we build a slime ranch on Dark Elf Island? Is it a problem to have my own hobby on the busy Dark Elf Island? Hot springs are also my hobby, but it's useful to everyone, so it shouldn't be a problem. Is a slime ranch okay because it heals everyone? Maybe I'll ask the Dark Elves when they have more time. We all talk and go back to our rooms. I'd like to take a hot spring bath. I should have filled the bathing boat with hot spring water and repatriated it. That's right. Should I pour the hot spring water directly into my extra rubber boat when I leave the hot spring? I have about 200 rubber boats that used to carry Pepper, so I can go to the hot spring as many times as I want. I'll take a bath, hear from Rimmer about the joy of having more friends, and go to sleep with some light lovey-dovey fun because I'm so tired today. Well, we're leaving the cave today to look for mineral deposits, right? During breakfast, I check the schedule for the day. Yes, there's a lot of room, so let's do our best to find it. Since we've come all this way, I hope we find something. If we can find some rare metals or gems, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Yes, I'll do my best to find them. I thought I hated caves, but now that there are fewer monsters, I'm getting excited about treasure hunting. After breakfast, we prepare our equipment and head out. What we do is simple. We look for mineral deposits in places where rock has appeared. I haven't seen the real thing yet, so everything looks dubious. Even in the passage, where there are rock formations, I check them carefully and continue. I check the rooms as well, but there are subtle burn marks that are strange. I search for the rock carrier, keeping anything unpleasant out of sight. The room where we finished our search is lit again. We're not going to find much, are we? There are still 4 rooms. If we find one, we can make a lot of money depending on the mineral deposits, so let's keep at it. Alessia-san is in a good mood. This is no time to be harmed by the raw ant egg myself. Let's work hard to increase the suspense. As we continued to search, Marina-san shouted, "I found a mineral deposit." We hurry to check. Is this the mineral deposit? A white stone-like streak branched out from the bottom to the top. So this white stone is the mineral deposit. What kind of mineral deposit is it? It is hard to say what kind of mineral deposit it is because mineral deposits are often a mixture of many different metals. If this mineral deposit turns out to be good, there is a possibility that several kinds of metals can be extracted from it. But look carefully here. I looked carefully at the spot Marina-san pointed to and saw small grains of gold. Is that gold? If it's a deposit of gold, that would be amazing. My voice grew louder with excitement. What, True-san? Don't be in such a hurry. It might be gold, but it might not be gold. There are similar metals out there, so let's have someone who can use earth magic check it thoroughly. There is a possibility that it is not gold. But now that we know where the deposit is, it will be easier to find. If we find a lot of it, we will probably find a valuable deposit. Iron deposits are also a valuable treasure on this island. Come to think of it, I've heard that gold can be extracted from copper. I read in a novel that foreigners bought copper ingots during the Warring States period. It's getting fun. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 8 Chapter 14. Thanks to Argus for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2 halves. Chapter 14. Unexpected events and hot springs. The first deposit has been discovered, and my excitement is skyrocketing. And there is a possibility of gold. A golden tea room is no longer a dream. I've never had tea before, so it might be fun to create something like a certain lord's room. T/N. Probably referring to Toyotomi Hideyoshi's golden tea room. Speaking of which, we don't have a map of the caves, so how do we find the deposit? Well, you will need a map eventually, but for now, just make a big scratch on the side of the mineral deposit and at the entrance to the passage if it is a room, and remember the number of deposits you found. Well, that makes sense. I'll probably do a more detailed survey later, so why not start with a rough idea? I understand. Thank you, Alessia-san. We scratched the area near the depository and the entrance to the main passage and moved on to the next location. Well, it was hard to find because of my low luck stat. Marina found another one, and Carla-san found one too. I want to find one too. I continued my search without giving up and finally found a deposit. There was a thick white streak where the ant had once stored food. There is a fine silver glitter mixed in, so there might be a possibility of getting silver. I was overjoyed at my own discovery. I was a little embarrassed, but I couldn't contain my joy. It took us a whole day to get back to the entrance of the cave. We found 7 deposits. 1 deposit looked like gold, 1 looked like silver, and the remaining 5 were likely to yield some kind of metal, although we would not know what was in them until we mined them and checked them carefully. It seems that the deposits are often mixed with different metals, and if all goes well, we may be able to get most of the metals. We will be lucky to get gold, silver, copper, and iron. It would be a shame not to know more about metals when it comes to this. I'm sure I could learn about the fantasy metals of this world, but I have no idea about alloys and such. I wish there were books on alloys and other geeky stuff in the castle library. Let's go, Wataru-san. I need a hot spring bath. While I was thinking about it, Alessia-san called out to me. That sounds good. Shall we go? I had taken a bath at the hideaway, but a hot spring is different. My tired body longs for a hot spring. When we returned to the rock bath with excitement, there was a shocking sight. What is this? It's terribly unpleasant. Yes. Are they trying to take revenge on us? Alessia-san seems to agree. It's deeply unpleasant. The women also radiate an angry mood. Gajia, jia. When our eyes meet, they give us a mocking look, followed by an uncomfortable laugh. There are more than 10 goblins soaking in the hot springs and hanging around the rock baths. And they are in the mood for a feast, devouring the raw meat of some animal. We certainly didn't fence them in, and we had no intention of monopolizing them, but their attitude was not nice. Next time I'll ask Felicia to put up some barriers. Is that guy in the middle the one we caught the other day? Maybe. It has a bruise on its face where I hit it. If that's what Marina-san, the person who caught it, says, then there can be no mistake. I'm glad it didn't turn into the Goblin King and come back for revenge after it escaped, although that would have been unpleasant. I wonder if the experiment taught it to soak in hot water? I don't know, but I assure you, I won't let any of them escape. And I won't kill them in the hot springs. As soon as Alessia-san said these words, a tremendous amount of murderous intent swelled up from the ladies. I have never seen such a deadly group of women before. The goblins, perhaps reacting to the murderous atmosphere, began to make a commotion. They rushed out of the hot spring with wooden sticks in their hands. No, I know it's hard to fight, but if you come out of the hot spring, you'll be killed instantly. Besides, they are soaking in the hot spring in their tattered clothes. It's a good way to get on our nerves. No, it's better than coming out completely naked. I don't want to see a naked goblin. The goblin used in the last experiment giggles and hit the ground with a wooden stick. It's probably saying, how dare you do this to me last time? I'm going to kill you. I guess. Let's go. At the same time as Alessia-san's words, an attack from a member of Girasol comes in. It's absolutely overkill, to the point of stupefaction. There is no mercy. Ilma-san burns the dismembered goblins to clean them up. The goblins probably had a lot to say about being beaten and soaked in boiling water, but the way they did, it was not good enough. The goblins were even exterminated, but they shouldn't have come to us for a fight. Oh no, I was looking forward to the hot springs, but I don't want to go in after this. Ugh, Alessia-san, how can you say that when you're looking forward to it? Wataru-san, what is it? No. It's nothing. It can't be helped. Should we clean it up? Yes, that's right. If we don't clean it well, we won't be able to enjoy the hot spring comfortably. I didn't drill a drainage hole in the rock bath, but I was not sure what to do because if I drilled a hole by myself, it would break. Let's pump out the water this time and ask a carpenter for the hole. Annoyingly, the goblins had thrown the bones and pelts of the animals they had eaten into the first rock bath, which was too hot to enter. Don't they understand that the hot water will flow into the rock bath they're in? Well, it's an effective way to harass us because we have to clean the 2 rock baths. We use a channel to take the hot water to another place and pump the hot water out of the rock baths. It's not only a nuisance, but it's also hard because we came back with the intention of taking a bath in the hot spring. It would be frustrating if I didn't feel relieved when I saw Rimo, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan playing at the rock bath. After scrubbing out the hot water, I washed the bath with the deck brush and detergent provided on the hideaway. I thought the cleaning tools provided on the ship were useless because I could clean the bathtub on the hideaway just by thinking about it. But they come in handy in unexpected places. After a thorough wash, the detergent is rinsed away with water. After rinsing clean, Claretta-san performs a series of purifications. When Rimmer saw that purification was being used, he said he would help as well and used purification. How cute. After a good cleaning, The channel was removed, and the hot spring was placed in the rock pool. Thank you for your hard work. Let's have a drink at the hideaway until the hot springs fill up. Yes. I'm really tired, so I'd like to take it easy until the hot springs fill up. Just in case, I asked Felicia to set up a barrier, and we moved to the hideaway. If the goblins are soaking in the hot springs again while we're resting, we'll have a mountain hunt on our hands. I choose a canned coffee, and the ladies also choose their favorite drink and take a break. I never thought I'd become an A-rank adventurer and get swayed by some goblins. Alessia-san smiled bitterly as she told us about this time. It's true that defeating goblins is an F-rank adventurer's wish. It would be different if a king or general came out, but this time she was surprised because she was irritated by an ordinary goblin. It's kind of grim. Goblins are not to be underestimated, are they? Yes, they are. If it were a direct fight, there would be no problem, but I did not expect this kind of revenge we got this time. The goblins probably came for revenge with the intention of killing us, but they didn't expect that the most damaging thing to us was the fact that they were soaking in the hot springs. After the hot spring water filled up, we returned to our room and changed into our hot spring clothes. We were in a hurry, so we were in a better mood when we went into the hot spring. After the barrier was removed, I called for a rubber boat and poured the hot spring water over myself before soaking in the hot spring. Hot springs are great, after all. The women also come to the hot spring one after another to take a bath. It's a good sight, no matter how many times I see it. I want it all to be mine. Phew, now that I've taken my time, I feel even better. Alessia-san seems to agree. It's the same logic as when you're hungry, the food tastes better. I agree, even unpleasant events seem to melt away in the hot water. So healing the body and soul is what this hot spring is all about. I think I just said something good. Huh? Oh. That may be so. Alessia-san, why have you become so polite? Did I miss something? Somehow, the atmosphere became awkward, so I hugged Rimmer, who was floating nearby, and redirected the conversation. Dorothea-san, is Benny-chan having problems with the hot springs? Yes. He says it feels good. He has no problem with the magma, and feels good in the hot springs. He doesn't seem to mind the cooler air, or maybe he's just resistant to heat. That's good to know. I digress. I just wanted to say something nice, but that was an unexpected reaction. So, Watru-san, what are your plans for the future? Alessia-san also forgot about the earlier atmosphere and changed the subject. Well, I need to tell the Dark Elves about the hot springs and the mineral deposits and get them to check them out, so I guess we should go back to the Dark Elf village once. It would be faster if we could bring the village chief and someone who can use earth magic with us. Oh, that's true. We also found some mineral deposits, so it will be more convenient if we build a village here. That's right. You can mine metals in the caves, and when you get tired, you can always go to the hot springs. The only problem is that you have to cross a mountain to get to the village, but it's not a big mountain, so if we build a road to the river, it should be acceptable. Especially if you can get precious metals, they will be useful for daily life. If I think about it as a whole, it would be a very positive thing. Yes, it depends on the metal to be mined, but if they can find iron, they will be able to provide their own tools. It seems that they will be able to live completely on their own in the not-too-distant future. Foo-foo. That sounds good. Shall we go to the village tomorrow? Well, I'm not sure what's going to happen, so I want to stock up on hot springs first, so we'll leave the day after tomorrow. You want to stock up on hot springs? Yes. When I bring them back, they will be warm forever. We will be able to have hot springs whenever we want. I'm going to enjoy the hot spring jacuzzi on the balcony of the castle overlooking the ocean. I'm just imagining it, but a hot spring jacuzzi overlooking the ocean should be pretty nice. Let's enjoy it with a can of beer. That's good. That's a good idea. Watru-san, can we ask you to let us join you? Yes, I plan to stock up a large amount, so it's always okay. Thank you, Watru-san. No. Number. Come to think of it, you haven't been drinking lately. Would you like to have a drink today since I am only going to stock up on hot spring water tomorrow? We also found some mineral deposits, so let's celebrate. The women cheered. We toasted with beer. The rest is just fun and frolic. We were tired from exploring the caves and cleaning the rock baths, and the hot springs had improved our circulation, so we got drunk quickly. I saved my alcohol to watch the women in a mess. I thought about serving Japanese sake, but I thought it would be better if it were easy to drink, so I served chilled champagne and white wine. The wine and champagne went down like water. I apologized to the person who made the wine and champagne for the way I drank it, but they do a good job. Holding a bottle of alcohol, I poured it around. This action gave me a good reason to move freely around the rock bath and approach the ladies. The women, who had become merry with alcohol, laughed happily, washed each other's bodies, hugged each other, and made a lot of fun and noise. Of course, the yukata is disturbed by all this merrymaking. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Wataru-san. Dorothea-san, who had been hugging Benny-chan, suddenly thanked me. Her eyes were watering. Oh. She started to rub her cheeks against Benny-chan. She's completely drunk. What's wrong all of a sudden? I'm talking about Benny-chan. I was jealous of you because I couldn't tame any slime since I acquired the taming skill. I'm so happy to have met Benny-chan. Thank you, Wataru-san. She's been waiting for a long time. She must be bursting with joy. I didn't set out to find Benny-chan this time. Did I? But, well, it's okay. I'll take it as a sign of appreciation that I did my part to make a good impression. You're welcome, but it was fate that you met Benny-chan. God made it happen because you worked so hard, right? I sounded like a fatalist. Fate. That's right. Benny-chan and I were meant to meet, weren't we? She stood up, lifted Benny-chan with both hands, and began to spin around and around. The combination of tiredness, joy, hot spring baths, and alcohol had made her look a little strange, but she was drunk, so she spun around, dizzy and swaying. Is she all right? But her breasts are also swollen, and when she turns her back to me, her buttocks are right in front of me. The robe is stuck to her butt, and it's great. As I had hoped, happy glances occurred frequently. The fact that they're so open and promiscuous is proof that we've become good friends. I leave the hot spring after thoroughly enjoying the hot spring and the itchy sight. I asked Felicia to put up another barrier, returned to the hideaway, and jumped on Ins and Felicia as I wanted to. Tomorrow is our day off, right? Striving for the luxury liner, Volume 8 Chapter 15. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 15. Mineral Deposits Identification and Development Plans. We are now on the ad, heading for the Dark Elf Village. Yesterday, I took care of the ladies who had a little too much to drink on their day off and leisurely filled the rubber boats with hot spring water. I filled more than 200 rubber boats with hot spring water. Now I can take a hot spring bath whenever I want. If that were enough, I wouldn't have had to build a rock bath. But it is what it is. Bathing in a rock bath was a necessary thing. The slightly disturbing hot spring scene with the girasol also had to have a different atmosphere, so there's nothing wrong with it. Before returning to the village, we decided to put barriers around the hot springs and the cave. This would prevent monsters from entering either the cave or the hot springs. We ran through the meadow, thinking about trivial things. It is good to go down the river by boat, but it is also good to run through the meadow. On the way back, a group of people who like to steer the boat wanted to drive, so I put a stopper in the back and let them drive. Although I was worried about it, I felt uneasy with their big smiles, but they had endured the trip there, so I guess I had no choice on the way back. I was in charge of stopping Ins, Dorothea-san was in charge of Alessia-san, and Ilma-san was in charge of stopping Marina-san in case she got out of control. The group of maneuvering enthusiasts drives the ads while shouting. There is no road, so they do not go full throttle, but they push it to the limit, knowing exactly what the limits are. They are speed freaks. They are not used to driving, but they have a good sense of balance, or maybe they have a different sense, and they soon get used to it and seem to enjoy it. When we arrived at the Dark Elf Village, the group that liked to maneuver the boat was smiling with a refreshed face. They are easy to understand, aren't they? As we approached the village gate, we were greeted by the village chief. I feel bad that he has to greet me all the time, but half the time, he seems to want to meet Felicia, so I let him. Wataru-san, welcome back. I'm glad you're safe. Thank you for welcoming us, Village Chief-san. We found something good. Can you give us a moment of your time? Yes, of course. Shall I call the deputy chief? Yes, that will be fine. It would be better if he were present. Please do so. I went to the village chief's house, greeted Cecilia-san, and waited for the deputy chief to arrive. After a short wait, the deputy chief arrived, greeted us, and we began to discuss the situation. Well then, let me explain what we found. The explanation of the hot springs did not seem to go over well with them. No wonder, since they are not in the habit of taking baths. As for the mineral deposits, They listened with obvious delight. They said that they would send people to inspect the hot springs and mineral deposits and that they would hold an emergency meeting at night to discuss the proposal to build a village at the site of the hot springs. They had planned to build a village in the forest, but now they were in the preparation stage and planned to build this hilltop village in advance while they were gathering materials. Now that I'm doing what I want, their plans will go awry. I apologized to them, and they thanked me profusely, saying that although they were not sure about the hot springs, the mineral deposits alone were a very welcome discovery for the island. As for our share of the precious metals, we were told that since we were the ones who discovered them, it would be enough for us to get a share of any iron that might be useful in our daily lives. I was told that on this island, gold and silver treasures are only used for decoration. That may be true, but I didn't feel comfortable taking a cut of the money they gave me for mining. After some discussion, it was decided that I would get 30%, Girasol 30%, and the Dark Elves 40%. Girasol was mainly responsible for discovering the cave and defeating the ants. Is it right that I get 30%? They say it's good. Without me, it's useless, no matter how much precious metal there is. I guess I am strong when it comes to holding the transportation. Alessia-san also said she had no intention of making money on this island, but she was overwhelmed. I told them about the giant ant, but they said it would be no problem if there were not too many of them. We had already hunted all the ants in this cave, so if there were any, they were probably just stray ants, so they should be fine. They asked me a lot of questions, but all I could tell them was that food production was going to be difficult. For now, I left them to Felicia, who knew what it was like to live as a dark elf. It was decided that we would visit the hot springs and mineral deposits tomorrow. There will be a meeting tonight to decide who will go and what the general policy will be. What will happen? It's going to be busy, so we'll go back to the beach and stay on the Seeker. What, Trusan? Won't this island be great depending on the mineral deposits? What are you going to do? Alessia-san asked me while we were having tea in the Seeker's living room. What am I going to do? Well, this island is the Dark Elf's island, so I wouldn't be too happy about sticking out. If there are any precious metals to be found, I'll go and sell them on the southern continent. There aren't many people here, so I don't think we can mine that much metal. If we accumulate it and wholesale it all at once, we can sell it every few years. We have a stable food supply, so if there's iron, which is more useful than gold or silver, I think I'll concentrate on that. Sure. It's not good to stand out. If this place is discovered, it's closer than going to buy pepper. Those reckless bums will come in droves. So that's why you're going to the southern continent to sell it. The southern continent is safer because of the distance. Well, we don't even know if it's real gold or not, so it might be a wasted effort. If the glittering metal were the one that resembled gold, it would be a waste of time unless we could find some other precious metal. Foo-foo. You're right. Let's think about it after we check the deposits. That's right, and yet we've already decided on the percentage of our share. It would be a shame if we didn't find any precious metals. The meeting decided that the village chief and deputy chief would go to the site themselves to inspect everything. When we asked for someone who could use earth magic, the deputy chief said he could do it. In the lake village, earth magic is used to process and repair the large rocks that are used as shelters when the monsters go berserk, and he is very skilled at it. When I told him to take an escort, he said it would only slow us down. I told him that I thought it would be better to have more people than just the two of them inspecting the site, but he said that if we had more people, there would be a problem with the dark elf women who are interested in the hot springs and would want to follow us. Leading the group of women was Cecilia-san, who had heard Felicia's story and insisted that she would definitely go. A hot spring with a group of dark elf women. Isn't that good? Oh, they don't have bathing suits, so it's impossible for me to mingle with them. I should have told them about the bathing suits. It's too late now to say that mixed bathing is customary. It seems that I convinced the women's group that I would take them with me after the inspection and some maintenance. I'm sorry to make this promise without permission, but they bowed to me and asked for permission to use the hot springs. Haven't they already decided to build a village around the hot springs? We took the Japanese boat up the river, walked through the forest and mountains, and arrived at the hot spring at night. The village chief and deputy chief were both physically fit, and even though the path was known, they were surprised at how easily we reached the hot spring. Since they did not have bathing suits, it was decided that I, the village chief, and the deputy chief would soak in the hot springs, a hot spring with two cool dark elf men. I, a man of medium height and medium build, was in the hot spring with these two men, with their toned bodies, long legs, and outstanding good looks despite being men. I feel like I'm doing something wrong, right? At first, the village chief and the deputy chief did not like the smell, but they were surprised to see the hot water gushing out of the hot spring, and their expressions relaxed as they soaked in the hot spring water. I lent them my face wash, shampoo, conditioner, and body soap, and a beautiful, radiant young man appeared. I thought the same about Alessia-san and the others, but I envied how good they were, to begin with, and how much they changed just by using shampoo and other products. But now, when the dark elf ladies see this scene, the pressure to take them to the hot springs will increase. The village chief and deputy chief also like the hot springs and seem open to the idea of building a village. Since I can't keep it a secret anymore, I summoned the hideaway to spend the night. The village chief was surprised, and the deputy chief, who had been to the hideaway in the demon forest, was also surprised because the interior was not disguised. The next day, we went into the cave to check each mineral deposit. When we saw the deputy chief using earth magic to check, he cut out the deposits with earth magic, and when he cast another spell on the quarried stone, the stone crumbled. The crumbled sand? When he cast another spell on the crumbled sand, it was divided into a small metal and stone and hardened. I got the impression that the metal would come out on its own when the spell was cast. When I asked him about the details, he told me that the metal would be hard to take out unless it was in a state like sand. The metal can only be sorted out by the person who cast the spell. It's useful, but it will take a long time to mine. It took us 2 days to go around all the deposits and get out. They were quite surprised by the magma. We found gold, silver, copper, iron, and lead. Maybe if I tell them about other metals they don't know about, they'll discover some new ones. I'll have to look them up in the library. During this exploration, the village chief and deputy chief were excited that they would surely build a village here. When they returned to the village, they immediately held a meeting and quickly set about building a village of hot springs. The biggest driving force is the transformation of the village chief and vice chief. Cecilia-san, who had heard about the hot springs in detail from Felicia, confirmed the effectiveness of the hot springs and began to gather the women to put pressure on them. At the meeting, it was discussed that they would build houses for everyone in the village on the hill and then work on the hot spring village, but it was decided to first build a fence around the hot spring and build facilities where people could stay overnight. I recommended a hot spring inn, but is it possible to build it using only my vocabulary? I think it would create a subtle atmosphere. Oh, yes. There's a section on hot spring resorts in the ferry's travel guide. I don't know the details, but I'll bring it with me next time. I'm sure they sold it at the kiosk. The lake villagers would have been upset to have their houses postponed, but Cecilia-san had gathered a group of women from the lake village, and things went smoothly. I thought there was no need to be in such a hurry, but the house where the families with children would live was already finished, so I heard there would be no problem. Besides, they said, it would be more efficient to build a hot spring village because it would free up houses for people to move into. This is, this one, the one with the mineral deposits and all that is forgotten. We found gold and stuff, but the plan to build the hot spring village is set, and the mineral deposits are finally mentioned. How many earth mages will be sent to mine is discussed, as it has to do with farming. In the end, it is decided that mining will not be possible until the hot spring village is built. That's pretty simple, isn't it? After the meeting, the deputy chief decided to leave to lead the personnel needed to develop the hot springs. Decisions are made quickly. I guess you can move more easily when there are fewer people in the group. I return to the seeker and make some tea. Master, will you help with the development of the hot spring village? I don't know. Should I help? It seems like I'd be in the way if I were there. Felicia, do you think we should get involved? No, I think it will be fine. There are no dangerous monsters, so the people in the village will be enough. Then, since we would be bothering them with our presence, why don't we ask them if they need anything tomorrow and then sail out and relax on the castle for a bit? I've been working a little too hard lately, and I'd like to live a little lavishly. Fufu, we're going to take it easy. I'm looking forward to it. Can I have a little drink? I'm going to take some time off, then we'll see. In's face lights up when she thinks about having a drink on that day off. She likes it, even though she drank a lot at the hot springs a while ago. Well, It's nice to have something to look forward to, isn't it? I also got excited when I imagined my life of debauchery, playing with Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan in the kind's room sounds like fun. Or I can stay in my room and spend some time with Ins and Felicia. And don't forget the hot springs in the jacuzzi. Yeah, why don't we go to the village and ask them what they need? I feel like going back to the castle tonight. Should I summon the castle here? Is it too big? There was a commotion when the ship just disappeared, so if a huge ship like the castle appeared, there would be a commotion, and it would probably run aground. So I should stop. It would be too selfish to go that far for a life of debauchery. Let's rest on the Seeker today and enjoy our vacation as much as possible tomorrow. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 16. Sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier since you can now choose a tier for specific novels, so please go check it out. And also new Ko-fi for here. Chapter 16. The Castle. After a long time and the Divine Realm. I leave the island to summon the castle and leave the development of the hot springs to the village chief and the others. The first thing to be done is to maintain the area around the hot springs. Hey, what Trusan? Why are you hiding the castle? I thought you didn't hide your abilities from the people of the Dark Elf village? Alessia-san asked. I want to believe that it's not because she wants to have a drink at the bar as soon as possible. Because when I said I was going to take a break for a while at the castle, the group of people who like to drink started discussing which bar to drink at. I have no particular intention of hiding it. But if I float the castle in the sea, monsters will come near it. So it's safer to keep it away from them. It's also a problem to gather monsters near the island for a battle. If we gather sea monsters around the island, and if enemy ships come to the island, they might not be able to land on it, right? However, placing monsters without permission is a problem. I should talk to the village chief. Surely we shouldn't cause a commotion where people can see us from the island. Yes, if we run for a while longer, I can summon it. So please wait a little longer for the alcohol. What are you talking about? I didn't ask you because I want to have a drink as soon as possible. It's the truth, you know. Well, it's just courtesy, and 50% of the time, she's looking for alcohol. The rest is casino. But I like that Alessia-san is a bit shy. Really? I'm sure it was unintentional, but it's cute. This is a good thing. The cause was alcohol, though. Haha, I'm just kidding. We still have some time. So let's have some tea. Why yes, let's have tea. We drink tea in the Seeker's living room. Everyone seems to have their own things to do and is chatting happily. Claretta-san says she wants to buy stuffed toy materials after cleaning the church. She bought a lot of stuffed toys last time, but how many stuffed toys is she making? We drink tea while watching Rimmer, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan play together. I think this time is important. When I'm not watching them, my thoughts are diverted to eroticism. Do you think I should think of some hobbies as well? Well, let's get some exercise before having a drink. Swimming in the pool, bouldering, and ziplining would be fun. Then we can go to the solarium and have a drink afterward. Not good. Alessia-san's words made my mind fill with bathing suits. We've bouldered in swimsuits before, and it was a great sight. I have to see it. The ladies go up and down without any equipment, so if they're a little high, they can jump off by themselves and then boing. I wonder if the batteries in the video camera are okay. I charge it while I'm at it. The ladies let me when I ask them to take a video. They believe me when I tell them that in my former world, when you played, you took a video to preserve memories. It's not a total lie, and they're okay with it, you know? The ladies are pretty open when they're on castle, so I have to make sure I don't miss any good scenes. They will probably be drinking in the solarium in their swimsuits. I don't want to miss that scene. It's going to be fun. What Trusan, we're already quite far from the island. Why don't we move to the castle, huh? Yes, I think it's time to move on. Oh no, I was thinking about the videotaping scene with all my energy, and time was running out. Time flies when you think about eroticism. Hiding the fact that I was thinking of doing something stupid, I summoned the castle. Kaiawa, Benny-chan, calm down. When I look back, Benny-chan is very excited on top of Dorothea-san's head. He must be happy about the huge magic circle. Oh, We missed getting into the magic circle of light. The castle is so big that Benny-chan is even more excited. I'm glad to see this reaction since everyone is getting used to it these days. Benny-chan is more excited than when he first saw the ocean. Dorothea-san holds Benny-chan in her arms and does her best to calm him down. They are both adorable. I'm sorry, Watru-san, we missed the boarding. Shall we go through the ramp? No, it's too much trouble. I'll summon it again. I'm sorry, Watru-san. I'll calm Benny-chan down. Ahahaha, Dorothea-san. Please don't worry. There is no problem because Benny-chan is happy, and that makes me happy too. I repatriate the castle and summon it again. This time, we jump onto the magic circle of light and move to the royal promenade. It feels like it's been a long time, doesn't it? Watru-san, what shall we do now? I haven't decided on anything in particular, so you're free to go. Felicia, I'm giving you the day off, so you're free to. I want to play in the pool, but it's impossible for me to make other plans, isn't it? I give Ins and Felicia their pocket money. It would be too obvious to wait for them at the pool, so I'll give them some time before I go there. What should I do until then? We'll exercise at the pool, but what about you, Watru-san? The pool is nice, maybe we can meet up later. As for me, I'm going to the church to pray, and then I'll think about it. Oh. Alessia-san's question made it easier for us to meet at the pool. Thank you very much. Watru-san, I'm going to the church too, so I'll join you. Fufafu, I heard that Claretta-san also goes to church, so now I can do something date-like with her. I'm being aggressive these days, aren't I? Alright, I look forward to working with you. I reply with a determined expression, suppressing my inner thoughts. If I let my guard down, I might be embarrassed. But it's unusual for Watru-san to go to church right away. Is something wrong? Huh? Is it true? Come to think of it, going to church was like, when I have some time, it's time to go and pray. This time, my purpose is to show Claretta-san a good part of me, so it's certainly different from the usual. What am I supposed to say? I guess you're right. But this time, while exploring the cave, I once again thought that the unique skill I received from Creator God Sama was truly wonderful, so I thought I would offer a prayer of gratitude. Oh man, I feel like my mind is at the polls right now. Isn't this the best answer that will also give me some good impressions? I see. Come to think of it, Watru-san, you met Creator God Sama, didn't you? That's just wonderful. Huh? Shouldn't you praise me for going to pray and being great? Well, if you praise me, is that good? Anyway, I left the other members and went to the church with Claretta-san. Rimmer is on my head, but it's safe to say that it's just the two of us. We have a rather pleasant conversation, talking about stuffed toys and how she wants to check out the UFO catcher on the ferry soon. It's a good feeling. We made a promise to go to the UFO catcher together. It's probably not just the two of us, but Carla-san as well, but it's progress to be able to make a promise to go out and have fun. Then, Watru-san, I'll go clean up. When we got to the church, Claretta-san left. She doesn't have to clean this ship, though. It can't be helped, so let's pray. I wonder if Creator God Sama will be angry with me if I say it can't be helped. Let's pray seriously. I kneel down in front of the statue of the gods and say a prayer of gratitude. Hello, Wataru-kun, it's been a long time. Creator God Sama appeared. Creator God Sama, it has been a long time. Are you okay with the interference in the lower world? Yes. I placed the god statue in the church of your ship. It's a sanctuary, so it's fine. Let's see. A sanctuary on the castle? Do you mean it's being treated like the cathedral in Palermo now? Is that possible? Is it okay to create such a sanctuary? Ha ha ha. Well, I am the creator god, after all. For a moment, he remembered something and had a dead look in his eyes, but I'll pretend I didn't see it. That's right. You are Creator God Sama, after all. Ha 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 ha. For some reason, I can't help but laugh dryly. So, Creator God Sama, why did you call me this time? Oh, that's right. Actually, I'd like to visit you on your luxury liner. He said something outrageous. How about that? Like Creator God Sama's descent event. Won't that be a big problem? It's okay. Everyone says they will go, so they won't be angry with me. I heard words I didn't understand. No, I didn't want to understand. He said everyone. What do you mean when you say everyone? Everyone is everyone. Just in time. I'll introduce you. Huh? Introductions? No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't be shy. It would be strange if you didn't know their faces when we visited you. No, I don't have any reservations. I'm being honest. Oh, but maybe I want to meet the God of Light Sama. No, that's not the point. Then I will call them. Oh, wait a minute. Too late. 5 people are already in front of me. 5 gods, 5 pillars. Anyway, the gods appeared. You already know the God of Light, right? The rest are the God of War, the God of Magic, the God of Entertainment, and the God of Gastronomy. I am honored to meet you all. My name is Wataru. Pleased to meet you. I greeted them as best I could, and they greeted me in a surprisingly friendly manner. God of Entertainment Sama is the god who said he felt like throwing up when he saw my actions, right? Unlike what I imagined, he is a cute, boyish god. This god told me he was going to throw up. I really don't want to mess it up. God of War Sama and God of Magic Sama are different types, but I don't want to get involved with them at all. I'm scared. God of Gastronomy Sama is. She's the best. T/N. I don't know why the author wrote Kami here instead of Megami. I had an image that most chefs are male, so I thought the food-related god would be male, but unlike what I expected, she's not like that. She's a very mature and sexy one. I can understand if she is a kind, motherly type, but I would be more convinced if she is a goddess of beauty or a goddess of sex. I want to be her pet. For some reason, God of War Sama and God of Magic Sama come close to me, but I prefer the God of Light and the God of Gastronomy. Oh, so you're Wataru. It would have been interesting if you'd fought a bit more. Well, you're a victim of the Creator God. I guess it can't be helped. Eh? What do you mean? God of War Sama, I am a victim? What? You didn't notice? You were given an unfavorable skill. Up until now, Otherworlders could do most things with their unique skills from day one. Very few of them would have as much trouble as you have. God of Magic Sama told me. Does this mean that I'm supposed to be given a very strong cheat? Does that mean I'm going to be insanely strong, and when I become an adventurer, I'm going to have a woohoo harem, and I'm going to be so powerful? No. I don't know. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't interested in becoming very powerful, but in my case, I'd get carried away and have a lot of harems, and I'd probably die a nasty death in the end. I would love to be a cheat harem, but I don't think I could handle it. God of War Sama and God of Magic Sama sympathize with me, but they criticize ship summoning and Creator God Sama. I'm getting frustrated. However, I'm still grateful to Creator God Sama. God of War Sama, God of Magic Sama, sure. At first I wondered why I was given the ship summoning, but now I like the ship summoning, so I have no problem with it. I am very grateful to Creator God Sama. I think I'm better suited for ship summoning because of my personality. There is the possibility of a harem. I can also get supplies from Earth. All in all, I'd rather have ship summoning than become so powerful. When I said that, they looked at me like, is this guy serious? Did I say something funny? Creator God Sama, who heard my words, was so excited that he started bragging to God of War Sama and God of Magic Sama. It's no good that they can't see the beauty of my chosen unique skill. Do you have enough insight to complain about Creator God Sama's skill selection? And Creator God Sama is annoyingly excited about it. Was I wrong? God of War Sama, God of Magic Sama, I'm sorry. No, if you like it, we have nothing to say about it. No, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Why are you apologizing? It's okay. You can lecture these blind people on the wonders of ship summoning. Wow. The annoyance is getting extreme. Why was I annoyed? I'm definitely more annoyed now. I really want to talk to the God of Light Sama and the God of Gastronomy Sama. N number. So, what do you mean you want to visit me? Oh, that's right. I've built a sanctuary on your luxury liner, so we can go and play without any problems. That's why we will go to visit you. It has been explained or not explained. What should I say? I don't know what to do. I'm kind of panicking. Why did I even pray? Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 17. Thanks to Argus for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1/2. Chapter 17. God of Gastronomy and Wataru. Creator God Sama and the others say they are coming to visit me. I'm panicking. I don't know what to do, so I ask God of Light Sama for help. Wataru-san, I'm sorry to bother you on such short notice, but could you please listen to what I have to say? Oh, yes. God of Light Sama, please ask for anything. Fufu. Thank you very much. God of Light Sama is as beautiful as ever. I feel like she's exuding some kind of hardship, but it's a good thing. Hey, God of magic. That other worlder's demeanor is noticeably different when he talks to us. Well, he has a weakness for women, after all. You knew that, didn't you? No, I knew that, but that guy, towards the goddess, too? How about that? I can't judge that. There must be something unique about the otherworlder. It is interesting. I didn't expect humans to differentiate between men and women. No, God of magic, why do you look so happy? Next to me, the God of War Sama and the God of Magic Sama are buzzing around. Oh well. Now it's time to talk to the God of Light Sama. What, Trusan? We are also interested in the culture of the other world. The fact that a sanctuary has been established is a problem, but we would like to take this opportunity to experience the culture of the other world. So it's a problem that a sanctuary has been established, but now that it's established, it seems like they want to take advantage of it. Since Creator God Samas gave me this ability, I guess he can do whatever he wants without bothering to descend to the lower realms, right? There are various restrictions due to the rule of the gods. Therefore, there are very few opportunities for anyone other than the Creator God to come into contact with the cultures of the other worlds. So even the gods have all kinds of restrictions. Is that why Creator God Sama made ship summoning my power? Maybe he's thinking about it more than I thought. It's annoying, though. If that's the case, I'd be a fool if I didn't help. I'll cooperate. Should I offer the goddess some kind of special service? I understand. It is thanks to the Creator God Sama that I am able to live in this world, so if there is anything I can do, I will do my best. Thank you, Watru-san. The God of Light Sama smiles. She is beautiful. So, what should I do? That's right. As expected, we can't show ourselves to anyone but Watru-san, so it would be very helpful if you could clear out the people for the day. Also, can you give us some tickets? Yes, about 200. Do you need tickets? Yes. It is the power of the Creator God that prevents people from boarding the summoned ships. There are only a few of us who can break through, and even those who can break through will have a hard time. Only the Creator God can enter easily. Boarding rejection was a cheat beyond imagination. Not even dragons, but most gods can't do it. I see. That's why they were angry that I was given so much ability and that I ran away from goblins. I understand. Can I make the tickets here? And what about the deadline? Yes, that's fine. Skills are not something that resides in the body but in the soul. The deadline can be any time that is convenient for you. Something that resides in the soul. Am I a soul now? I'm going to explode if I think about it too deeply. Let's see. The deadline. I guess the ladies will be hungover tomorrow. So maybe the day after tomorrow? I'm not sure. They'd like it if the deadline was only one day, so I'll set it at about 3 days for now. Well, how about 3 days from the day after tomorrow? If the number of days is too short, I would be very grateful if you could clarify things. Is the day after tomorrow too soon? No, that's fine. If you divide the days, does that mean you will give us another chance besides this one? I thought 3 days was too short. I thought it would only be a one-time visit. Did I fail? It's too late for now. If I'm going to get more chances to see the goddess, I should be proactive about it. It would be great if they allowed me to record a video. Why yeah, it's a big ship, and I don't think 3 days will be enough. As long as you can fit it into the schedule, it will be fine. That's okay. I'll summon a lot of Saparabi. Well, let's ask Creator God Sama about Saparabi and the horned rabbits. Everyone will be pleased. Thank you, Watru-san. I made the God of Light Sama happy, didn't I? It's amazing when you think about it. Ship summoning attracts the gods as well. I will prepare 200 tickets with a time limit of 3 days from the day after tomorrow. Alright, here are the tickets. I intend to increase the number of Saparabi, but I can only offer a minimum of hospitality. Is that okay? Yes, of course. It's fine. We will be grateful for your hospitality. Then we will come to the church the day after tomorrow at 8 a.m. Yes, what should I do? If you don't need me, I'll be on the other ship. On second thought, it might be better if I didn't stay either. I was ready to record a video of the goddess on my own. I'm sorry to bother you, but we'd like to ask for your assistance. Watru-san. Do you mind? Assistance? I don't know what I can do, but I will do my best to help you. But what do you want me to do? I can work hard for the sake of the goddess, and with 200 tickets, many goddesses will come. I'll even ask for permission to make a video. I would like you to use your staff appointment. There is a lot of interest in the spa among the goddesses, so instead of Saparabi, I would like you to appoint a goddess as a staff member to make the experience as good as possible. As for the rest, God of Gastronomy, come here and ask yourself. Appointing a goddess as a staff member? That's kind of a big deal. I wonder if I can get a massage from the goddess. If I get in line too? And here comes the God of Gastronomy Sama. I've always wanted to talk to her. Can I ask you a favor, Wataru-san? God of Gastronomy Sama's voice is so sexy, like the beautiful lady in the anime about a third-generation thief. I want to be eaten sexually. T/N. I don't know which one it is because I didn't watch Lupin 3. Gammon. Yes, anything you want. Ara, are you sure about this? Yes, for the sake of the God of Gastronomy Sama and the God of Light Sama, I will serve you to the best of my ability. I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm happy, so I'm okay. That guy is amazing. He really is devoted to the goddess, isn't he? God of Magic, is it possible for a human and a goddess to be together? I don't know about that. The other worlder does a good job sometimes, doesn't he? It was boring at first, but when a woman is involved, it's a bit more interesting. Besides, he would never have the guts to say something like that. But I guess the sex appeal of the God of Gastronomy has gotten to his brain. Anything goes with the God of Entertainment as long as it's entertaining, right? After all, I am the God of Entertainment. Even the God of Magic would be interested in the things under your jurisdiction, wouldn't you? That doesn't matter. Doesn't he forget about me? This should be the part where he says he would do anything for the Creator God, isn't it? Said Creator God. It doesn't matter. The outsiders are making too much noise. I won't let them interfere with me and the God of Gastronomy Sama. Wataru-san, I'm interested in the cuisine of the other world. I would like you to appoint me as a staff member in the restaurant. Is that okay? If it's a staff appointment, you'll gain knowledge, but if you leave the restaurant or are released from your appointment, your knowledge will fade, you know? Then it would be better to get the menu of the earth from Creator God Sama, wouldn't it? Yes, I know. But even if I get the menu from the Creator God, I am not allowed to cook it. So I want to cook all the dishes of the restaurant I have been appointed to. It's easier to retain knowledge if you do the work, isn't it? I've never done it myself, but that's what the ladies say. Wait, does that mean I can get a home-cooked meal from the God of Gastronomy Sama? That's nice. I'd like to repatriate it to a rubber boat to preserve it. But what does that mean? She's not allowed to cook it? So you're saying that you're not allowed to directly reflect information from Earth, but you can if you have me as an intermediary. I get it. Let's go around the shop. It certainly seems to have that effect on staff appointments. But then it would take a long time to go around. Yufu, I was wondering what to do, but you will give me several opportunities, not just this one. Right? I'll take my time and study in one shop. Yes. Please come as many times as you like until you have visited them all. Thank you, Wataru-san. She patted my head and smelled good. I'm so happy. He's totally rolling. Hey, God of Entertainment, I don't get to meet her very often, but the God of Gastronomy isn't the type to do that, is she? Yes, the God of War is right. The God of Gastronomy is serious and wouldn't normally do such a thing. But this time, she was pleased with the otherworld's cuisine. Besides, since the otherworlder is doing everything he can to show that he adores her, maybe that's why she's acting so sweet. God of Gastronomy, isn't that too easy? Do you think it's okay for a god to do that? Hey, Creator God, what if the God of Gastronomy and the otherworlder fall in love? Besides, the otherworlder wants a harem, right? That's just the way it is, isn't it? It's not like it's forbidden for a god to fall in love with a human. Is it? What are you worried about, God of War? Could it be that you like the God of Gastronomy? Ha, enough. Keep your mouth shut for now. Hey, what do you think, God of Light? Well, I wouldn't call it love. It's more like petting a small animal that wants to be loved. There's no problem, so please calm down, God of War. Oh, okay, I get it. So, which restaurant would you like to go to first, God of Gastronomy Sama? Well, the first place I want to go is the main restaurant. I'd have to say 150 Central Park. 150 Central Park is the most prestigious restaurant on the ship, isn't it? So, shall we go to 150 Central Park first? Yes, I understand. I'm so happy. I'm so happy to have fallen into another world. Ins and Felicia, Girasol, God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, they are the best. Thank you, Creator God Sama. Wataru-kun, you don't need to pray, I'm still here. You can thank me personally, Okay. God of Gastronomy Sama, what about dessert and drinks? Yufufu, yes, of course, I'm interested. Desserts and drinks are wonderful. Can you help me with that? Yes, I'll take care of it. Okay, more places to visit. Now I can meet the God of Gastronomy Sama more often. God of Light, he ignored me. That wasn't ignoring you, that was completely not hearing you. I wonder if that's it. I don't think there's anything you can do about it. God of Light, it's time for me to bring Wataru-kun back, so call him. Me? Yes, I see. Wataru-san, can I talk to you? Yes. What is it? God of Light Sama. Why yes, it's time for you to return. I look forward to seeing you the day after tomorrow. Huh? Already? It's too bad, but I can't be selfish. Oh, I see. I understand. God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, I'll be waiting for you at the castle. Wow, there is no one but the God of Light and the God of Gastronomy in that guy's world. Yes, let's bring him back. He'll calm down when he's over there again. I found myself in front of the statues of the gods. Goddesses are nice, aren't they? I thought it would be a hassle, but if many goddesses are coming, I will do my best. I had to get moving. First, I have to place Sapurabi in every shop and information counter. Oh, I forgot to ask Creator God Sama about Sapurabi. I also forgot to ask Creator God for permission to make a video. I'll ask him the day after tomorrow. Well, I'll do my best. If I don't hurry, the ladies will get out of the pool. What about summoning Sapurabi to the church? Claretta-san is doing her best. Let's just ask her. Claretta-san, I've finished praying. I would like to summon some Sapurabi for this church as well. The Sapurabi? Yes. I thought it would be better to have someone always on standby. Well, I'm not always at the church, so maybe it would be better if someone stayed. Then, please. Oh, I thought she would say, it's okay, I'll take care of it. I summoned 2 Sapurabi, and a Sapurabi in a priest's uniform appeared. You guys are responsible to the church, so listen carefully to what Claretta-san says. The 2 Sapurabi nodded their heads. Claretta-san also patted them on the head and greeted them. What are you going to do now, Claretta-san? I will continue to clean and pray. After that, I plan to go to the pool. I see. I will go around the ship and then go to the pool. I'll see you later. Yes, see you later. After saying goodbye to Claretta-san, I went around the ship while summoning Sapurabi. If I don't hurry, I might miss a good scene. I must do my best. I went around the ship in a hurry and summoned Sapurabi to all the places where the staff was needed. Up to 200 gods will descend, so I must make sure I placed Sapurabi exactly where they should be. I continued my little run without pausing, visiting all but the pool floor in about an hour and a half. Thank goodness for the stamina of level up. But with so many Sapurabi, it's become a lively place. Now all I have to do is change into my swimsuit, grab my video camera, and head to the pool. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 18. Thanks to Argus for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2 halves. Chapter 18. Holiday on the castle and transfer to the ferry. After I finished placing all the Sapurabi except for the top floor, I changed into my swimsuit and headed to the pool. This is going to be fun. Arriving at the pool, I summoned the Sapurabi and headed for the busy place. It would be a happy sight, no matter how many times I saw it. Why do the Sapurabi appear at the water's edge wearing the side-striped swimsuits that the prisoners used to wear? Is it Creator God Sama's obsession? Oh, it looks like they are at the flow rider. I have to hurry. I run to the flow rider and summon a special Sapurabi for the flow rider. Wataru-san, did you finish your business? Oh, I can't get enough of Claretta-san's lush twin hills. Yes, it went without a hitch. Are you all trying the flow rider? I'm not very good at it. Fufu, Wataru-san is easily swept away, isn't he? I love it when Claretta-san says it in a slightly naughty way. This is Mo. Well, you just have to practice. I looked at the flow rider and saw Dorothea-san gracefully surfing the waves with Benny-chan on her head. She looks so cool. Dorothea-san, can I take a video of you? I ask loudly, and she gives me a hand sign saying yes. I asked the other members for permission and started shooting the video. I was so happy to be able to take pictures of them in their swimsuits with open arms. In Japan, I would have been arrested. Ins and Felicia tried to take care of me, but I told them it was their day off, and they were free to go and play. It's hard to get video when they're around, so it's important to do it. I tried to ride the flow rider a few times, but I still couldn't ride it well. Why is it that my physical ability and dexterity should be improving, but I'm under the curse that I can't do? Cool sports. Wataru, ride? Remo, would you like to ride a flow rider? I'm not very good at it, so do you want me to get someone else to do it for you? No, maybe he wants to support me. Does he want to ride the waves with him on my head? Remo, I'll do my best. Alright, I'll do my best. No, huh? No. I was surprised and looked at Remo, and Fu-chan and Benny-chan on both sides also jumped and sent their thoughts. Ride. You mean you and Remo are going to ride together? Yes. They won't get hurt, but will they be okay? Excited thoughts flew through my head. I asked Marina-san, who was standing next to me, to take a video, and I put Remo and the others on the board. They are not very heavy, but I wonder if they will be blown away by the waves. I put the board on the wave with trepidation. They're handling it well. They handle it very well. Remo is in the front, and Fu-chan and Benny-chan are in the back, side by side. It looks like a triangle. I don't know how they shift their weight, but they ride the wave beautifully. It's amazing. Dorothea-san and Marina-san watch Remo and the others riding the wave, leaning forward to get their attention. They have great healthy butts. I'd like to make a video, but my camera is being used by Marina-san to record Remo and the others. Of course, I'm happy to film Remo and the others, but I also want to record their butts. Should I go back and buy another camera? What's more, the butts have increased. The ladies who were resting became interested with the cheering of Dorothea-san and Marina-san, and the number of butts and tails increased rapidly. I love breasts, but I also love butts. I can't run out to buy the camera because my eyes are glued to it. I have to burn this scene into my memory. I will remember it every time I close my eyes. I'll watch Remo and the others on video later. Now it's butts. When my mind wanders away from Remo and the others are swept away, and I rush to help them. As I picked up Remo and the others, a thought came to me. Did you see that? I'm sorry, Remo. I was so into the butts. Yes, Remo is great. You are very good at it. I lied to Remo for the first time, and I feel so guilty. Remo, amazing. Yes, you're very amazing. I praise Remo with all my strength. I can't let him know that I'm lying when this happens. Someone once told me that if you lie to the end, it will become true. Phew. But I feel so guilty. When Remo is working hard, I have to focus on Remo and not get distracted by eroticism. On to bouldering. Now it's time for low angles. I think a great man said that a low angle is a man's angle. Who said that again? It's hard to see their breasts, but when they jump down, I have to make sure I get them at the right moment. I usually shoot the ladies enjoying the climb. If I don't get not only erotic looking shots but also videos for the viewing party, they might not let me film them next time. After having fun bouldering and ziplining, we have dinner at a romantic bistro. What, True-san? There are a lot more saparabi here. What's going on? Alessia-san asked me a question that could be taken for granted. The question is, can I say that a lot of gods are coming down the day after tomorrow and that I have summoned them for their assistance? That would be a no number. The gods also told me to clear out the people. Plus I think Claretta-san is going to get out of control, or misbehave. Somehow, I thought it would be better to have a bunch of saparabi around to keep things lively. What do you think? Is that really all there is? They look at me as if I reek of something fishy. It is obvious that they are suspicious of me. Remo believes me, so what's the problem? Oh, well, I have another idea, but it's a secret. Secret? Yes, it's a secret. Well, okay. In that case, I won't ask you again. Thank you very much. If I told them that they couldn't use the luxury liner from the day after tomorrow, so we'd have to switch to the ferry, they'd probably wonder again. But they'll know if I'm lying, so I'll just do it in secret. After we finish our meal, we go to the jacuzzi in the solarium. We can soak in the jacuzzi while we're having a drink at the solarium bar. Probably because of my influence, the ladies have learned to drink alcohol while taking a bath. That doesn't seem very healthy, does it? There are several bars, including a jazz bar, a wine bar, and a Latin bar, but the solarium bar is the most crowded. Probably because of the jacuzzi. I have always longed to have a drink in a jacuzzi with a big-breasted beauty in a bathing suit ever since I saw it in a movie or a magazine, so I welcome it. Let's do my best. We drink a lot, make a lot of noise, and I come up with the King's Game. Seriously. How could I forget? Even the king's game would be fun with this group of people. The question is whether to go full throttle erotic from the start or slowly build up the eroticism, or if they're drinking a lot of alcohol right now, it might be better to go full throttle erotic. Too risky. After they sober up, it is likely that I will be scolded profusely. I don't have the courage for that. Let's keep adding some erotic components. Let's get used to it by giving simple commands while drinking alcohol. First, let's get some disposable chopsticks and start explaining the new game to them. The group that likes to drink gets very drunk. Let's propose it at the beginning of the next opportunity to drink. I carry Ins, who is drunk after enjoying the subtle itchy feeling jacuzzi, to her room with Felicia. I put Ins down in the other bedroom and enjoyed a mature time alone with Felicia for the first time in a long time. The next day I spend some time relaxing and taking care of the group that loves to drink. In the evening, we went to the ferry with the recovered Girasol. Claretta-san was happy to be able to play UFO catcher, but Alessia-san wondered why we were moving to the ferry. What, True-san? Why the ferry? We have no problem with the ferry, but it's so sudden. I'd like to know why. Well, I have a reason, but it's a secret. I will summon the fortress and the stronghold for 3 days starting tomorrow morning, so you can spend your time there. I'll go and finish my business in those 3 days. Well, you don't want to tell me the reason, do you? I understand that you want to hear it, Alessia-san. I don't want to say it, or I don't know if it's okay to say it, or if it would be a big deal if I did. What should I do? Yeah, I won't do anything wrong, so let me keep it to myself. Like the thing with Saparabi-chan, you suddenly have a lot more secrets, don't you? I don't think Wataru-san would do anything wrong, but aren't you in some kind of trouble? Just tell me, and I'll help you. I'm in trouble. Huh? It's a trouble unless the god of light-sama, the god of gastronomy-sama, or some goddess I've never met is coming. But I'm looking forward to it a little. I'm excited about a lot of goddesses and things like that. So far, so good, but if I get into trouble, I'll ask for your help. I understand. I'm always ready to help. They're very reliable, but if there's trouble with the gods, even A-rank adventurers can't do anything about it. If it comes down to a fight, it won't be possible, but if I'm short on manpower or something, can I ask for their help? Thank you very much. Master, is it okay if we go together? No, I'll go alone this time. I'll never leave the ship, so I'll be safe. Are you sure about that, Master? Yes, Master. It may be safe, but at least take us with you. We are your slaves, so if you order us to do something, we will keep it a secret. Ins and Felicia asked worriedly. It's nice when someone you bought with money worries about you, isn't it? It means I haven't lived the wrong life so far. I've done some favors, but I feel like I've only done erotic things. I'm starting to lose confidence that I haven't lived wrongly. No, it doesn't matter. Should I take Ins and Felicia with me? I can't take them with me because I was told to clear out people, not to keep secrets or anything. It's okay. I'll ask you to stay here with the others. It's not about keeping secrets, it's about acting alone. I understand. Are you sure you're okay with that? Yes. Don't worry. I'll be absolutely fine. I'm absolutely sure I won't offend the gods and get wiped out, right? Let's get proper permission for the video. After chatting with them, I went back to my room. Ins and Felicia were eager to hear the secret, but they put up with it. I watched over Rima's transformation training. There is a good chance of life and death for the next 3 days starting tomorrow, so I did my best to get Ins and Felicia to deal with me. Good morning, Wataru-san. When are you leaving? Good morning, Alessia-san. I will leave after breakfast. After exchanging greetings with Girasol, I went to the vending machine corner for the first time in a while and picked out something to eat. It's a breath of fresh air since I've been taking out things I've been stocking up on lately. I hit the button for the Chashua Nigiri and carriage and waited for them to be ready. This is as good as it gets. I guess I have to deal with the gods today, but I don't even know if I should eat a full breakfast or not, or if I should even be hungry. I'll have a half but somewhat smaller breakfast. Well then, I'm off. After breakfast, I was about to step off the ramp and onto the seeker when I felt Remu shaking above my head. I wonder if clear out people include slime. I don't know what's out there. Remu is sweet, and the gods might take him away. Let's play it safe. Ins, Felicia, please take care of Remu. I let Remu down from the top of my head and entrusted him to them. I had a feeling that Remu wasn't happy, but I couldn't help it. I stroked him and asked him to stay. When he said, together, I couldn't help but want to take him with me. But because Rimu is so cute, I can't take him with me. With my hair pulled back, I hurriedly boarded the Seeker. I'm really sad. It's a problem to be too far away from the ferry. But I'm also worried about being too close. They will be at the church at 8 o'clock. So I'll sail for about 30 minutes and then summon it. God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, please wait for me. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 19. Here's the chapter. Enjoy. Chapter 19. God's Descent and Staff Appointments. I summon the castle and use the magic circle to go directly to the church. What will finally happen? At the moment of the appointed time, Creator God Sama was right in front of me. Huh? Is God's descent really that simple? Isn't there something much like coming down from a pillar of light or playing solemn music, and the door to the divine realm appears? It's been a long time since I've been down here. Good morning, Wataru-kun. Oh, good morning, Creator God Sama. I greet the God of Light Sama, God of Gastronomy Sama, and the other gods. But what happened to the rest of the gods besides those 6 who are all here, including Creator God Sama? Aren't the other gods coming? Oh, it would be a problem if too many came all at once, wouldn't it? I told them to come down in order. Creator God Sama is very attentive to details, isn't he? That's a little surprising. Well, I'm going to go have some fun. Where should I go first? Huh? Are you going? Creator God Sama, don't get this wrong, Otherworlder. It's not that the Creator God took care of it. It was arranged by the God of Light. If you misunderstand, you will be disappointed. Huh? Is that so? But, God of Entertainment Sama, do you have a grudge against Creator God Sama? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known, but you don't want Creator God Sama's reputation to rise, do you? Oh, Otherworlder, I'll have some fun. First, the tavern. God of War Sama said and left the church. Otherworlder, I'll use the library. As for me, I'm also interested in the arcade. But first, the casino. God of Magic Sama and God of Entertainment Sama also said just that and left the church. Just in case you're wondering, I tell them my name when I introduce myself, but is it decided that they'll just call me Otherworlder? No, I mean, don't they need directions or something? Oh, I know the gods are watching me. I guess they know what facilities are on board. What Trusan, the member who wants to use the staff appointment, will be coming down in the second half of the day. Would you please escort us? God of Light Sama, you are still beautiful even in the lower world. And since the male gods have left, it's just me, God of Light Sama, and God of Gastronomy Sama in the church. It's a wonderful environment. I understand. No problem. Oh, is it okay if I record a video of you and the other gods on the ship? Record a video? No problem. But you can't show it to other people, okay? I knew it was wrong to show the gods to other people. I don't intend to show it in the first place, so there's no problem. Can I get a slightly erotic video? The slightly erotic video of the gods is a rarity, isn't it? Yes, I won't show it to anyone. Thank you. As we talked, the following gods appeared one after another. I don't see any female gods. The gods greeted each other briefly and left the church. I sent the gods away while having a pleasant conversation with the God of Light Sama and the God of Gastronomy Sama. God of Light Sama, are there only male gods coming here? I wonder if there are only a few female gods. I would like to see many goddesses, although it would not be a problem if there were only the God of Light Sama and the God of Gastronomy Sama here. No. The goddesses want Wataru-san to appoint staff for the spa and cosmetics store, so they are a little biased. Oh, it's great to see them all together. Do goddesses need cosmetics? We are living organisms too, you know, and our skin condition changes. I'm looking forward to seeing the full range of beauty products you have to offer. I see. Come to think of it, the God of Light Sama looks tired, too. So I guess even gods can't be perfect all the time. Is that so? It must be hard work for a god, too, isn't it? Yes, it is very hard. God of Light Sama has a distant look in her eyes. It must be really hard work. Gods appeared one after another. The number of goddesses was obviously increasing. The church became more and more lively. I want to take pictures now, but it would be a problem if their first impression of me were with a video camera. What Trusan, we are all here now, so please take care of us. First, we should go to the spa, right? Yes, the spa, the cosmetics store, and the restaurant where the God of Gastronomy wants us to eat and drink. I understand. Then we will leave. I guess they knew where we were going. But since I was the guide, I took the lead. Since I was at the front of the group, it was difficult to see the goddesses and impossible to take pictures of them. Walking around the ship, the atmosphere was different than usual. Usually, there is only music playing, and the ship seems to be a bit quieter, but it is a bit more lively. It's amazing that even with 200 gods, it still seems only a bit lively. Is that natural since the ship can hold more than 5,000 passengers? The goddesses in the back seemed to be looking forward to it, and they talked happily. Let's go to the pool after the spa. I want to eat cake. We'll have drinks at night. What about cosmetics? What's for dinner? We're only here for 3 days, right? What about the room we're going to stay in? They seem to be thinking about a lot of things. I'll definitely have to record. The goddess is playing in the pool. I haven't thought about the room they'll be staying in either. I think I should give the royal loft suite to Creator God Sama. God of Light Sama, I didn't think about the room you are staying in. Since I'm alone, I'll stay in the appropriate room, so could you please allocate the rooms for everyone, including the royal loft suite? Can I ask you for a room that Wataru-san uses? Yes, it's clean, but if you don't have a problem with the room I used, you can use it. It is a problem for me to monopolize the best room. When the gods are here, it would be interesting to have another room by chance. It's like a hotel, so there are rooms of different ranks. Where should I stay? Thank you, Wataru-san. No, it's thanks to the ability that Creator God Sama's gave me, of course. When we arrived at the spa, the noise of the goddesses became louder. Wataru-san, these 15 pillars will be staying at the spa, so please appoint them as staff. The beautiful goddesses lined up in front of me, smiling. It's a strange feeling. What kind of cheat is it to be able to appoint a god as a staff? I understand. Then I'll appoint them. The magic circles are absorbed into the goddesses, and the goddesses who have gained knowledge quickly enter the treatment room with the other goddesses. I wonder, could I get a massage from the goddesses if I asked them? I don't think it's possible right now with all the goddesses lined up. But when I have some free time, I might be able to do it. I'll come back often. Wataru-san, let's go to the cosmetics store next, okay? While I was lightly fantasizing about being massaged by the goddess, the god of light Sama approached me. Understood. Let's go. Most of the goddesses stayed at the spa, and I went to the cosmetics store with 6 goddesses. God of light Sama. Most of them stayed at the spa. Why is it so popular? Oh, that's because the goddesses of the beauty-related fields were very impressed with the way Wataru-san and the others used the spa. When it was decided that they could come to this ship, the goddesses were very happy. God of Light Sama told me with a wry smile. It seems that they were very happy. Haha, well, you know what? If they are happy, it means that Earth's technology is being recognized. I am somewhat proud of that. Fufu, Earth's technology is very advanced. You should be proud of it. To be honest, I have not contributed to Earth's technology at all. I am very happy to hear that. Speaking of which, there are a lot of people from other worlds who have come to this world, aren't there? Are they all from Earth? No, there are countless worlds, so there are not that many people from Earth. I think you are the second person from Earth to visit this continent. Wow, there are so many worlds. What kind of influence did they have? This continent? God of Light Sama. Are there people from more technologically advanced worlds than Earth? Yes, there are. Then have they introduced great technology? The unique skills given by the Creator God were only battle-related, so they did not develop tremendously. But there was another worlder who created a magic vehicle, a magic ship, and so on, and united the world. Oh, that's amazing. He united the world, so that's why there are magic ships and vehicles being excavated in different places. Excavation. That civilization was destroyed, right? May I ask why this civilization was destroyed? Yes, it is not that complicated to say. The world was stable, but because the Creator God gave the newly arrived otherworlder an overly powerful skill, a demon king was born. The Demon King went on a rampage and destroyed civilization. The civilization created by an otherworlder was destroyed by another otherworlder. Why did he go to the trouble of destroying civilization? It seems that the otherworlder who became the Demon King had a hard life, and when he acquired powerful skill, he had the desire to unite the world. The invasion went well until he became arrogant, was betrayed by his subjects and women, and was almost assassinated. Possessing powerful skills, the other worlder turned on the assassins and then went berserk. In the end, He continued to destroy civilization until he died in his lifespan and passed away. His deeds were worthy of the name Demon King. He was not defeated by the heroes but died from the effects of his own lifespan. Wow, he went on a rampage until the end. How powerful an ability did he get? And a lifespan. He should have lived for a very long time since he would have been at a higher level, right? Let's come to our senses on the way. Generally speaking, the Demon King is always defeated by the heroes, isn't that right? Yes, if another otherworlder had come while the Demon King was still around, there was a possibility that he would have become a hero. Since the Creator God does not care about those from this world, he went on a rampage until the end. We also told Creator God to do something about it, but he stubbornly refused. God of Light's Armor's mood became extremely grumpy. I shouldn't remind her of that. I had to change the subject. Oh, that's the cosmetics store. Should I appoint goddesses other than the god of gastronomy Sama as staff? Huh? No. Please appoint the 2 pillars here. The other 3 are for the restaurant. Oh, is that so? I understand. I was able to successfully change the subject. We entered the cosmetics store and appointed the 2 goddesses as staff. The 2 beautiful goddesses who have gained knowledge thank me and happily discuss the cosmetics in their hands. It sounds like fun. I asked them to let me take a picture. What, Trusan? I can't wait any longer. Can I ask you to take me to the restaurant? Oh, that made me shiver. What a sexy voice. I was so excited. I want to be eaten. Oh, excuse me. Sorry to keep you waiting. We're going to 150 Central Park, right? Yes. I'm going to study at 150 Central Park today. I'm looking forward to it. God of Gastronomy Sama and the other 2 goddesses are in a good mood. I'll ask her while I'm at it. God of Gastronomy Sama, can you cook a lot of food for me when you're not busy? I don't mind cooking a lot of food because it's a good way to learn. But what are you going to do? When I repatriate them, time stops, so I want to reserve the dishes. Usually, the dishes appear in an instant, so it's kind of tasteless. The food prepared by God of Gastronomy Sama and the others will definitely taste better, so I would appreciate it. If I can make the food taste good, that's fine. There are only 200 gods, so it seems like there is always time to cook. Whenever you have time, come and order. If you want to order, it would be better to order at night. I'll learn to cook better. Thank you very much. I will definitely come and order at night. The taste of the food made by the God of Gastronomy Sama will be several orders of magnitude better, won't it? I'm looking forward to it. Now that I think about it, I should have appointed Claretta-san as a staff member and asked her to cook for me. I didn't think about it because the food would come out on its own if I asked for it. Yufu. Look forward to it. As we were talking, we arrived at 150 Central Park. I immediately appointed the 3 goddesses to the staff. When the magic circle was sucked in, the face of the God of Gastronomy Sama and the other 3 goddesses were colored with joy. It is really erotic. Amazing. There are so many cooking methods and spices that I don't know. I was sad because not many people from other worlds who came to this world before were good at cooking, but I've been learning bit by bit, and this time it's different. I'm happy. Wow, I'm happy too. I couldn't help but take a picture of her, but she's not mad at me, so I guess it's okay. The other 2 goddesses seem to be happy as well. Well then, what Trusan, we'll go and cook. I'll wait for you at night. Wait for me at night. That's a meaningful word. It would be great if it were an itchy promise. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 20, sponsored chapter by Patreon, and you may also want to check our new Patreon tier since you can now choose a tier for specific novels, so please go check it out. And also new Ko-fi for here. Enjoy. Chapter 20, The State of the Gods and the Shabby Secrets of the Saparabi. I appoint the God of Gastronomy Sama and the others to the staff at 150 Central Park and leave the restaurant. For some reason, I'm alone with the God of Light Sama. Can I consider being with a god as being together? Is it right to say that I'm alone with the God of Light Sama? It's troublesome. No, don't think nonsense. Just enjoy the pseudo-date with the God of Light Sama. I don't think I can have an itchy relationship with the God of Light Sama, but I should at least be allowed to fantasize about it. God of Light Sama, what are you going to do now? Well, let's see. Everything I wanted to ask you today has been done, so what should we do now? Oh, everything has been done. Is there anything you want to do, God of Light Sama? Right. I was just thinking about bringing the gods here without any problems. Something I want to do. Huh? I can't think of anything. Why is that? The word corporate slave came to mind. God of Light's armor, I'm really sorry for your troubles. Well, you look tired as far as I can tell, so let's go to the spa and get a massage and a beauty treatment. Afterward, I suggest you change into a bathing suit and take a bath in the jacuzzi with a view. It is also good to have a light drink. Since you are here, please enjoy yourself and relieve your fatigue. I would like to join the God of Light's armor, but I guess I'll have to let her relieve her fatigue here first. Well, I recommended a jacuzzi and a bathing suit, but this much should be allowed. If it is the recommendation of the ship's owner, what Trusan, then there is no doubt about it. I will do it. Haha. It's a big responsibility, isn't it? I think you can at least get a good rest. I will escort you to the spa. Fufu, thank you very much. A pseudo date with the God of Light's armor. We talked about recommended dishes, desserts, and interesting events on the way to the spa. It's a lot of fun. When I enter the spa with the God of Light's armor, there is a goddess in a bathrobe walking around. It's a rare sight. Ara, is the God of Light going to get a treatment too? The goddess in the robe spoke to her. Which god was it? I greeted her. Is it possible to ask the goddess her name again? I remember the goddess of the forest, but the others were too busy looking around, and I couldn't remember their names. Yes, I came for the experience because Wataru-san recommended it. Did you undergo the treatment as well, God of Art? Yes, I did. It was wonderful, just like your recommendation. My skin looks great. Oh. She was the God of Art's armor? Apparently, she said her skin was glowing, so the God of Light's armor must be pleased as well. Well, I'm looking forward to it. What Trusan, I'll be going now. Thank you. God of Light's armor seems to be a little excited. I greeted the God of Art's armor and went outside. I'm going to walk around the ship and take a video. I'm curious to see how the gods spend their time. Let's walk around the royal promenade first. As I walk around with the video rolling, I see a male god in a good mood drinking alcohol, a goddess making noise in the souvenir and accessory shop, and a goddess seriously selecting products in the cosmetics shop after a spa treatment. Next, let's go to the casino. The god of entertainment Sama said he would go there as well. I went down one floor and went to the casino. When I entered the casino, I found about 20 to 30 gods enjoying gambling. Oh, Wataru-kun, this isn't right. Something is wrong. I can't win at all. Shouldn't there be some kind of entertainment for a VIP like me? Creator God Sama started to say something strange. Can casinos cheat? Creator God Sama, there is nothing I can do. Are you losing that much? Yes. What was his name again? Oh yeah, that's Aparabi. I'm sure he's cheating. Do something about it. Oh. That's it. Why is the support staff made up of horned rabbits? You wrote in your message that you changed it to something I like. What I like is a beautiful woman with big breasts or a slime. Why did you change it to horned rabbit? What are you talking about? The rabbit is the basis of your life, isn't it? What do you have against the horned rabbits that have become the food of life for the inexperienced you? Besides, you were so happy to eat the roasted rabbit. Didn't you like it? It is true that without the horned rabbit, I might not even be able to leave the western city. I enjoyed eating the whole roasted horned rabbit, but I can't agree with him. But, Creator God Sama, the horned rabbit is the monster that I slaughtered. Isn't that awkward? No, they're happy too, so it's okay. Huh. The horned rabbits are happy too. Happy? Are you saying that they are happy? A Saparabi and the horned rabbit I killed related? Why does the god of entertainment have so many chips? Hey, did you win? How did you do it? Oh, Creator God Sama, wait a minute. We're still talking. I am the god of entertainment, after all. I have different readings, skills, and luck. Do your best, Creator God Sama. God of entertainment Sama. Please don't continue the conversation. Wataru-kun, this isn't fair. Why does the creator god lose and the god of entertainment win? It's not right. Even if you say it's not right, it's a ship that came from the ability that the creator god Samas gave me. More importantly, please tell me the relationship between Saparabi and the horned rabbit I killed. That doesn't matter. I want you to make sure that I win. Please. Creator God Sama, among the abilities you have given me, there is no ability to control who wins or loses in the casinos. Please do your best with your own power. If you are the creator god, can't you do something with your own power? Well, it wouldn't be fun if I did it myself. You can easily win if you do it yourself, but it's no fun. But you don't want to lose, So you want me to make you win? I don't understand that. I don't think there's much difference between cheating yourself and cheating for entertainment. In that case, please do your best with your own skill. My skill is not enough to handle it. So please forget about the casino and tell me about the horned rabbit. Are you still worried about it? You are very meticulous, aren't you? Are you enjoying your life? That's the creator god Sama. If I don't put it into words, heaven forbid, it will fall. God of light Sama, please do your best. Yes, I'm so meticulous that I can't live happily because I'm so worried about the horned rabbit. Please tell me. It can't be helped. Saparabi is surely the horned rabbit you were hunting. I took the trouble to find them, pull them out, and reshape them. If they work hard, they can go to heaven. So it's a good deal for the horned rabbit as well. When you defeat a monster, does it become a spirit? If that's the case, then the ones I slaughtered at sea would also become spirits. Huh? I'm worried. If the horned rabbits I slaughtered could become spirits, that would be a good thing. But I've been worried about it ever since Saparabi came out. If he had explained it in the message, I wouldn't have had a problem with it, but I'm not convinced it's such a big deal after going through so much. But I don't have the courage to go against the creator god Sama, so I just accept it. Is it possible for a god to use the word entering heaven in the first place? Oh, I see. I am happy if they can go to heaven because I am indebted to the horned rabbit. Thank you, creator god Sama. I'm worried that you didn't seem sincere at all, but that's okay. Then, I'll try the casino again. Creator god Sama runs away without hearing my answer. Speaking of which, where does the money for the casino come from? I'll ask later. The other gods seem to be having a lot of fun, so let's go somewhere else. I want to go to the pool, but if I go there, I don't think I'll be able to go anywhere else. Let's just make quick work of the other places quickly and go to the pool. Let's go to Central Park first. I get to Central Park, and I walk through the park. I haven't walked through a park by myself in a long time. I've enjoyed nature so much in the Demon Forest and Dark Elf Island that I only come here when we have dinner together. It's nice to take a leisurely walk in nature. It's artificial, but in this world, you risk death if you take a leisurely walk in nature. It's sad, isn't it? I can hear a recorded bird song. As I walked aimlessly through the park, I saw the beautiful goddess of the forest Sama looking at the trees. The goddesses are all beautiful, as they should be. The dark elves are also beautiful. Of course, the rate of beauty is high for both beastmen and humans. It's really a dream world. The god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama stand out among the goddesses. The god of light Sama is the pinnacle of the sharp and capable woman. As for the god of gastronomy Sama, she is the ultimate in sex appeal. The goddess of the forest Sama is a lovely, smiling, youthful, older sister-type beauty, and her overflowing breasts express infinite gentleness. Perhaps it is the blessing of the goddess of the forest Sama that dark elves have large breasts. Hello, goddess of the forest Sama. How do you like this park? I apologize if you feel uncomfortable in this man-made park. Hello, Wataru-san. It does feel strange, doesn't it? But I like it because of its beautiful and thoughtful arrangement. Goddess of the forest Sama, I like it too. Forbidden love between a god and a human. Such things are probably the exclusive domain of the brave and heroes, but when I see the god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama, I can't help but wonder if there's anything I can do about it. As a result of thinking about it, it's just not possible, no matter what I think. Let's put all my energy into videotaping. I'm just allowed to watch. They are my idols. I want to have a handshake or something with them. I am glad if you liked it. Goddess of the forest Sama. I continue my conversation with the goddess of the forest Sama, watching her carefully. As expected from the goddess of the forest Sama, she heals me. I think the negative ions are definitely coming out. Speaking of which, Wataru-san, thank you for organizing the festival with the dark elves. I enjoyed watching it. I'm glad the children seem to enjoy it as well. Oh, that's right. The Dark Elves Festival goddess is the goddess of the forest Sama, so it must have been delivered. From now on, the Dark Elves Island Festival will be enjoyed even more enthusiastically. The prayers will be stronger when I think of the rich Twin Hills. No, it's our thanks to you for the pleasant festivities. But, goddess of the forest Sama, the Dark Elves are still in a difficult situation. Is there no help from the gods? I would like to help the children who are praying for me, but I am not allowed to interfere. I'm barely able to enrich those children's forests in secret. Oh, that's right. You weren't allowed to interfere in the lower world, were you? Right. How could the gentle goddess of the forest Sama not be saddened to see the dark elves in such a situation? Those rich twin hills are filled with sorrow, those human supremacists. I can't forgive them. Yes, only God's original work is allowed. I am sorry. No, I am also sorry for being selfish. I'm grateful to you for helping those children, even if it is only a small part of it. I was told it was a small part. I feel like I'm being told to work harder. It is impossible. I don't have the energy to go looking for the dark elves anymore. Let's pretend not to notice. No, I just kept my contract, too. No need to thank me. Well, it's time for me to go to the next place. Enjoy the castle, goddess of the forest Sama. That's too bad. I would have liked to talk to you more. But I'll talk to you later. Yes, see you then. I hurry away from the goddess of the forest. Let's go to the Aqua Theater first. If I stay with her, I have a feeling that I might promise to search for the dark elves before I know it. I guess the goddess of the forest Sama was worried about the dark elves after all, but I don't want to get involved. I should have gone straight to the Aqua Theater or the Royal Promenade since it was closer. I walk on, taking a video on the way. When I arrived at the Aqua Theater, there was a show by Saparabi and the others. I feel like cheering for them, thinking that the horned rabbits I defeated are doing their best. I hope they do their best and go to heaven. The gods don't seem to be interested in the show. A few goddesses are watching Saparabi's efforts with a smile. It seems that the show hasn't touched the gods too much. Let's move on. When I arrived at the ice rink, the male gods were racing at high speed. This is not worth photographing. Next, I don't need to go to the library. Let's just walk around and look. I look into the theater and see that they are watching a movie, not a show. They are watching a famous foreign movie. Are stories about a magic school interesting in a world where magic is commonplace? I loved them too when I was in Japan and watched them all, but I think I'm failing to make subtle choices. Or is it easier to see the magic connection? I look around the ship, which is busier than usual. The goddesses seem to be scattered in different places, enjoying shopping and eating. They seem to be enjoying themselves, wanting this or that, or wanting to go back to the spa tomorrow. I'm glad it's going so well with the goddesses. Now that I've had a quick look around, it's time to go to the pool. I'm getting excited. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 8 Chapter 21. Thanks to Go Zero Gleplex for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 1-6. Chapter 21. God of Light Sama and God of Gastronomy Sama. A paradise spread out in front of me. After a tour of the ship, I arrived at the pool. The goddesses in swimsuits were enjoying themselves. The goddesses in swimsuits are wonderful. Some goddesses are wearing one-piece swimsuits, but some are wearing bikini-type swimsuits. I asked for permission to shoot a video by the pool and walked around the pool, which was divided into several pools, while shooting the video. In this case, I want to see the goddess of the forest Sama in her swimsuit. I wish I could see her in a swimsuit. I see the god of light Sama as I approach the jacuzzi with a view. It looks like she's finished her spa treatment. She must have noticed my words and come to the jacuzzi with a view. God of light Sama, I see you are here. How was the spa? When I spoke to her, she took the trouble to stand up and greet me. I had no idea that the god of light Sama would choose the bikini type. I was so happy to see her. I had to take a picture. Oh, what Rusan. I'm ashamed to say that I fell asleep in the middle of the session, so I don't remember everything. But I feel much better now. The slightly embarrassed god of light Sama is so sweet. I also feel that her tired mood is fading. It seems to have worked. God of light Sama, please don't mind soaking in the hot water. If you fell asleep in the middle of the bath, that's how relaxed you were. If you are not completely exhausted, you can try it a few times. God of light Sama immerses himself in the hot water. I wonder if I had worn a bathing suit, could I have joined her? But I think it would be disrespectful. I'm afraid of offending the god. Yes, I am thinking of going again. After a certain amount of fatigue, I think I'll realize how tired I've been. Well, it's impossible for the gods to exude an air of tiredness unless they're very tired, right? Witnessing the free and unrestrained nature of Creator God Sama, I can be sure that it is hard work. There is always tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, so get some rest. Please get a room quickly so that you can relax without leaving your room with room service. I think relaxing in your room is the best way to get rid of fatigue. But the gods might find that boring. Foo, that sounds appealing too. Well, I want to enjoy the culture of another world, so this time, I'll enjoy it while taking a leisurely stroll. Haha, I hope you enjoy it. It makes me happy when people enjoy the culture of Earth. I wonder if this feeling is called hometown love? Well, I never thought that I would be happy to be praised for the culture of the whole planet. When I was in Japan, I was only happy when my hometown was praised. But now I am happy when the Earth is praised. It means I've become a worldwide guy. So far, I haven't heard any complaints, so I think everything is fine. Especially in the spas, the goddesses who received the treatment were pressing the staff-appointed goddesses to learn their skills. Maybe they are planning to open a spa in the Divine Realm as well. A spa in the Divine Realm? If it is possible, I would like to experience it. If the Creator God Sama calls me, can I experience it? Foo. When you are called to the Divine Realm, you are a soul, so there is no point in getting a massage. Ah, that's right. I don't understand it myself, but it's just my soul. To have a goddess massage my soul. It's such a special play that I don't even know if it feels good. Too bad I have to give it up. Well, it's up to the Creator God Sama, but if it's Watru-san, there may be a possibility that you can enter the Divine Realm in your physical body. If the spa is ready by then, I will invite you. Well, I'd better go. With a splash, God of Light Sama rises from the jacuzzi. Let me suggest a beer here. Huh? I was just told that there is a way to experience the spa of the Divine Realm, right? Let's keep it in the physical body. I'm going to flatter Creator God Sama. God of Light Sama, beer after a bath is what my hometown recommends. Would you like to try it? Alcoholic beverages. Huh? I wonder about that. It will be bad if the God of Light Sama can't move after a single beer, but otherwise, it's okay, right? If it's going to be a disorderly and itchy atmosphere, I'd definitely recommend it. That's right. Can I have some beer, Watru-san? After a bit of hesitation, she asked me for a beer as if she had just blown something up. She seemed so serious that she was worried about a single beer. I summoned the food storage boat and gave her the beer. Thank you. God of Light Sama opened the pull top without hesitation and drank the beer. God of Light Sama in a bikini swallowing a beer. Then she said, "Phew, champagne would have been a better drink to serve the God of Light Sama. I can only think of beer or coffee milk after a bath. It is also sad that I can only think of champagne because it looks elegant. This is delicious. This is good stuff." It's good that she liked it. That is good to hear. What is God of Light Sama going to do now? Right, I'll tell everyone about the room assignments and then take a short rest. What are you going to do, Watru-san? After I go around the ship, I will ask the God of Gastronomy Sama to cook for me. By the way, if you want to take a bath in your room, just let me know, and I will bring you some hot spring water. It will be good for you because it will take away your fatigue. Somehow I feel that if the God of Light Sama is not healthy, Creator God Sama will start doing strange things. If I don't get her to do her best, I'll get caught up in it too. The hot springs on the island of the Dark Elves. Huh? I might really ask about it later if you don't mind. Yes, of course. All I have to do is pour the hot spring water, so it's no big deal. Just let me know anytime. Thank you very much. See you in the evening. I parted from the God of Light Sama and took a break with a cup of coffee at a cafe. Soon I will meet the God of Gastronomy Sama. As I was walking excitedly, the God of War Sama and the others grabbed me and made me accompany them to the bar on the Royal Promenade. It was the worst. It seems that the gods who are on good terms with the God of War Sama are martial arts related gods, so I feel like I don't fit in with them at all. And the things they talked about while drinking were complaints about Creator God Sama. I used to get angry when I heard them bad-mouthing Creator God Sama, but now that I see how Creator God Sama behaves, I can't help but think that it can't be helped. God of War Sama and the others are just complaining about their unreasonable superior. They are being pushed around so much that it makes me cry a little. But the God of War Sama and the other gods are all male gods. Are there any battle-related goddesses? If there were a goddess in bikini armor, I would have gone out with her as much as I could. But there isn't, so I should get out of this male drinking party right now. The God of War Sama quickly turns around every time I try to escape. Which demon king are you? He is physically strong. Giving up on the idea of escaping from the God of War Sama and the others in a straightforward manner, I ordered a large amount of alcohol and laid it out in front of the god of war Sama. I quickly escaped behind the god of war Sama, who was interested in the liquor. I hear voices behind me, but I ignore them. I don't care about my reputation with the male gods. After overcoming the difficulties, I arrived at 150 Central Park. It's almost time to have a good time with the god of gastronomy Sama. I enter the restaurant and look around. There are only a few goddesses drinking wine, and the kitchen seems to have plenty of space. I quickly go to the kitchen and ask the god of gastronomy Sama for some food. Hello, god of gastronomy Sama. Are you all right now? The god of gastronomy Sama turned around in her cook's uniform. Oh, the god of gastronomy Sama, who was supposed to be extremely erotic, has a completely different atmosphere when she puts on her cook's uniform. The eroticism and the cleanliness of the cook's uniform have been added to the original god of gastronomy Sama. I like it. Yes, it's okay. Wataru-san, would you like to order some food? Yes. Can I have some? Yes, of course. I'm quite used to the kitchen, so it's no problem. She has a bright smile on her face. She seems to really enjoy this new cuisine. Please do. Do you mind if I film you cooking? Sure. What would you like me to cook? I want to get as many dishes as possible, so please start from scratch. Fufu. I understand. I'll be happy to make a lot of food. You can count on me. The god of gastronomy Sama, who is in a good mood, starts cooking. Let's get a good picture. I'm just a camera boy since the gods descended. Is there anything else I can do besides taking pictures? No, I can only think of crimes like stealing used bathing suits, peeping, and taking hidden pictures of the goddesses changing clothes. That's really not good. Let's just be quiet and take pictures. One by one, the Saparabi bring in the dishes prepared by the god of gastronomy Sama. I repatriate them to the food storage boat one by one. The food looks even more delicious than usual, as expected from the god of gastronomy Sama. Phew, I cooked to my heart's content. The god of gastronomy Sama sits in front of me, looking satisfied. I have a lot of food in my food storage boat. After cooking so much, she must be satisfied. I'm glad you enjoyed it. It seems that the staff appointment was useful. Yes, I learned a lot about the other world's cuisine. Thank you, Wataru-san. You're welcome, but it's only because of the power of the ship summoning. Fufu, you should be proud of the power you've been given. Is that so? That may be so. It was given to me, and I will definitely not give it back. That doesn't mean that Creator God Sama is going to take away my ability, does it? Well, Creator God Sama is capricious, so I can't say for sure. But even though the Demon King went on a rampage, he didn't take away his abilities, so I think it's okay. If even the Demon King didn't have his abilities taken away, I'm sure I'll be fine. Probably. I feel relieved. I'll take it easy. That's right. I'll be happy if you enjoy this world. Yes, I will enjoy it as much as I can. While having a cup of tea with the god of gastronomy Sama, we decided on the restaurant where she would work tomorrow. I thought she had decided on the main dining room, but she said she would also like to work in a restaurant specializing in cocktails and desserts. After much discussion, we decided to focus on the culinary side of things this time. Well, both this restaurant and the main dining room have desserts, so she can study them. The specialty restaurant will be next time, she said. What, Trusan, you are? Oh, God of Light Sama. Is this because of the hot spring? Yes, I think I'll take the rest of the day off, so I'll take a hot spring, please. Ara, do you want Wataru-san to give you a hot spring bath? God of Light? That's nice. The god of gastronomy and I are in the same room. Would you like to join me? Fufu, is that so? It sounds like fun, but there are only 200 pillars here, so there will be plenty of room, right? Why are we sharing a room? The god of Light Sama and the god of gastronomy Sama are sharing a room and going to a hot spring together. I'm getting a nosebleed just thinking about it. Yeah, it would be more fun to get together anyway, wouldn't it? The goddess of the forest is there too, so let's have a good time and drink. Even the goddess of the forest. I want to join in. In that case, I'll be happy to join you. Shall we go? Yes, Wataru-san, let's go. I understand. I heard that the god of Light Sama and the others are staying in the royal suite. I heard that the male gods drink all night and that the royal loft suite is for Creator God Sama, but the other good rooms are reserved for the goddesses. I was told my room would be in the Sky Loft Suite. I told God of Light Sama that I could have a regular room, but she said that good rooms are useless for male gods. I heard that even in the divine realm, men are in a bad position. It's heartbreaking. I went to the royal suite with the god of light Sama and the god of gastronomy Sama. When we entered the room, the goddess of the forest Sama greeted us. Now the god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama are in the room. The air in the room is so good. Which would you like to take a hot spring bath in? The indoor bath or the jacuzzi on the balcony? Which one do you want to fill with hot spring water? The three pillars started to discuss with a shy smile. They are all in an adult mood, but now they are talking sweetly to each other. I want to mingle with them intensely. We have decided. What, Trusan? I'd like to take a hot bath in the jacuzzi, please. Also, I got the champagne, but I couldn't find the beer you gave me. Could you share it with me? Oh, it was a nice golden Japanese beer, but they didn't sell it on this ship. God of Light Sama must have liked it enough to look for it. Oh, that's the beer they sell on the ferry, so they don't sell it on this ship. If you want some, just let me know, and I'll get you some. Oh, I didn't realize that. Sorry to bother you, but I'd appreciate it. Yes, anytime is fine. I'll put it in the fridge for now. I summoned the food storage boat and put the beer in the refrigerator. I would contribute as much as I could if it would please the god of light Sama enough to pay tribute to the beer. I have a feeling that when creator god Sama says the impossible, I can count on the god of light Sama. Even if I have to pay for a room full of beer, it will be worth it if I can get her to help me once. Then I summoned a rubber boat filled with hot spring water and poured it into the jacuzzi. Now it's ready to go. The temperature of the hot spring is hot, so I'll leave it to you to adjust. I understand. Thank you very much. Wataru-san. No. Please enjoy yourself. Then I'll take my leave. Good night. Good night. I wanted to ask them if it was okay to come in with them, but I couldn't put it into words. I'm not sure if it's possible to have a mixed bath with three goddesses. Can I do it if I'm a hero? I want to be a hero. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 8 Chapter 22. Thanks to Go Zero Gleplex for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 2-6. Chapter 22. Disturbance and Capture. I leave the god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama in the hot spring and return to my room. Back in my room, I lie down on the bed, but in my mind, I imagine a bathing scene of the three goddesses. It's a problem when my fantasies have destructive power. I roll around on the bed, unable to fall asleep. When I finally start to drift off, I hear a thunderous noise from outside. Hi. What is that? What happened? While I was worrying, explosions were echoing outside. I looked outside with trepidation and saw many goddesses flying around and launching their attacks. Ha. What's going on? The gods are suddenly rampaging on my ship. Is it Armageddon? Has the end of the world begun on my ship? The sound and light were nothing compared to a fireworks display, and the magic and skills of the Gyrosol's all-out attack looked like child's play, and skills are casually unleashed. Oh, seriously, what the hell? Give me a break. What am I supposed to do now? Despite the roaring sound, there is not a scratch on the ship's hull. It's the effect of indestructibility. If I stay in the room, I'll be safe, right? If I go outside and get caught in the attack, I will die. Anyway, I summoned a rubber boat and boarded it. The boarding rejection can usually repel most attacks, except for the creator god Sama's attack. Right? The ability of the boarding rejection should prohibit the use of deadly force on board the ship, right? Why can they attack casually? Why aren't they thrown overboard? Oh, what the hell? I don't get it. It's too scary. As I shivered under the cover of the rubber boat, there was a knock at the door of my room. Who is it? I let out a voice, struggling to keep my shaking voice under control. What, Trusan? This is God of Light. Can you please open the door? I'm scared. But is it okay to open it? I don't know what to do if I doubt the god of light Sama. As a precaution, I summoned a rubber boat in front of the door and moved quickly. After a little hesitation, I fearfully reached out my hand from inside the rubber boat and opened the door. What, Trusan? I apologize for the noise. When I opened the door, there was the god of light Sama. No. But what is going on? This is embarrassing. But there is a dispute between the goddesses and certain male gods. I thought the use of deadly force was forbidden on this ship and that if you attacked, you would be thrown overboard. Yes, the first one who attacked was thrown overboard. I asked Creator God Sama to bring them back quickly, and under pressure from the goddesses, Creator God Sama temporarily lifted the ban on killing and wounding. What's going on? Creator God Sama is under pressure from the goddesses. Is it safe? If it's safe, I want you to explain what's going on. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. The room is safe, so can I go in? Because Watru-san's ability is still the same, except for the act of using deadly force. No. The prohibition against using deadly force is a very important ability. It's back to normal, right? Well, okay, if it's safe in this room, I can afford it. God of Light Sama, would you like a can of coffee? Yes, thank you. I took out a can of coffee and sat down at the table. So, what in the world happened? The God of Light Sama, looking a little worried, spoke up. It's an embarrassing story, but there was an incident at the bath of me, the god of gastronomy, and the goddess of the forest. We were piqued while we were bathing, and a fight broke out between the goddesses who discovered it and the male gods who joined in the peeking. They were peeking at the bathing of the god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama. I wanted them to invite me to join them. No, looking at the scene outside, if I were a part of it, I would probably disappear. That one. It's like a peek into the bathroom or an event on a school trip. Well, considering the noise coming from outside, it wasn't a school trip event. I was surprised that even God would do the peeping, which I had come to think of as a crime. Under the circumstances, I felt that the videotaping I'd been doing was dangerous. If I do something wrong and provoke their anger, I might be seriously erased. I understand the peep. I can understand why the goddesses are angry, but is it really that big of a deal? No. After the peeping was revealed, a drunken male god spoke terrible words to the goddesses who questioned him. That's how the uproar grew. May I ask, what kind of words were they? Well, to put it simply, he said something to the goddesses who were questioning him, telling them to rest assured that they would never peek at them. Well, after that, he said many things in a drunken mood, and the goddesses got really angry, and now there is the commotion. Are you a child? Can the gods fight for such a silly reason? I feel uncomfortable living in this world. When I asked for more details, I found out that the peepers were 8 male gods, including a drunken god of war Sama. Using their divine power, they were able to see the god of light Shama and the others. I wonder how they did it, being on the side of the sea. The goddesses who happened to notice the peeping asked them. The drunken male gods should have apologized, but they reopened the situation and said whatever they wanted to say to the goddesses. The goddesses lost their temper, and it seemed that a fight broke out between the goddesses and the 8 drunken male gods. I hate to say this, but is it okay for the gods to be like this? It is not good, but it seems that the male gods have lost control of themselves after a long time due to the alcohol of the lower world and the other world. Oh, they were in a liberated mood. Speaking of which, god of light Sama, the god of gastronomy Sama, and the goddess of the forest Sama were peeked at, weren't they? Are they in battle? No, the battle started while we were changing and assessing the situation, so we are working to end the battle. After being peeked at, and then cleaning up the mess. It's hard being in charge, isn't it? I wonder if it's safe for the god of light Sama to take on such a big job. I don't like the idea of God disappearing on this ship, though. Don't worry, it is only a punishment. The gods who do the fighting understand that, so they only attack with weak attacks. It's a weak attack, even though it was at the level that makes Kirasol's attack look like child's play, as expected from a god, even though it's troublesome. I see. So what do I do now? The god of war and the others will calm down in time, so I'm sorry, but until then, I want you to stay in your rooms. Since Creator God Sama is not running amok, it is safe to stay in the room. There should be no problem except for the annoying noise. I understand. I'll just stay in my room and relax. But you know, the god of this world is different from the god I thought it was. I think they are more like the absurd gods of Earth's mythology. I don't like it. Yes, thank you very much. Sorry for the inconvenience. It's really hard for the god of light Sama, isn't it? She was hoping to go to the castle to relieve her tiredness. While we were talking, there was a knock at the door. Someone is here. God of light Sama, is it okay if I answer? I'll answer it if you don't mind. When the god of light Sama opened the door, there was the creator god Sama, who was being held by the god of magic Sama by his collar, and the god of gastronomy Sama and the goddess of the forest Sama. I asked them to come in and serve them canned coffee. I didn't want to say anything about creator god Sama being held by his collar. So what's the matter? Oh, I'm sorry, Wataru-kun, for messing with the boarding rejection. I had to do it because the god was thrown overboard. Besides, it was scary. Oh, it will be fine as long as you put it back after the commotion is over. Yes, I'll put it back, don't worry. If it can go back to normal, no problem. I just have to wait for it to calm down. Thank you very much. So, what brings you here? You see, the god of war and the others have locked themselves up in a room. And I've been asked to open the door. But I can't open the door because it's the ship you summoned, even though it's me who gave you the ability. Speaking of which, it's getting quiet. I have a bad feeling that this is a standoff or something. Is this some kind of story about me opening the door? I don't care, just let Creator God Sama open the door. No, thank you for telling me. But until the commotion stops, I ask that Creator God Sama do the rest. I don't think it's a good idea for me to keep modifying your ability. I think it's better for you to handle it. Ship summoning is my lifeline. If it's going to be weird, I have to do it. It's not like it's too much trouble, so you said something appropriate and threw the whole thing at me, right? I understand. I just have to forbid the use of the room where the god of war Sama and the others are hiding, right? Yes, and then the goddesses will secure the god of war Sama and the others, and that will be the end of it. That's a surprisingly simple solution. Should I forbid them to use the room right away? God of magic, what are you going to do? Well, it would be better after we have more people around the room. They may be drunk, but we are dealing with the god of war. If we let our guard down, they'll get away. God of magic Sama seems to be in a bad mood. He doesn't seem to be trying to hide his irritation. God of light Sama, what's wrong with God of magic Sama? He seems to be in a bad mood. He's not happy that he was forcibly taken out of the library because of the trouble that happened this time. I see, so he's grumpy because he seems to be a book addict, and yet he's forced to leave the books of the other world behind. Oh, let's get this over with, shall we? Fufu, that would be good. The god of magic Sama gives instructions and the goddesses and male gods who have been sent to help surround the room. Then please take care of it, Wataru-kun. I understand. The room assignments on the tickets of the god of war Sama and his colleagues are tampered with, and the room they are hiding in is forbidden to use. At the same time, a loud and impatient voice is heard, the door opens, and the god of war Sama and his colleagues are thrown out. Capture them. At the command of the god of magic Sama, the gods waiting outside the room immediately attacked. He said to capture them, but why did they attack all at once? Oh, the goddesses are attacking, pushing aside the male gods who were trying to jump on them. And they seem to be having so much fun. I look at the god of magic Sama, and he's holding his head. Enough of this. It's time to catch them. The goddesses reluctantly stop attacking at the words of the god of magic Sama. Seizing the opportunity, the male gods jump in and catch the god of war Sama and the others. I thought they would be wrapped in ropes, but they were tied with some kind of light band. Is it too much to hold the gods with ropes? What, Trusan? I'm sorry to bother you. No, it's fine. God of light Sama calls to me, but I can't help but worry about the goddesses who are dragging away God of war Sama and the others with fresh smiles. Aren't they satisfied after all these attacks? God of war Sama and the others, how can they be so angry with you? I'm afraid to look any further, so I go back to my room and have a strong drink before going to sleep. Let's apologize because I'm getting a little carried away and sexually harassing people as well. The second day of the god's day. In the morning, I take the god of gastronomy Sama to the main dining room. God of gastronomy Sama, are you sure you want to stay in the main dining room all day today? Yes. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner are all on different menus, right? I'll cook as much as I can. God of gastronomy Sama, she's been on fire since the first morning. Can I ask you to cook for me again in the evening? Of course. You order a lot of food, so I can make a lot of dishes. I promised that I would be there, and I appointed the god of gastronomy Sama as a staff member in the main dining room. I also ordered a classic breakfast and thanked the god of gastronomy Sama for the good fortune of being able to eat her cooking in the morning. After a delicious breakfast, I go for a walk and look around the ship. It's still early in the morning, but the gods are out and about quite a bit. They seem to be talking about last night. According to what I hear, the reputation of the god of war Sama is in ruins. I'll have to be careful as well. Oh, there's the god of light Sama. Good morning, god of light Sama. Good morning, Wataru-san. What happened to the god of war and the others? Haha, They are still being interrogated. Or maybe preaching? That's the situation. God of Light's armor looks a little shy. That's nice. Oh, well, that happens, doesn't it? It was quite a commotion. Peeking and making a mess on someone else's ship. I hope they get a good scolding. I'm sorry for the trouble we caused you, Watru-san. Don't worry, there's not a scratch on the ship. I have no problem with it. After saying goodbye to God of Light's armor, who went to breakfast, I continued my walk. I will pray that today will be a pleasant day without any commotion. It's not the same as praying to Creator God's armor. On the contrary, I don't know to whom to pray. Let's just pray to the God of Light's armor, the God of Gastronomy's armor, and the Goddess of the Forest's armor. It will heal me. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 23. Thanks to Go Zero Gleplex for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 3-6. Chapter 23. Confirmation of the last day and explanation. The last day of the God's Day. I haven't seen the God of War's armor since. When I asked the God of Light's armor, she gave me a worried smile and just told me that he had been deported. Sometimes it's good not to think about it too much. God of Light's armor, it's almost time for you to return. How was your stay on the castle? I had a great time. The spa and hot springs were very relaxing. Most of all, it was very easy because Creator God's armor doesn't cause any problems. It seems that the fact that Creator God's armor doesn't cause problems is highly appreciated. It also seems to be true that she was able to relax because the tired atmosphere was almost gone. She must have liked it because she went to the spa during the day, put up her own barrier to prevent people from peeking, and took a bath in the spa last night. God of Light's armor seems to be happiest when Creator God's armor doesn't cause problems. I kind of understand how you feel. I'm glad you understand. He is a person who causes trouble when he is bored, so a luxury liner would be a great help to him. Creator God's armor seems to enjoy casinos, arcades, movies, swimming pools, and gambling happily every day. He seems harmless as long as he is not bored. Oh, you seem to be having a good time. What are you talking about? I was asking about God of Light's armor's impressions of the luxury liner. God of Gastronomy's armor, have you finished preparing for your return? Yes, the preparations are finished. May I come in? Of course. If it is disturbing for me to be with the God of Gastronomy's armor, I would like to be disturbed as much as possible. Yufu. Thank you. A lovely tea party with the God of Light's armor and the God of Gastronomy's armor. It's wonderful. God of Gastronomy's armor, how about Italian food? It's quite interesting. There are similar cuisines in this world, but the attention to detail is very different. I'm learning a lot. I would be honored if I could help. Did the God of Gastronomy's armor enjoy the luxury liner besides the food? I imagine she spent most of her time in the restaurant. I'm glad she cooked a lot of food. But I'm sad I didn't get to see the God of Gastronomy's armor in a bathing suit. Yes, I enjoyed the spa and the hot springs, but the rest of the time, I did nothing but cook. But I had a good time, so I'm happy enough. Was it good? Next time you come back, please enjoy more than just the food. I recommend the pool. I thought about not doing anything sexually harassing because it would be dangerous to offend the god, but I would like to see the God of Gastronomy's armor in a bathing suit. Yufu. Yes, I'll try the pool next time. All right. I have her word. Next time, I'm sure the God of Gastronomy's armor will be wearing a bathing suit. My dreams are growing. Yes, have fun. I'll do my best to have fun, too. Time flies as I happily chat with the God of Light's armor and the God of Gastronomy's armor, giving them movie recommendations. Watru-san, we have to leave a little early, so it's time for us to go to the church. I'll see you off as well. The God of Light's armor and the God of Gastronomy's armor went to the church together. The God of Light's armor seemed to have eaten in many different restaurants, and her career woman vibe broke down, and it was cute. When we arrived at the church, there were male gods who had bought a lot of alcohol and goddesses with a lot of luggage. Couldn't the gods use some kind of magic to store them? Some gods are ready, aren't they? It's still early, but let's go back to the divine realm. The God of Light's armor called to the gods, and they, in turn, disappeared in front of the god statues. It seems that they can store their belongings because some of the gods were angry with them for not storing them properly. The gods argued passionately that since they had bought all this stuff, it would be better to carry it on their backs to create the atmosphere of a trip. I don't know if I understand their feelings or not, It's a delicate point. It seems that they enjoyed the trip quite a bit, and there were quite a few gods who called out to me on the way back. I'm glad to hear that. As I was seeing them off, Creator God Sama also came. He was a little late for the meeting, but I was surprised that he came back on his own. Wataru-kun, thank you for your help. It was quite fun. I'm glad you had a good time. Please come again. Yes, thank you. When can I visit you again? I want to bring more gods next time. Also, if you buy another luxury liner, can I put the god statues in it? You really want to come, don't you? I'd be more than happy to meet the goddesses. But when I look at the god of light Sama, she has a slightly distant look in her eyes. Once a month is hard, but once every 2 months or so, I can handle that on my end. But when I am on a boat trip or in a situation where I can't summon a luxury liner, it becomes impossible to increase the number of people who can come. This ship has the specifications to handle up to 5,000 pillars, but these are just specifications, so it would be helpful if you could gradually increase the number of people who can come. As for the luxury liner, I'm thinking of doing it as soon as I have enough money saved up. But since it would become a sanctuary, please get permission from the god of light Sama. I see. Once every 2 months will be enough? We'll talk about the rest when you come to pray at the church. I'll talk about it in the divine realm as well. See you again. After saying these words, I saw Creator God Sama leave. I'll have to think about when to go to the church for prayer. All that's left is the god of light Sama and the god of gastronomy Sama. When I asked them about it, they said that the god of magic Sama hadn't returned. I had the impression that he was serious. When I asked the god of light Sama and the god of gastronomy Sama what they were going to do, they said that he was in the library and that they were going to pick him up. As expected, the god of magic Sama was in the library, and when he heard the voices of the god of light Sama and the god of gastronomy Sama, he did not take his eyes off the book and told them to wait until he had finished reading the remaining half of the book. He has a lot of nerve, doesn't he? The god of light Sama asked me to forbid him from using the library. With the complaining god of magic Sama in tow, the god of light Sama went back to the divine realm. Well, the god's descent event is finally over. I'd like to go to bed, but I told everyone I'd be back in 3 days, and they'll be worried if I don't. Let's go back and play with Rimmer, then Ins, Felicia, and let's go back. I switch from the castle to the seeker, set the autopilot for the ferry, and we'll meet again in an hour. An hour later, as I docked up to the ferry and onto the ramp, Ins and Felicia jumped on me. What the hell? I'm glad for the enthusiastic welcome, but they're overreacting, aren't they? We've only been separated for 3 days, you know. What is going on? Ins, Felicia, has something happened? Rimmer climbs up my body and sits on my head. All the members of the Girasol are present. They don't seem to be in trouble, but what's going on? Master, I'm so glad you're okay. What in the world happened, huh? Felicia, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Master, do you really not understand? What is it? Well, I don't really understand. Let's just go inside, and we'll talk. What is this guy saying to the women? I enter the fortress with a look that says that. I go to the vending machine corner, buy a drink, and sit down. So, what were you worried about? The ladies sigh in unison. I'm not very happy about it. There was a violent roar and light that kept coming in the night from the direction Master was going. Even if we tried to come and get you, we couldn't move the ship, could we? All we could do was worry. When something like that happens in the middle of the ocean, it's natural to assume that Master had something to do with it, right? Shouldn't we be worried? Or did Master not notice those lights and sounds? Ah, I see. Ins is right. That was indeed amazing. The sound and light reached so far. Of course, they'd be worried. But now that I've got the whole mess out of the way, I'm completely at ease, and I've been busy with the goddesses. It's hard to cover it up. The problem is how to explain it. I don't think I can explain it well. No, I noticed it. The light and the roar are related to me. But you have to wait for the explanation. I don't know how to explain it. I don't even know if I can explain it. I have to go to the church tomorrow and ask. Will they be able to answer me? You'll talk to us when it's all sorted out, right? If I can get permission from the Creator God Sama, then it's no problem. If I don't get permission, I'll have to use all my brain and make up a story. How can I explain all the light and noise? It would be easier to just leave it unexplained, but that also seems difficult. I'll think about it after I ask the Creator God Sama. Okay, so just wait. I understand. I could convince the ladies to postpone the explanation for now. Over a few beers, I listened to what they had to say. They said that when I left, they kept talking about what they were going to do because of what had happened that night. It's a good thing the women couldn't follow me because it was a ferry. If I had left the gallet or something like that, it would have been troublesome. I can't imagine what would have happened if Claretta-san had come to the place where the gods run amok or something. I am glad that everyone in Girasol is worried about me. I was lightly scolded by Alessia-san, and she told me not to make them worry too much, and for some reason, Carla-san patted me on the head and told me kindly, and Claretta-san was glad I wasn't hurt, all of which were rewards. However, Alma-san secretly came up to me and asked me in a sexy voice in my ear if it had anything to do with the church. She told me that. The sweet breath on my ear and the softness of her breasts against my shoulder made me aware, but the words of the church brought me back to the truth. Ilma-san, you guessed most of it, didn't you? It's late at night, so we'll stay on the fortress as it is today. After a long time, I watched Rima's transformation training and slept with Ins and Felicia. It's kind of relaxing. It was decided that breakfast would be served on the castle, so we transferred, and I repatriated the ferry. When we transferred to the castle, Claretta-san started to make a fuss about the holy air on board, but there was no way to answer her, so we had breakfast in the main dining room and goofed around. I thought I had cleaned up the place by reminding it, but is there even a lingering smell? Ilma-san's eyes are frightening, but breakfast tastes better when it's made by the god of gastronomy Sama. What, True-san, what do you want to do today? Oh, I just want to wrap up a few things to talk to you all about, so how about some free time? Is there anything you want to do, Alessia-san? Yeah, Dorothea and Marina want to go kill some monsters. Is that okay? I remember when I came back yesterday, there were monsters around the ferry. So those things are gathering around the castle? I'm sure Fu-chan and Benny-chan will level up, so I'll ask them to take Ins, Felicia, and Rima with them. I understand. Is the Lotto enough? Yes, that's fine. I'd like to leave right after breakfast if that's okay. No problem. Let's go there after breakfast. After Rima, Fu-chan, and Benny-chan had finished their sharing trip, I summoned the Lotto from the ramp. I'll let Ins, Felicia, and Rima go with them. Well, let's go to church. It would be helpful if Creator God Sama would call me, but is that okay? I arrive at the church and kneel before the statues of the gods and pray. What a Rukun, what happened? Oh, I could make him call me. There's the god of light Sama, too. Thank goodness. Ah, Creator God Sama, thank you. Actually, a problem has come up, and I was wondering if I could consult with you. A problem? What's wrong? Well, there were a lot of loud attacks during the Peeping Tom fiasco, weren't there? It caused a lot of concern among the women on the ferry. I wondered how I was going to explain it to them. I can't make that much noise and light by myself, so I don't think I can give a proper explanation. Can I tell them about the gods? There was such a problem. I apologize for the inconvenience. Haha, if the god of war complains, I'll tell him what you just said. What kind of face will he make? Hey, what a Rukun, what do you think? I'm sorry too, God of Light Sama. If I had explained it better, I would not have had to bother you. And Creator God Sama, please don't give me an inside talk about the gods. I don't know what to tell you. What, True-san? It is a fact about the gods and the Peeping Toms, so there is no problem for you to explain it. However, I would appreciate it if you could keep it to yourselves. Let's spread the word about the God of War Peeping Tom craze. It's definitely interesting. Right, what Rukun? Thank you, God of Light Sama. The only thing I will tell everyone in confidence is that the gods have descended and used their power. And please, Creator God Sama, don't talk to me about it. After receiving permission to explain, I managed to fend off the request to spread the God of War Sama's shame to the lower world and asked him to take me back to the castle. Oh, thank goodness. You are still here, Otherworlder. I need to speak with you for a moment. What is it? The god of entertainment Sama suddenly appeared. I'm not a fan of the god of entertainment Sama because of his comment about vomiting. I have a bad feeling about it. Striving for the luxury liner. Volume 8 Chapter 24. Thanks to Go Zero Gleplex for the Ko-fi and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 4-6. Chapter 24. Watch Rolling in the God's Palm. What is it? I was just about to get permission to go back to the castle in peace. God of Entertainment Sama is smiling, but I have a bad feeling. God of Entertainment Sama, what can I do for you? Just a few more minutes. Everyone will be here soon. I heard that you, the Otherworlder, were coming, so I quickly gathered everyone. Everyone, because I came? A bad premonition swirled. I want to go back to the castle somehow. I look at Creator God Sama, but it seems that Creator God Sama really wants to drive God of War Sama into a corner. He is still trying to spread rumors about him. It's exhausting. Can't Creator God Sama just use an oracle to tell the world about the God of War Sama's peeping incident? While I was escaping from reality, the God of Gastronomy Sama and the Goddess of the Forest Sama came. They are beautiful. We're all here, aren't we? It would be better if the God of Gastronomy spoke instead of me, so please do. I see. I understand. I would like to ask you a favor. Wataru-san. A favor? If it were a request from the God of Gastronomy Sama, I would have nodded my head immediately, but the presence of the God of Entertainment Sama made me hesitate to make an immediate decision. I don't want to be deceived, to be honest. Yes, I was just talking to the God of Entertainment, and I was wondering if you could open a luxury liner for us down there. Huh? Well, when you say open up, do you mean to let people on the luxury liner? I feel like I'm being told something very unpleasant. My head hurts. Yes, the spread of food and entertainment on the luxury liner will enrich the culture down under. It's a welcome thing for me and the God of Entertainment. Sure, the experience will spread, but it won't benefit me. It would only cause me more trouble, and no matter how much the God of Gastronomy Sama asked me to do it, I couldn't nod my head. Well, I'm sorry, but it's difficult. If I open the luxury liner, not only will the number of ships I can summon decrease, but I won't be able to use the luxury liner freely. It would be a problem because there would be no benefit for me, and it would only increase the danger. I heard the voice of the God of Entertainment say, not even the God of Gastronomy can convince him? Is he a black-hearted person? I really don't like that type. It is also depressing that I refuse the God of Gastronomy Sama's request. You're right. Hey, Creator God Sama, can't you do something about it? Well, I think Wataru-kun will nod if you give him some benefits. For example, you could give him a date every time you visit him on the luxury liner. Why don't you play with him in the pool and give him an earwaxing? There's no way he would nod his head for that. Right, Wataru-san? Earwaxing, he said. Is earwaxing the one with the lap pillow? Look, he bites. Wataru-kun has a weakness for a little instant eroticism. You know. I think he will fall for a date and an ear-waxing, lap pillow version, every time you go to the luxury liner. The rest is up to the God of Gastronomy. I'm not so sure about that. Is it really okay for a god to go on a date with a human and clean his ear? It seems like I'm taking advantage of him, and I don't like that. It's not like it's going to be a physical relationship, so why not? Whether it will be a physical relationship or not depends on his efforts and the feelings of the God of Gastronomy. But if there is hope, you can't resist it. I don't want them to be explicit in front of me, but I can't resist a date with the God of Gastronomy and a ear-waxing. No, it's too easy, no matter how much I want it. What am I supposed to do? Really? Then I wonder if it's okay. Wataru-san, will you grant my request for a date and ear-waxing with me? Yes. No. Wait a minute. I let my normally sluggish brain work at full speed. If I don't think this through properly, the God of Gastronomy Sama, or even the God of Entertainment Sama, might overrule my request. I have never seen such a serious expression on the face of the Otherworlder. Have you ever seen it, Creator God Sama? I don't know. I think I saw a similar face when he was involved in a war. I think it was when he was deciding whether or not to run away. Didn't you see it, God of Entertainment? I didn't know there was such a scene. I missed it. The outsider is bothering me. Well, I wanted to go over a few things, so I have a few questions. Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, God of Light Sama. Isn't this time an interference with the lower world? You were angry with Creator God Sama for giving me information about Girasol. But why are you asking the God of Light? I am here. It's because Creator God Sama is breaking the rules. It's a matter of trust, said the God of Entertainment Sama. You are noisy, God of Entertainment. It is you who are noisy. Yes. Normally that would be interference with the lower world, and that would be unacceptable. But because of Creator God Sama, Your ship is treated as a sanctuary, so interference with the sanctuary is allowed. But until your ship became a sanctuary, there was almost no interference in any of the sanctuaries. So there is no problem. I'll pretend I didn't notice the part where she expressed her dissatisfaction with Creator God Sama. Thank you very much. So, is there anything I shouldn't spread around if I do open it? It's a difficult decision, but it's safer for the gods if you keep the machines for sale, the pictures, the books, and the sanctuary hidden. Other than that, they will not be able to develop it immediately, even if they get a hint from the look of it. Are you saying that it is not good for the technology to spread directly to the public? Yes, that's right. We prefer trial and error. If they were given everything, it would only lead to a distorted society. I already feel distorted, but it would be wise to keep quiet. Next, I have a question for the god of gastronomy Sama. If I could have a date with the god of gastronomy Sama and have you clean my ears, I would be able to do my best in most things. But the problem is, I can't do it when the god of gastronomy Sama is on the luxury liner. If you're busy or have something you can't miss, that's fine, but if you don't come to visit, I can't have a date with you or get my ears cleaned. I can't accept that. Wataru-kun, do you realize how pathetic you sound with such a serious face? I doubt it. If I did, I wouldn't have the personality to say such embarrassing things. I know, right? God of entertainment, you bought a camera, didn't you? Why don't you record it? I'm just charging my batteries. Didn't Creator God Sama buy one, too? I'm also charging my batteries. I have been watching it over and over again. Creator God Sama, you have a bad personality. These two pillars really bother me. It is kind of embarrassing to be told so directly. Whenever I don't have anything important to do or any business to attend to, I will be the, okay, yes, then. Oh, is it okay if we start after I buy a new luxury liner? It would be hard for me to use the castle if I do it right away. Yes, you can start at your own pace. Please do your best. Yes, I'll do my best. Will you give me a minute? A kind of slim, nervous-looking male god suddenly appeared. He didn't come to visit the castle, did he? My memory of the male gods is a bit fuzzy. God of commerce, what's wrong? It's a principle of mine to take care of annoying things as soon as possible. God of gastronomy, let me have a word with him. So this is the god of commerce. Now, Otherworlder, you know that the ship summoning ability collects money in the divine realm. If you open the luxury liner, even more money will be collected. If I don't do anything, the money won't flow. I guess I can't say that I'm not involved in this matter. Nice to meet you, God of Commerce Sama, and thank you for all your help. I understand that the cause is me, and I will do whatever I can to help, but what can I do? Use the money. It can't be helped that a lot of money is flowing into the divine realm because of the ship summoning, but there is a limit. I plan to buy a new luxury liner with the money I make. You are free to spend the money you earned. In addition, I will give you the money I collected in the divine realm. You can use it in a way that is beneficial to the world. You can use it to your advantage a little, but I will not allow you to play around with it. Am I right in interpreting that to mean, I'll give you money, and you'll do charity work? I've heard that my fault can distort the money, but I can't help but think that it's the fault of the Creator, God Sama. And it's hard for me to find much I want other than the goods of the ship. For example, can I use the money to have a luxury liner staffed by slaves? Money can go around, but I wouldn't say it's for the good of the world. What about buying illegal slaves and letting them go? If you buy illegal slaves, the money will go to the bad guys, and the slave trade will spread even further. That would be counterproductive. It's hard to say. I've never thought about what's good for the world. For the world, you mean like building a standard orphanage? And shouldn't we give to the church first? Even decent churches are eventually exploited by the scum at the top. You wouldn't be able to tell the difference, so you shouldn't give money to churches. Building an orphanage is a good idea, as long as you have a contract with the people you hire that doesn't allow any wrongdoing. You should have no problem bringing in the funds. How about I ask the God of Commerce Sama to show me a decent church, and I'll donate to it? I don't mind, but if you donate large sums of money, eventually, people will sniff it out and take advantage of it. You'll just have to repeat the small donations. I'd rather not. It's a hassle. It's hard to be useful to the world. The money I spent easily exceeded 100 billion yen, and it can't be spent on the orphanage alone. Is there anything I can do? I don't like the idea of building a port or developing a port because I think the nobles would be involved. Anyway, If I open the luxury liner, I'll have to deal with the nobles. It's too much trouble. Right now, I can't think of anything else but an orphanage, so why not look for the next thing while building the orphanage? If push comes to shove, I can handle it by building many orphanages in different countries. I can't think of anything, so I'll just postpone it. That's good. Think about it carefully. Yes, I'll think about it. Finally, it's over. I only came to ask for permission, but the conversation has grown unexpectedly. There's a lot to think about. Is it worth it for a date and an ear cleaning? Well, normally, it would be underwhelming and not worth it, but the partner is a goddess. And even though I know I'll be rolled around in the god's palms for a date with the god of gastronomy Sama and an ear cleaning, I can't resist. I've answered that I'm going to do it, so I have to do it. Creator God Sama, can you please bring me back soon? Wait, what Trusan? Please wait. Can you please hear my request as well? There was the goddess of the forest Sama. I'd like to avoid her just because I somehow know what she's asking, but I guess it's impossible not to listen to her story. The goddess, with her beautiful and ample breasts, is lovely. I would like to grant her wish, but it is difficult for me to enter the dangerous forest. What is your request, goddess of the forest Sama? You see, I will tell you where it is, and I want you to save the dark elf children. Can you help me? I knew it was about that. What should I do? I have so many things to do that I don't think I'll get around to it. Is that a no? The goddess of the forest Samas gave me a sad look as I struggled with this. There are more and more things to do, and I'm afraid I won't get around to them. I must open a luxury liner and build an orphanage. There is only one person I can ask to take care of these children. Can you do something for them? If it's okay with you, I'll do the same as the god of gastronomy, a date, and an earwax. Is that not enough for you? I can't refuse. I don't want to go into the dangerous forest. But I can't refuse the request of the goddess of the forest Sama and, at the same time, accept the request of the god of gastronomy Sama under the same conditions. And she looks so sad. Most of all, I want to see the full breasts of the goddess of the forest Sama from below in her lap. I'll have to do my best. And I want to know how she can wax my ears with those ample breasts of hers. It's hard to see her hands, isn't it? No, I can't refuse when the goddess of the forest Sama asks me so much. I'll do my best. Thank you very much. Watru-san. He accepted. Aren't you too easy, Watru-kun? You're so annoying. Creator God Sama. If the Creator God Sama hadn't suggested such a wonderful condition, this wouldn't have happened. I don't know whether to be angry or praise him. But, Wataru-kun, if there are only 3 days when we visit you, do you really need to have your ears waxed twice in that time? It will be clean with only one of them. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Wataru-san. Even if they are almost clean, we will take our time and clean your ears carefully. It will be completely clean. Right, god of gastronomy? Why yes, you're right. We'll take our time and clean your ears carefully, no matter what comes first or second. Don't worry. Is that okay then? It's good, isn't it? It's the situation that matters. If they do it carefully, there's no problem. You are right. As long as you take your time and do it carefully, it'll be fine. Creator God Sama, please don't say anything that will surprise me. If you don't mind, that's fine. Anyway, God of Light, why don't you ask him for something? There is still a day open for you, you know? I don't have anything to ask for right now. I'll ask you when I have the chance. I look forward to it. A date with the God of Light Sama and an earwax, that's great, too. Even if my ears bleed, I'd like to ask for it one day. But suddenly I've got a lot to do. Will Girasol help me? Is it okay if I tell the members who are with me about this request? I think I can get more cooperation if I tell them. Good, that's fine. If I can use the names of the gods, it will be easier to convince them. Also, the god of commerce Sama said that I could pay the fee for the request to Girasol with the money that the god of commerce Sama would give me. That's very generous of him. Now let's ask Creator God Sama to bring me back. Striving for the Luxury Liner, Volume 8 Chapter 25. Thanks to Go Zero Gleplex for the Kofia and this chapter. Join our Patreon to get more chapters. Enjoy. 5-6. Chapter 25. Explanation of the situation and future plans. In the Divine Realm, I received permission from the Creator God, God of Light Sama, to explain to the ladies, and I received a lot of requests. I don't know what to do, but if I talk about it in a complicated way, I might even say unnecessary things. I'll try to keep it simple and minimize what I have to say as much as possible. I drink a cup of coffee while I go over the content of my speech in my mind. I'm tired of thinking about it all the time. I want to speak quickly and clear my mind. While I was lying on the sofa of the castle, the Lotto came back. I went to the ramp to greet them. The women come up the ramp, looking refreshed from their wild journey. "Welcome back. How was it?" "What, Trusan? We're back. Fu-chan and Benny-chan have leveled up. So, please check on Rima-chan, too." "Wataru-san?" Alessia-san replied happily. Dorothea-san and Marina-san pat Benny-chan and Fu-chan happily. "It looks like everything is going well." "I understand." "So, now that I've put together what I want to talk about, is that okay with you?" "Yes, of course." "Then, after you change into comfortable clothes, let's go to the donut shop and have a snack while we talk." After changing into comfortable clothes, we went to the donut shop, ordered some tea and donuts, and sat down at a table. "Then please keep what I'm about to tell you a secret." "Secret?" "If Wataru-san says so, we won't talk about it, but it's not a dangerous story, is it?" "It's a dangerous story. If they don't believe me, they'll think I'm a dangerous person." I'm getting anxious to tell them. "It's not a dangerous story, but I think it's hard to believe." "I'm afraid to ask about it. I'm afraid to talk to." "Do you want me to stop?" Alessia-san looks at all the women's faces and checks them. They all nod their heads. "Let's hear it, Wataru-san." I knew they would ask. "I understand." Simply put, during the 3 days I was away, the gods descended upon the castle. Everyone except Ilma-san looked at me as if I were crazy. Ilma-san's face was like I knew it. "I'm afraid of Ilma-san's deductive powers." "I wonder if you're joking?" "Sorry, Alessia-san, but it's true." "Wataru-san, what made them come down?" Claretta-san asked me with a fluttering voice. Her breasts swaying together were wonderful. "They said they wanted to experience the culture of another world." "It's hard to say they came just to have fun." "Could it be that you talked to the gods in the church?" "The other day, after you prayed, you suddenly summoned Saparabi-chans, didn't you?" "You're right, Claretta-san." "Amazing, that's amazing. Wataru-san, I can't believe you can talk to the gods." Claretta-san's tension is rising. "Please calm down, Claretta-san. There is nothing to talk about as they have already descended." She turned her head in my direction. I don't know what's going on anymore. Her tension is clearly strange. "That's right, isn't it?" "That's right." I feel it is dangerous to continue the conversation with her. "Let's move on." "Well, that's how the gods came down and used their power for a small thing, and the result is that raw and light." "Can you believe that?" "Why yes, if someone other than Wataru-san had said that, I would have thought he was crazy. But in Wataru-san's case, I have no choice but to believe. Even if it's just another world and ship summoning, I can imagine a connection with the gods." Thank God. I was able to avoid being a crazy person, and I'm glad they believe me. But I'm saying it myself, and it smells fishy. The gods have descended. If I were them, I'd go to the hospital. "You are not wrong in general. The connection with the gods is just as Alessia-san said. Please keep it a secret as you promised." "Even if I told someone, they wouldn't believe me. And even if they did, there would be a big fuss." "I would never tell anyone." I guess Alessia-san had the same opinion as me. "It's the kind of thing you'd lose friends over if you told." Even when I asked her to spread the word, she would remain silent. I managed to calm down Claretta-san, who was getting excited. I had to explain the next thing. "I'm glad that I didn't end up becoming a crazy person, but now I have to talk about the request of the gods, right?" "Thank you very much." "Well, I still need to talk to you." "Actually, I have permission to tell you all about the gods, but I've received 3 requests. I was wondering if you could help me out." Wataru-san, the requests, are they from the gods?" "Yes." Alessia-san holds her head. Is that a no?" "Do you think I can refuse a request from the gods?" "I will do it. I have no choice but to." "I'm sorry to involve them. But if I don't involve them, I can't do it alone. I'm worried about the positive impression I'm making." "I am sorry for involving you." "The god of commerce Sama told me to splurge on the request fee, so you can expect that." "Ha, I'm afraid the name of the god usually comes up." "So what are the requests?" "The first is to open the luxury liner that the god of gastronomy Sama and the god of entertainment Sama asked me to open. I heard that this can be done after I buy a new luxury liner, so there is plenty of time to do it. The second is a request from the god of commerce Sama to use the money collected in the divine realm for the sake of the world to turn the money around. Most of the money was collected from the ship summoning, so it's my own fault. I haven't decided on a plan yet, but I'm thinking of building an orphanage or something like that. The third is a request from the goddess of the forest Sama to go rescue the dark elves who are hiding. She told me where they are, so I'll go there and convince them to come to the Dark Elf Island. Those are the requests. An orphanage. That sounds wonderful. I would love to help. Claretta-san's tension rises again. It's going to be hard to calm her down. I'm counting on you, Claretta-san. Yes, Master. Do you think the goddess of the forest Sama is worried about us dark elves? Oh, well, Felicia is worried about that. She has always believed in the goddess of the forest. Yes, she is very worried about the dark elves. She seemed to be in pain, saying that she could not interfere in the lower world and that she could only make the forest a little richer. She was very happy to hear from me about the dark elves. Felicia is in tears. But I can never tell her that I was promised a date and a near-wax in return. I'm really going to be despised. Felicia, this is good, isn't it? Why yes. The ladies are also very touched. Their eyes are moist. I am ashamed of myself for being afraid to keep a secret in this situation. Rimu is so concerned about Felicia that he climbs up and rubs her cheek. It's a beautiful sight. Time passes peacefully. After a few moments of relaxation and peace, we resume our conversation. But, Wataru-san, I know it's the request of the gods, but the first topic will cause a big fuss. Is that okay? It's not okay. Troublesome things will come. I regret that I agreed to this on the spur of the moment. It is not good. But right now, the only thing I can think of is to draw the attention to the mage. Also, if possible, I would like to recruit Camille-san to manage the luxury liner. It's impossible for me to manage a luxury liner by myself, isn't it? I don't even know how to decide on the prices of things and rooms. I have mixed desires, but I think Camille-san will be fine. Wataru-san, in what order do you want to move? In what order? Claretta-san, what is the orphanage in the southern city like? The orphanage in the southern city isn't exactly wealthy, but it manages somehow. Well, should we build an orphanage then? Well, they have extra space, so I think it would be more helpful if you could donate some money. Of course, if the orphanage is built, it would definitely make things easier for them. I see. The god of commerce Sama said that a small donation would be fine if the place does a faithful job, so I'll just make a donation. If it is in the southern city, I can donate repeatedly. Then where should we build the orphanage? I know it's a bit impertinent of me to ask, but could you please build one in Lucca, Wataru-san? The kingdom of Brescia has been attacked by the Empire. I believe there are many orphans there. Well, I was told about the forest where the dark elves of the kingdom of Brescia live, so it would be more efficient if I went there to encourage them to migrate. What about setting up a luxury liner in the kingdom of Brescia? Then only the Marquis of Lucca and the Crown Prince, who know the mage's power, might be involved. Other nobles will probably make a move, but if I can get the Marquis of Lucca and the Crown Prince to back me up, I should be able to manage. I will invite the Crown Prince and the Marquis of Lucca to the luxury liner and prove the advantage of having a luxury liner in the kingdom of Brescia. If I tell them I'll go to another country if there are troublesome people there, they'll do their best to protect me, won't they? And if they do, we'll build a city built around a luxury liner. That might be cool. Oh, it would expose my summoning ability, and it would be easier to threaten to leave at any time when it is floating on the sea. Then we can gather many orphans in the Brescia kingdom, and it will be easier to fulfill the request of the god of commerce Sama. Thank you, Wataru-san. I think my likability has been greatly increased by this matter with Claretta-san. But I hope it hasn't decreased. For the other members of Girasol, well, I'll go to the southern city to wholesale pepper, and then I'll try to recruit Camille-san from the Merchants Guild. After that, how about we go to Lucca to set up an orphanage and encourage the dark elves in the kingdom of Brescia to relocate? So there are dark elf villages in the kingdom of Brescia, huh? I think it would be easy to set up an orphanage in Lucca since we know a lot of people there. I have been to most of the country, so I think I can help. Oh, Alessia-san is very confident. Come to think of it, she's become quite popular during the war, so it'll work out even better. Let's decide on Lucca first. Then let's set up an orphanage in Lucca with Alessia-san and the others as negotiators. Fufu, We'll do our best. But you can't just throw it all away. What, Trusan? Please do your best as well. Isn't it okay to throw it all away? I thought it would be easy. Well, I'll do my best. Master, is it okay if I ask you to stop by the Dark Elf Island before you go to the southern city? It's close by, so it's totally okay. But why? Yes, if you know the location, I think more people will settle on the Dark Elf Island. I thought it would be better to tell them to prepare wood for construction first. Also, I want to tell them to build a fine temple for the goddess of the forest Sama. Yes, I think we should tell them. There is also the matter of the hot springs, but not about the temple. The matter of the gods is a secret between us. They can build a fine temple if they can afford it, can't they? I see, I was talking about a secret. I am sorry, Master. Felicia was so overcome with emotion. I don't blame her for forgetting. Yes, it's okay this time, but be careful from now on. Yes, after switching to the Seeker for the time being, we leave for the Dark Elf Island. During a leisurely lunch, we discussed the future. A few hours later, when we stopped the Seeker at the usual place, the village chief called out to us in a loud voice. This is unusual. He usually waits until we get off the ship. Are we safe? He said. What does that mean? We're safe, but is something wrong? No, we were worried when we heard a series of intense lights and loud noises echoing from where Watru-san was heading. Did it reach this far? Was it because of the lack of cover? But it's causing trouble in many places. As expected of the gods. Oh, those were the people from Girasol who were practicing magic. I'm surprised it got this far. I apologize for the inconvenience. What a bitter excuse. Is that so? A-class adventurers are awesome, aren't they? He seemed to believe me. I wonder if he just went along with my story. Haha, I can't even imagine how strong they are. Village Chief San, what happened to the hot springs and the mine? The vice chief and some villagers went there, but they haven't returned yet. They are doing thorough maintenance, so it will take some time for them to come back. Do you want to move to the village? No, I am sorry, but we will leave right away. I have received some information about the Dark Elf village, and there may be more immigrants in a few months. I just wanted to tell you that. My goodness. Thank you very much. We'll have to work hard to prepare the wood. Yes, they may refuse to accept us, but we would appreciate it if you would at least make the preparations. There is a possibility that they will refuse. It would have been nice if there had been a sign among the Dark Elves. Unfortunately, there is none. My apologies. If there was such a thing, it would be easier to convince them. Well, we'll just have to do our best. No, I'll try my best to convince them. Well, I'd better go. We said goodbye to the village chief, returned to the Seeker, and left for the southern city. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please join my Ko-fi or Patreon. The links are below. Once again, thank you Momo Clan.